The beauty of sim racing is in its accessibility, allowing drivers of all talent levels around the world to experience the thrill of motorsports. Whether it's here on the high banks of Daytona, around the world, through the Green Hell, Bathurst, all the classic venues you can think of, the iRacing special events allow you to experience the joy of motorsports. And just like in the real world, the virtual world focuses its attention to the World Center of Racing as we get set to go for the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, powered by VCO. Hello everyone and welcome along for what is bound to be an exciting 24 hours around the clock. My name is Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Andy McEwen. And Andy, a week ago we were here for the Roar and now we get set for 24 hours.
Yeah, I think I said at the time during the Roar that had sort of whetted our appetite for the main event. Well, let me tell you, waking up this morning, I don't think I've ever felt anticipation like it, certainly for a sim racing event. This is huge. I'm super excited to be here. And I think we're in for a great race. Lots of new things to look for that are different this year compared to previous years. But the extremely high level of competition that we've grown used to in this event over the years, that is here to stay.
And of course, we've got an extra class of competition joining the fun here as the GTP era is not just getting underway in the real world, but the virtual world as well. Let's talk quickly about the iRacing special event and the schedule that lies in front of us. After this, it's the journey down under to the Bathurst 12 hours before we return to the World Center of Racing for a race that I know Andy McEwen is looking forward to, the Daytona 500. Highlighting, though, these iRacing special events are 4 VCO Grand Slams. It's something that started back in 2020 with the virtual competition organization partnering up with iRacing to bring a little bit more of a special feeling to these top split events, because Andy, it's not just about bragging rights here today. Our class winners will walk away with some rather cool trophies to show for their results after 24 hours.
Yeah, that's right. As if achieving a victory or a podium in an event like this wasn't enough. They've got something real and tangible to fight for now. What a fantastic calendar of events that is, though. This is the thing that I love about iRacing. Doesn't matter what form of motorsport you're interested in, you can find it on here. And if you fancy exploring a new avenue of sim racing, you can do that here as well. And that event, that list of special events really shows that perfectly. It's going to be a cracking season, that's for sure.
We do thank you, by the way, for joining us wherever you are around the world, live on RaceSpotTV, on the VCO social media channels, as well as on iRacing's Twitch. Do let us know where you're watching from here today as we get ready to get underway. Let's talk about the history of this event, because this is the tentpole event for the iRacing special event. Started back in 2015, and it has been a Coanda stronghold since then. 2018 did see the Radicals Online 6 Sideways team take the victory, but mainly because Coanda was not participating. But throw your mind back to 12 months ago when the Apex Racing team put the pressure onto Coanda SimSport and forced them to break. It was a sterling drive from the Apex Racing team. We saw Fire SimSport break out by grabbing the GT3 victory as well. But in a race that's seen both 2 and 3 classes over the course of the 7 or odd years of the event, Andy, we returned to 3 classes, and this time, for the very first time, we have 2 prototype classes that are going to really shake things up.
Yeah, that is a real game changer, I think, for this year's event. The introduction of the BMW M Hybrid V8 in the GTP class, that is going to change things completely, because like you say, we've got 2 very quick prototype classes now, not only the GTP cars but the LMP2s. Now, the teams and drivers who are used to competing in LMP2, well, they're used to being the top dogs. They're normally the fastest cars on track. They only really have to worry about negotiating those slower GT3 cars. This year, they're going to have to watch their mirrors as much as they're focusing on what's ahead of them. And that, I think, is going to throw up a few surprises along the way. And then, of course, you throw in the brand new car, teams and drivers perhaps still getting to grips with that BMW. Yes, they've got 24 hours to try and do that, but I think it's going to be a very competitive class. And how they interact with the other 2, that could be the difference between winning and losing.
This event has more than quintupled in size since 2015. We had more than 16,000 drivers across of all 4 time splits back in 2022. Very curious to see the numbers that have shown up here in 2023. I did note a number of real-world drivers back in contention and a handful doing their very first 24-hour race here in the virtual world. Let's talk very quickly about the cars and the BOP that we have in store for you today, because as always, iRacing has tried their best to make it as equal as possible. In GTP and LMP2, it's pretty simple. One class in each of those cars. We know what we're in for. 5 manufacturers represented in the GTDs, though, with the Ferrari 488 Evo getting a 10-kilogram ballast adjustment, along with the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. It's the Porsche 911 GT3R, though, that gets a 2% power cut as well as a 1% fuel reduction. I do think, though, that we're in for an interesting race when it comes to these particular cars in GTD. A lot of Audis in the mix. Mercedes going to be represented, of course, by some of their customer teams with Williams and the Urano Esports team. BMW will have BS Competition trying to fly the flag for them, and then we'll have a handful of Porsches in the field as well. It's good to see, Andy, that we do have a handful of manufacturers in the field.
That is what GT racing is all about, and that GTD class is going to demonstrate that perfectly, I think. And I'm not convinced that there is one particular car in that class that is set to have a huge advantage. We've seen Porsche run well at this event in the past. The Mercedes-AMG should be a competitive package as well. But over 24 hours, you throw in the strategy, you throw in that balance of performance, that's going to alter a car's performance as you move through the race. Certainly the weight increase to some of the cars, that will have a different effect in the daytime than it will at nighttime, and that is going to keep us guessing, I think, right down to the final few hours.
We've asked you where you're watching from. Do let us know in the chat who you are rooting for, who you think is going to win. Do remember that live timing is available for today's event using timing71.org. You can follow along with your favorite team and drivers and dive into the race using their world-class suite of analysis tools. Let's talk a little bit about the track, and let's talk about what the drivers are in store for. This BMW M-V8 Hybrid sounds spectacular, and Valtteri Lander of BS Competition took us for a lap here at the Daytona International Speedway to show us what it's all about.
Hello, my name is Valtteri Lander. I'm a sim racer for BS Competition. Today I'll take you on a lap around Daytona International Speedway road course with the BMW M Hybrid V8 prototype car. We are approaching the start-finish line. You go up on the banking and then try to widen up the entry into turn 1, which allows you to carry a bit more speed through the corner. Quite tricky overall. Turn 2, easy to flat out. International horseshoe. Easy corner overall, but you just have to be really patient with your inputs. Then we go towards turn 4, flat out corner, and then we approach the second hairpin. Easy to slide the car here, so you just have to be careful with your inputs. Short straight before turn 6, which is bumpy but very important. You have a long straight coming up, so really good exit required here. Then second banking during the lap, which opens up with the back straight. And then we are already approaching the hardest corner combination on this track, which is bus stop. You have to carry a lot of speed while trying to keep your line and avoid the off track. You can so easily get there. We don't have those too many in the race. Then the last banking on the lap, and the track opens up back on the start-finish line. And the bits are on the left-hand side. This is a lap around Daytona International Speedway road course.
It was almost like Kimi Räikkönen was taking us for a lap at Daytona. Thank you to Valtteri for giving us that insight and for showing us around. Quite impressive that some of these drivers are able to talk while driving that quickly, because I know for a fact that I am incapable of doing so. 50 cars are in the field here today, split across the 3 classes. We have 17 in each of the prototype categories and then 16 in your GTD category. We mentioned this already once before, as Valtteri Lander shows us the treachery that is the bus stop chicane. But with 3 classes of competition and with 2 of them being prototypes here, Andy, it's a very different situation to the last time that some of these drivers would have experienced 3 classes in an IMSA sanctioned event, when it would have been the LMP2s, the GTE, and the GT3. That overlap between the prototypes and the speed that they can carry versus the GTD does mean I think we're in for a rather treacherous opening hour of the race.
I think you're right, Arjuna, because a lot of the problems that arise when it comes to lapping other cars is when you've got a much quicker car coming up to lap a much slower car. Now, back when we used to have two different GT classes, actually the speed differential between those two classes wasn't too bad. So when the prototypes came past, it didn't really matter which kind of GT car it was they were trying to overtake. It was always going to be a similar overtake to execute, whereas now they're going to come up against these LMP2 cars that in certain areas of the circuit will be almost comparable in speed to the GTP car. So that is certainly going to throw up a few surprises, and really traffic management here at Daytona is key. You would think up on the high banks that there's all of this space, it should be easy to find your way around the slower cars, but as Valtteri was saying there are certain parts of this circuit where it's really tight. There is only one quick line, and going into places like the Le Mans chicane, for example, you've got to sort it out in a hurry.
Le Mans chicane. I mean, I know you're right, but it does still feel a little bit weird. Do remember, by the way, if you're watching on VCO Twitch, that you can use the VCO Command Center to follow along with VCO LFM Flex Stream. We have 3 splits of competition going on in that event. It's also the only place where you can go multi-view and follow both the top split of this iRacing Daytona 24 hours, but the second split as well. We will carry 6 hours at the start and 6 hours at the end of that second split of competition. Peter Mackay and Zach Sweeney will take you through the first handful of hours on that second split, so do make sure that you follow along. Qualifying, though, will start, and I always say that in an endurance race, qualifying is important, especially important here at Daytona, because that first pass through traffic, Andy, is always the one that will split up the field that little bit more. And unlike in real IMSA competition, or like in the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship that we ran at the end of 2022, there are no safety cars to bring you back into play over the 24 hours.
Yeah, that's right. Track position is crucial in an event like this, and you know, we see it every year. We saw it in Raw a week ago, as you said. That first time they come across the slower traffic, that can split the pack, and it can take you hours then to regain any lost time. So starting the front is crucial. We're also expecting, I think it's fair to say, a fairly lively start to the race here today. So the further towards the front you are, the less likely you are to trip over somebody, to get caught up in someone else's moment on cold tyres. It would be absolutely awful to see some of these top teams who put months of practice and preparation into this event really come a cropper at the start of the race. So they'll be hoping for a clean start, and qualifying near the front is the best way to achieve that.
So on the left, you see the split liveried BS Turner machine. Always great to see that combination of BS competition and the IMSA team Turner Motorsports, who are big fans of sim racing. Right side of the screen, you see defending race winners, the Apex Racing team, back to defend their crown at LMP2. They do not have an entry in the top GTP class, instead focusing their efforts on LMP2 as well as a multi-car entry into GTD, looking to go a little bit further than the one lap that one of their cars was able to survive going on 12 months ago. That one has Michele Costantini, Stanley Deslandes, and Owen Carl as 3 drivers, but the man behind the wheel right now is the young Elvis Rankin. Won the Skip Barber Racing Series on iRacing last year. That gave him a partial drive in the Skip Barber Racing Series in the real world. He took that opportunity with both hands and went on to win the championship. He did not win the Skip Barber Racing Series, sorry to be clear. He ended up finishing in second behind Mikkel Gard, but very much took that opportunity. Has raced quarter midgets around the US as well. Young driver, as many are in the world of esports, but somehow they also have a level of maturity, Andy, that I know I did not have when I was 15 years old.
Absolutely, and that's one of the misconceptions, I think, sometimes of young racing drivers. I experienced this in the real world. You know, you get these youngsters coming in and sitting in a real racing car for the first time, and, you know, people discover that they've got a background in sim racing, perhaps, and they sort of, you know, discredit them immediately as being hot-headed. They're going to crash a lot, they're going to make mistakes, but actually you can hone those skills in sim racing, and as we see more and more often these days, it's the youngsters who are rising very much to the top, and that is really fantastic to see, actually. And events like this, a great opportunity for them to really showcase exactly what it is they can do.
It's not just going to be Elvis Rankin who is one of our real-world overlapping stars in this race. John Bennett out of GB3 is racing along with Race Clutch and GTP. Lewis McLeod wanted me to mention that as the voice of GB3 and GB4. Time starting to come in, beginning with the GTPs. They're at the 1:30 kind of a benchmark. It's Obsidian Racing that currently has the top spot with Pedro Sanchez Albert. LMP2 about 3 seconds slower as we wait for more times to come in. Elvis Rankin seems to think that lap number 1 is his fastest lap. He's already bailed for the rest of qualifying, and across the line comes the R8G Audi as Ole Steinbraten gets in a 1:43.659. It is good to see Roman Grosjean Esports out in the GTD field because, of course, Mr. Grosjean himself racing in a Lamborghini in the 24 hours next weekend as he builds up to a potential run with the GTP LMDH cars along with Lamborghini as the future of sports car racing and prototype racing gets a major shakeup here in 2023. Not much of separation between GTP and LMP2, which is part of the reason why that we're talking about, Andy, about the difficulty that we're going to see with traffic management.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all about, you know, the certain parts of the circuit where they are comparable individually through individual corners where there isn't a huge speed difference. That's where it's really difficult to try and find a way through. BS Turner jumping up into second place now in the GTP class there, and now to pole, in fact. So BS Competition, a 1:30.517 by half a tenth now clear of Obsidian Racing. This is what we expected, Arjuna. Nothing to choose between the cars in that GTP class. LMP2 close as well, and that is what you expect from a single-lane class.
When it comes as well to the prototype classes, in fact, for all of our classes, let's point out the elephant in the room. No Redline, no Coanda here today. It's going to be a slightly different picture at the front, but of course, they had some other priorities last week and I think are enjoying some well-earned time off. Don't forget as well that this is a busy period for sim racers, as there is no off-season for sim racing. Things are just beginning to pick up once again. Here's one of the Williams Esports contingent entries in the GTP as well as the GTD class. It's Alessandro Bico that's currently provisionally in 5th. It is BMW Bank and Rainer Talvar that have gone to the top, though, at least momentarily. We wait for the rest of the times to come on in. But BS Competition on top in 2 categories right now. What's the bright green machine going to do? Mercedes expected to be strong over the 24 hours. It's a 1:43.659, about 2/10 off the pace, but good enough for second for Bico.
Yeah, 2/10 off though, and now, in fact, Apex Racing Team jumping up into second place. That's more like it. Another 43.4 and only 100th of a second or so away from the pole position time. So tightening up now in all of the classes. It now leaves LMP2 as the one that has the biggest margin between first and second. Apex Racing Team, the only team, in fact, into the 1:33s in that class, and are now 2/10 quicker than the Havu number 79 car that's just jumped onto the front row of the grid. It'll be a very congested start to that race. Even if you're in one of the lower classes, Arjuna, there is the chance, isn't there, you could run into some trouble into that first corner. So even starting at the front of those classes isn't necessarily the safe haven you might imagine.
No, absolutely. And to illustrate how close the margins are here is Williams Esports Chill Blast, and Alexander Spetz grabs pole position in GTP by 2/10 of a second. The top 3 in GTD split by 1/4 of a second. That's the margin that sees Rainer Talvar in front of Alejandro Sanchez and Johan Harth. Here comes Ate Kauppinen in the Mahler Racing Team LMP2 car run by Williams Esports. We're going to get a little bit confused. We're going to talk about the confusion that sometimes they bring to us with the love triangle that is Mahler, BS Competition, and the Williams Esports team. But Williams Esports Mahler able to go up into second, still 2/10 off the pace and still not into the 1:33s. It illustrates what an impressive lap it was from Elvis Rankin in the 1:99. But can Enric Andre spoil the party? No, with a 1:34.6. It's only going to be good enough to see him get up into what would have been 11th position, but invalidated his lap at some point. No qualifying time on the board for Race Clutch. Go fast time, though, is in the books. We spool 24 hours up onto the clock, and we get ready to go racing once again for the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, powered by VCO. And it's no surprise to see Alexander Spetz on pole, with Williams expected to be the favorites in this GTP class, but Valtteri Alander only 2/10 off on what is his major debut for BS Competition. He has Pedro Sanchez Albert in the Obsidian Racing number 6, along with Jarl Tyne in the BS Turner 96 behind them. John Bennett goes from real to virtual, will line up inside of Dominic Hoffman on debut for Urano Esports. Back in 7th, the first of the SRC Movano Corsa contingent, with Pure Sims Esports half a second off the pace on the outside of row number 4. Wave Italy Racing Team and Race Clutch will round out the top 10, with SRC Movano's 369 inside of TS Corsa Esports and Hayata Asaga, with Maniti German Sim Racing, Simsa Esports, Urano, and Hydro Race Geodesic rounding out the 17 GTP contenders. Meanwhile, in the LMP2, the young Elvis Rankin puts Apex back on top as they look to defend their crown in LMP2. Ate Kauppinen will challenge on the run down into turn number 1 in the Williams Esports Mala number 15, with Havu and Gordy Much in the Apex Racing Academy car. SRC Movano Corsa and then Calce Racing Team in the iLivery's designed Spanish car will start in 6th. Corentin Gunes, the first of the Sim RC contingent, as he swaps front-wheel drive out for some downforce. Arturo Melgar set up shop, sees Premysław Lemonek in 8th, with Sim RC and Fire Academy rounding out the top 10. Boost and VDS by Undercut Black will line up in 11th, with Ricardo Rico and Zenith Esports alongside. Chit Chat Racing and Ronin Simsport share row 7. The final cars with lap times on the board: Inet Motorsports Blue, Carbon Simsport, and Race Clutch Black, with Enric Andre unable to get lap times set. Then over to the GTDs, where 16 are ready to rumble. Team BMW Bank and Rainer Talvar will bring us to the green alongside Kevin Ellis Jr. Just 6,000ths the margin between them. Johan Harth will try and link up with his Apex Racing teammate and bump like they did to round out the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship. Vasilius Belitsiotis for Williams Esports Razor lines up in 4th, with R8G sole entry in 5th. Alexei Nesov in the Mercedes AMG Urano car rounds out those front 3 rows, with Josh Thompson making a guest appearance for Team PGZ. U-Race BR Redragon by Reich in 8th, with Mercedes AMG Williams and Antiohola in the Door Esports entry completing the top 10. Altus in their Porsche 11th, Williams Esports BenQ alongside half a second, then splitting the top 14 with Mercedes, Urano, Apex Academy, Sabolt Esports, and the Beeler Racing Team looking to do some work from the very back of the field. It's a big field getting ready to go, Andy, but my word, the tension is high, the excitement even higher.
I am so looking forward to this. 24 hours of racing around one of the true great racetracks in the world. All sorts of new and fascinating storylines to follow over this year's edition of the iRacing Daytona 24. Arjuna, I cannot wait.
And there's already a bit of drama. About 900 laps, what we're getting ready to go for. We'll talk about the drama in a few moments' time, but the iRacing special events are all about accessibility in motorsports. We're ready to go for the biggest sim race of the year. We're racing at the World Center of Racing. Alexander Spetz immediately storms to the lead on the run down to turn number 1. Pedro Sanchez Albert will look to the inside of Valtteri Alander. The other 2 classes, racing as well, 3 wide in the LMP2 class as they funnel into turn number 1. They work off of the banking and onto the brakes. They manage to tiptoe their way through safely, as now we turn our attention over to the GTDs. Rainer Talvar getting a bit of a shove from the Apex Racing Team duo, and that's going to force him wide. Apex will take the lead. Talvar tries to hold on to a spot in the top 5, but already a spinner. Major drama as Altus is off into the grass. Looping around is Luca Kita in the Urano Esports Mercedes, but somehow all 50 still pointed in the right direction.
Well, drama for Urano Esports then, one of the teams we expected to be contending at the front. Miraculously, though, I think only 2 cars directly involved in that, and they both continued without too much obvious damage, so that could have been an awful lot worse. I was about to say that you can tell we're watching some of the best sim races in the world here, because when the LMP2 field went into the first corner 3 and 4 wide, you'd have bet a lot of money on that ending in tears. They got through cleanly. It was the GTDs who had a small tangle, but already the overall race leaders coming towards the end of the opening lap.
I'll correct myself. It was not Luca Kita who spun around. He did have to go off track. I believe it was the U-Race BRE Dragon by Reich car that was the Audi that had spun itself around. Vasilius Belitsiotis in the Williams Esports Razor car, the big loser, losing 15 seconds running off the track. Alexander Spetz converts the pole position to the lead at the end of lap number 1, has about 6/10 back to his main rival right now, Pedro Sanchez Albert, who is a hungry young driver in that number 6 car. LMP2's across the line with Arturo Melgar set up shop, trying to go the long way around on an Apex Racing Team and Apex Racing Academy 1 and 2. Is Lemonek going to be able to do it on Elvis Rankin? Enough space being left, and bold confidence at the start of this race for Lemonette to take the point.
Yeah, that was interesting. You could see that the two teammates were quite content to run nose to tail. In these early stages, it's quite important not only to stay out of trouble, but to try and manage the fuel. You save fuel in the draft around here quite well, and they were quite content to work together, but Lemonette was working on a completely different plan. He went to the outside, and I think at the start of lap 2, the Apex drivers realised it wasn't really worth fighting that one too hard. They settle in behind him, and we have our first lead change in LMP2.
In GTD, Rainer Talvar was able to slot back into 4th. It's Apex, RAG, BMW Bank, which is the BS competition, entered numbers 7 BMW M4, and the Mercedes Urano that rounds out the top 5. I will just remind you, Apex domination in the final round of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, on board with Elvis Rankin, who is actually racing from the Apex Racing Team facility in Corby. From what you can tell, you see the rig set up behind him as well. That Apex Racing Team facility that they first used for a major event 12 months ago, being used once again. It's not just for the drivers, it's for the engineers, for the people working behind the scenes on the strategy as well. We'll get some looks on board and inside that facility over the course of the 24 hours. 4-car breakaway starting to form. It's already a bit of a gap being built up behind, but what do we always say, whether the racing is real or virtual, Andy? You can't win the race at the start of a 24-hour race. You can definitely lose it, though.
Yeah, you just have to stay in touch with the lead group at this early stage, and by in touch, within a few seconds, really, of that leading group. But with the power of the draft around here, it is important to stay perhaps that little bit closer. If you do lose the draft, that will cost you quite a chunk of lap time, and you might find yourself having to work together, temporarily at least, with the cars around you to close back in on the lead group. There's Gordy Much turning his way through the western horseshoe, back towards turn 6 and out onto the banking, and he is concentrating, sitting in 3rd place in the LMP2 category. Gordy, one of the up-and-coming British racing drivers, and he is operating right at the top of his game here at Daytona. For the time being, I think probably quite happy with where he is. Yes, the Apex Racing team have temporarily found themselves under assault here from Arturo Melgar, but they're quite happy to be in the lead group. He's got a teammate directly in front of him. He'll be feeling pretty comfortable, I reckon.
Yeah, Gordy actually used to race with RAG Esports, left the team at the end of 2022. Not sure if Apex is his new permanent home, but we'll see how he gets on in that Apex Racing Academy car. He's got some interesting teammates to talk about as well. Manuel Torres, Will Redford, 2 notable names, but maybe most interestingly to me, Brandon Treno, multi-time 500-mile race around the Brickyard winner. Yes, we're going to dodge around the name of that one. As part of that lineup as well, they got Ate Kauppinen pushing them behind. The train's starting to break up a little bit more in GTP, though. It's closed back up in this LMP2 with all the draft. But meanwhile, in that GTP with the brand new BMW M Hybrid V8, looks like 6 cars have already pulled about 1.6 seconds to the train that is building up behind. And of course, we should give a big shout out, not just to BMW, but of course to Dallara, Andy, for their cooperation, continued cooperation. Here's a look first at the race start, and that's how it all came to blows. Beliziotis got into the back of Gobanchini in that bright red Audi, and from there, a bit of chaos really ensued.
Yeah, that really all started ahead of them, though, didn't it? We talked about the little schmozzle that went on between the leaders into turn 1. They sort of held each other up, and as they were rejoining, that created some extra congestion going through the S's, and ultimately 3 cars into 1 is very, very difficult to do through that section of the track. You can do it out on the banking, but at certain areas on that infield, you really do need to get yourself in order as quickly as possible, and with a few cars running at different speeds there, that was always quite likely to end in tears. But as I said at the time, I think they got away with that pretty lightly. No major damage done, really, and it certainly could have caught a few more cars up in that on another day.
We are looking at the first pass-through of traffic happening in about 3, maybe 4 laps' time. It's going to be quite interesting to see how your GTP contenders navigate their way through this. The GTD contending cars that currently work their way back onto the banking. Do remember, if you're not following along on timing71.org, left side of the screen will flick between the team names and the driver names so you can see who is in the car through the course of the event. We're on board with the Frenchman Johan Harth, who's going to be splitting his time between his home in France, but also focusing on a campaign in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup that will get underway in just 2 weeks' time. And this is what the main talking point's going to be in GTD, the bump drafting that maybe is going to mean that you want teammates to work together with, and that's why Apex will be pretty happy right now, Andy, with about 8 minutes bled off the clock to already be out in front and controlling the tempo of the race.
Yeah, this is essential, really, particularly in that GTD class where you can lock bumpers pretty effectively and with a slightly lower risk than would be associated with the other classes, certainly. You've just got control of the race. Two teammates at the front of the field pushing each other along. They're saving a little bit of fuel in doing that as well, and that really gives them an all-round advantage, I think, in these early stages. But it is fraught with danger. You only have to get it slightly wrong, and one or both of you are going to be steering towards that outside safer barrier very, very quickly indeed. I was quite surprised, actually, riding on board with Johan Half there, at how hard he hit his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr. That was quite a robust bump draft for this early stage of the race. Got to be careful not to damage the front of your car doing that too. So definitely an advantage to do it, but there are risks associated for sure.
And the main difference, thinking back to the end of November when we closed out the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship here in Daytona, is that these GT3 cars have had a major overhaul in the build in December. New tires added, but of course the new damage model added to these cars as well. We're going to see some body parts fly quite spectacularly off the cars. We saw, I think, the rear wing on Belitsiotis' car go for a bit of a ride in that turn 2 lap 1 shenanigans, and I have no doubt that as we get set for the first pass through in traffic, it's going to definitely be interesting as well. The bus stop / Le Mans chicane, depending on which name you want to give it, is the place that I am going to be the most scared about when it comes to the traffic encounters, because the difference in speed, especially down into there, is so significant. Not just on entry, of course, Andy, but through the mid-corner and off exit as well, especially with those hybrids that are going to really just spool up out of the corner.
Yeah, and you cannot go too wide through there, or you can, but it's extremely risky. So you can imagine the situations where perhaps we get 3 classes of car all sharing the same bit of real estate going into that chicane. They're all braking at different points, they're all carrying different levels of speed into the corner, and that's where the drama can be found. And we might be about to get a graphic representation of that, because the GTP cars have caught the GTDs, and already you're starting to see what the story of the next 23 hours and 50 minutes will be. Traffic management, not losing time, but more importantly, Arjuna, not making contact.
And this is where some cars are going to take more risks. This first pass through, already Spets has built up almost a 2-second buffer back to Obsidian Racing, and this is causing a bit more chaos. Biela Racing Team were pushed wide through turn number 1. They didn't lose a spot, but that's also split them from their main rivals. You can already see, just looking to the Biela car that runs in 10th, 2.8 seconds now splits them from the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano number 90 just through the course of the infield. There is a good place to catch traffic, and that is here on the banking. When the prototypes can go up high, the GTD cars will maintain the shortest distance down on the yellow line and make it as easy as you like. On board with the youngest winner in ACO history, Gustas Grimbergus, driving for Simsa Esports. We'll run in P14 as we work into the bus stop for the first time in traffic, and you'll just see how patient and how tentative these cars are going to have to be. And now the hybrid will kick in and really thrust them out of the corner and all the way around the banking as well. All 2.5 miles of the banking basically used here at this Daytona road course configuration. And I know, Andy, that despite the fact that people may know you as the voice of British GT, like I said at the start, the race that you're most looking forward to in the iRacing special events is the Daytona 500.
I cannot wait. I had my first competitive taste of that last year. I actually made 2 attempts to finish the Daytona 500, and neither of them particularly successful, but I had an awful lot of fun. And yeah, that event is just one of a kind. Either the real world event or the iRacing version, it's just got a special sort of vibe about it. But I think that does translate into the Daytona 24 as well. This is my first time experiencing the virtual example of it, and it really does have that special feeling about it, doesn't it? There's a certain star quality when you come to racing a place like Daytona, and that was very tight indeed coming through the Western Horseshoe. You mentioned, I think, the key word a moment or two ago, Arjuna, patience. Ooh. You've got to have patience, and some showing more of that than others right now.
It's Graham Sanders who is in that Hydra Race geodesic racing car, going to take it 3 wide. Gustas Grimbergus will follow him through. But my word, you could not tell this is the start of a 24-hour race. It seems more like a traditional iRacing IMSA Series race of just 45 minutes. those are the moments where you've got to pick your moments. And to be fair, Gustas was not doing anything too wrong. He was trying to be as patient as possible, and has already now lost about 1.7 seconds up to Graham Sanders in the Geodesic Racing number 62. Just illustrates how quickly things can turn around through the traffic, my word. If you're also wondering where you may recognize Andy's voice from, it's from when he incorrectly identified a VW Polo as a VW Golf, when somehow that car managed to find its way onto the track at Brands Hatch. That was one of the interesting conversations that we did have during that iRacing Roar, which very much kicked off the celebrations here at Daytona, Andy. We had GT4, we had touring cars, and the wonderful Toyota GR86, one of the newest base content available for free to all iRacing members. It's just 2.4 hours solo effort, no driver changes, but we had a lot of fun.
You know, it doesn't matter what I achieve in my commentary career, that will forever be my legacy, I think, that day at Brands Hatch. You're right, though, the Raw was a fantastic event, actually. It was very eventful. Of course, the slightly shorter nature of the race, like you said, 2.4 hours, you've not really got that time to work the strategy to sort of gradually and carefully pick your way to the front, and that meant that it was an all-out brawl, really, right from the get-go. I wasn't necessarily expecting the same feeling from the opening hour of the Daytona 24, but this is not that dissimilar. They are really going for it in these early stages. It is a fight for track position, and the moves that you make in this opening hour can have a real bearing on where you are in the 24th and final hour. So there are some similarities between this and the Raw, but you're right, that event a week ago, that really was kind of the start of the iRacing season, and now it is pretty full on over the next few weeks, special event after special event, and what a really special time of year it is to be involved in sim racing.
John Bennett, GB3 driver in the real world, will fire it down the inside of Valtteri Alander in the Race Clutch versus BMW Team BS competition battle as they fight their way down through turn number 1. Already in GTP, by the way, Pedro Sanchez Albert finds himself 4 seconds adrift of Alexander Spetz in the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry. Did mention at the start that the Williams car was very much expected to be the favorite. They have just managed to find something in that car that some of the others have not been able to find, according to some drivers. But strategy is going to be so important in a race like this when, especially in those GTP cars, fuel stints going to be maybe 35 minutes, maybe a bit longer if you are saving a bit of fuel. Change in your LMP2 lead as Elvis Rankin is going to hit the front once again as Przemysław Lemonek tries to hold on to the race lead. Oh my word, it is a party here. Lemonek side by side with Kauppinen, so now Apex Racing run 3rd and 4th instead of 1 and 2 like they started. To the outside is going to look Gordy Much. Don't think you really want to be there through the international horseshoe. He's going to be forced wide. Kauppinen will get back down the inside. Elvis Rankin trying to defend from Ivan Perez and the Culture Racing Team, Spanish flagged adorned car. Absolute madness going on right now, and these are cars that are likely going to catch up with your GTPs in another 2 laps time or so, at which point they will have to get in a single line and figure it out.
Just want to check, our wonderful producer Hugo Luis has put the right clock on the top left corner of the screen, hasn't he? This is a 24-hour race, everybody. This is fantastic stuff. Hey, I'm not complaining, though. This is really good wheel-to-wheel racing and clean for the time being, he says, touching wood. That could very much have changed through the first few corners there, but some very aggressive driving. Gordy Much trying around the outside and now goes below the yellow line down the back straight. It is a dogfight here in LMP2, and it looks as though that number 9 Apex Racing Academy car, for the time being at least, has hit the front again.
I'm not sure if you... Oh, well, you can see how long the train is, by the way. It goes all the way back to 8th position, and then there's a 1.7 second gap to the peloton that's trying to chase them down. But surely you don't want to be leading right now, and surely some of these drivers will be thinking smart about what they can do in terms of fuel saving and still positioning them in the right place at the right time. That is not what you want to see. I'm sorry, Elvis. You know I'm a big fan of yours, but less than 15 minutes or just about 15 minutes in, you don't need to cut down that aggressively to the apron and make it all 4 abreast. We need a little bit more cool heads rolling on right now as Ivan Perez is going to try and squeeze himself past Gordy Much. He's going to get some contact there. Much goes around. Rankin squeezes his way on past, but it's Przemysław Lemonek that is now 1.3 seconds clear, and you could tell that was brewing.
almost like we saw that coming, isn't it? That was in the post for a while. I think the reason they're being this aggressive is because it's not lost on them that once the GTP cars catch and start to overtake this LMP2 field, it's likely to split the pack up a bit. So I think that's why there's been this real scrum to get to the front and stay there. But yeah, I really think it's worth taking the risk of losing a few seconds when the quicker cars come through over getting involved in contact, getting damaged, spinning around as we just saw. And I really feel for Gordy much. Here's the replay. Up the inside, the attack came, loses the rear under braking, and Gordy unfortunately was collateral damage there.
Crazy battle, and yeah, just not much, I think, intelligence being used by some of the drivers there, unfortunately, to just be a bit blunt, but you've got to keep a cool head around you, and that's why Apex won this race last year. Was not just their pace, but being able to execute even when they had some dramas, keeping cool heads. And now we'll see how things will develop. A look on board from Kauppinen's perspective, as you can just see Perez sliding. You see the smoke, you fire it to the inside, and the Mahler Racing powered Williams esports car finds its way up into the second spot, as these cars will start to work their way past the last bits of the lap traffic now as well. There are your contenders in GTD that they are starting to squeeze their way on past. As they ramp through the infield, this is the corner that I think GTDs are most scared about being passed at, is this run through the kink. Round the outside, tried the Apex Racing LMP2 car, did get a little bit sideways and squirrely, but Elvis Rankin not allowing Corentin Gunes the opportunity to get on past. A little bit further up, it's been a roaring start to the race for the number 17 Inet Motorsports blue entry that has Harold Cretin behind the wheel right now. No qualifying time put down. They've gained 12 positions to run in third with less than 20 minutes done in the race.
Wow, that is seriously impressive, and that is an example of where that controlled aggression can be useful in a race like this, because yeah, if you start at the back of the field in 17th and you languish outside of the top 10 for the first half an hour, you may completely lose touch with that lead group. So he knew, I think, that he had a job to do, had to try and get towards the front of the pack at least, and Harold has driven the stint of his life, the 20 minutes of his life at least, to get himself into a podium place. And you can see the benefit of being there, because now they've started negotiating the GTD cars. It has started to separate these LMP2s, so that was a good time for him to reach the front. He avoided the collision down at the International Horseshoe a lap or two ago. He's reaped the rewards for sure.
And interestingly, the traffic has really not split the GTD cars maybe as much as I thought they might. Yes, right now there is a 1 second gap between second and third. Still Apex Racing running 1 and 2 with RAG in third. We've got a train that goes all the way back to 9th position, basically, that we see the LMP2 cars starting to cut their way on through, which is, I think, what a lot of these contenders would have wanted to see. In terms of manufacturer, it is an Audi lockout of the podium, but then you've got a BMW, 3 Mercedes, a Ferrari, another Mercedes, and a Lamborghini that run through the top 10 as they stand right now. Nice to see a healthy mix of the cars, not just because in the case of some of the BMW and Mercedes entries, they are official manufacturer representatives, but because the cars do seem to be relatively equal, and see how that all fares out. Onto the brakes for a moment. I think that was the Sim RC number 76 just trying to avoid running into the back of some of the GTD traffic. And it's good to remember that there are 2 pedals, Andy. There's the loud pedal and there's the quiet pedal.
Yes, and that just because you've got to run on someone doesn't mean you have to go for it. And as you say, that contact in the braking zone and through the chicane as well. It's all kicking off through the Le Mans chicane. The number 2 Mercedes off across the grass. That's Cody Death in the Williams Esports BenQ car, and he was running solidly inside the top half dozen or so in GTD, but he was not the only one in trouble there, Arjuna. 2 or 3 separate bits of contact through the chicane. You highlighted that as a trouble spot on the racetrack, and that's proven already to be true.
I do think that in the case of Cody, he was the one that actually got into the back of the Harvu entry. It was Josh Thompson, I think, in the PGZ Williams, the PGZ Ferrari that had the moment. Not sure exactly who that was with, and now we'll have to pick up the pieces with Cody Death in that bright purple Williams Esports BenQ entry. Here will be a better indication as they work themselves off of NASCAR Turn 2. You can see the Ferrari hold its position. Harvu goes to the inside and then fades up the track as the LMP2 car on the outside fades down low. And yeah, I don't think that Cody can really have too many complaints about that one. I think that was mainly on him.
Yeah, he just misjudged, I think, the speed that he could take through the Le Mans chicane, expecting the LMP2 car that had just passed him to be carrying more speed through the chicane than he could. But actually, that LMP2 car was being held up by other cars in front, didn't carry the speed that he was expecting, and ultimately they sort of met in the middle. So a couple of little clumsy moments there going into that Le Mans chicane.
Sorry, Andy. Valtteri Alander has now come unstuck in that BMW BS competition car in GTP. Remember, started up inside of your front two rows and is now down on the very outskirts of the top 10. How quickly things can shake up. We've been saying that it was a relatively clean start. It's starting to get a little bit more brutal. LMP2 still has two cars at the front, albeit now split by 1.8 seconds back to the final step of the podium. But it really has, in the last 10 minutes or so, started to get more intense as traffic starts to play its part.
Yeah, which we sort of expected, but I didn't expect it to happen to the race leader, so we'll try and dig out exactly what happened there. In LMP2, we've still got this really close battle for the race leader. Arturo Melgar setup shop car in the lead, the Williams Esports Marla car right with them, and they have now started to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. The same kind of true in GTD, where it's still pretty close. The GTP field already starting to hit the first few twists in the story. Perhaps we're not even half an hour into this iRacing Daytona 24 hours, and already there has been drama aplenty, a much higher aggression level, I think it's fair to say, in this first half an hour than I expected, certainly, and it was almost inevitable, I suppose, there would be a few casualties.
Do you remember, if you're watching on the VCO Esports Twitch channel, use the command center to follow along, not just with top and second split in the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona powered by VCO, but as well you can follow along with 3 splits of competition in VCO LFM Flex Stream. Lewis McLean and Ewan O'Leary walking you through the action in the top split of competition in that event. Here's a look at what happened to Valtteri Alander. And Andy, I did tell you this was something I was worried about. This GTP car is very, very tricky under brakes. Valtteri Alander locks up the rears and spins himself around.
And that's quite a bumpy braking zone as well into turn 6. He was offline too, which didn't help, tightening his angle into the corner, and yeah, just locked the rears and around he went. We're going to get another lead change here, I think, in LMP2. The Williams Esports car trying the high line into turn number 1. And is this going to work for Atte Kauppinen? Yes, it is. Into the lead he goes. And so car number 15 now hits the front for perhaps the first or maybe second time in this race. I've already lost count, actually, of how many lead changes there have been in LMP2. But really made that move stick and carried good speed through the first couple of corners. And that gives him a few car lengths advantage as he heads towards the dogleg.
Yeah, this LMP2 battle, by the way, has started to close back on up. Even Elvis Rankin, after having to take avoiding action after his teammate was spun by Ivan Perez, finds himself on the back of this leading train. And to give you a Gordy Much update, runs in the 11th spot right now. I'm trying to calculate, do mental math, and I will always say never trust the commentator's math. I think he's about 7 seconds adrift from your race. Okay, I was 2 seconds off, 9 seconds adrift from our race leader, Hugo Luis, on the turntables for these opening 6 hours on production. Connery Maddock will be stepping in for the next 6 hours, and then 12 more hours for poor Hugo Luis. And down in Brazil, they are busy for this iRacing Daytona 24, because in the same building, in the same apartment as Hugo Luis, is Rafael Sank, who is controlling the production for that second split broadcast. So don't forget to go follow with Peter Mackay and Zach Sweeney as well, who are guiding you through the action. BS Turner still up at the front after seeing Valtteri Alander's issue. It's now on the shoulders of Jarl Tyen to work his way in the split liveried machine on the back of Race Clutch and John Bennett. Jarl Tyen, one of those old school drivers who seemingly has been around for donkey's years, Andy, but also infuriatingly seems to be able to race fast in whatever you put him in. He's raced in eNASCAR, in what is now the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. I've seen him in all sorts of road cars, open wheelers, tin tops. Seen him do some dirt as well, rallycross competition. I wish I had a tenth of his talent.
Yeah, I think I'd second for that as well. It is incredible when you see drivers capable of doing that, and that really is something you can only do in the sim world, realistically anyway, jumping from disciplines as different as NASCAR and rallycross, for example, and then straight into a prototype. It's when I was a kid, I used to dream of having a video game that would allow me to do all of that on one platform, and it never existed. I never thought it would exist, and as I said at the top of the broadcast, that is really the big selling point for me of iRacing, and it applies not only to these, professional esports competitors we're watching here today, but you at home, if you're interested in getting involved in sim racing, iRacing is the place to do it, because you can explore the entire motorsport world. You can either find a form of racing that you really gel with and stick with it, or you can try and branch out into other things. It is just so much fun. It's highly addictive, and I cannot recommend it enough.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot emphasize just how much the diversity on iRacing makes it so exciting. I mean, I grew up with Formula One and WRC. Those were the two things that we had on TV in Singapore that were relatively easy to watch. But now I've been to the Indy 500. I'm going to be going again this year thanks to iRacing. I've commentated on the iRacing World of Outlaws World Championship, the iRacing Rallycross World Championship, on the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. I've commentated on the iRacing Daytona 500, and I've done all sorts of road racing as well, all because of the diversity in iRacing and its special event calendar, and you can catch that exclusively here on RaceSpotTV and the iRacing Twitch channel as well. Back over to the battle inside of LMP2 as they've been passed by some GTP traffic, the prototypes, the faster prototypes working their way past. It has allowed Ate Kauppinen in the Williams Esports Marla car to build a 1.7 second buffer. Still Inet Motorsports, Arturo Melgar setup shop, the Apex Racing team, and SimRC all fighting their way through. Have seen that there's been a bit of drama, by the way, for Ronin Simsports through the second of the hairpins. Also involved Miniti Racing in the GTP. Ooh, it started actually at the first of the hairpins. A little bit clumsy once again, and this time it was two different prototype cars coming together. GTP on LMP2 murder.
Yeah, I think that was the Ronin Simsport car of Filip Mitrevsky, who got punted around at the International Horseshoe, and I don't think either driver really knew where the other was going there. I think the GTP car assumed that the inside line was going to be left open, whereas the LMP2 car started to turn, and I think that Filip has just taken that Ronin Simsport car into the pit lane as well, so the LMP2 car involved in that incident, sadly sustaining a little bit of damage as well. Riding on board now with Corentin Guinness, bit of a wipe of the window there, bit of dirt and grime perhaps accumulating on that very small windscreen. He's got the slipstream of dreams across the line and goes to the outside.
Sorry, there's now another issue for BS competition. BS Turner in GTP going very, very slowly on the track. When it rains, it pours apparently, and oh no. Oh my days. Y'all, what were you thinking there? The benefit that you have here in iRacing as well is you have an automated spotter that is telling you when you're clear and when you are not clear. There aren't many excuses that you can have for clearing yourself on the nose of a slower class car.
Especially at that point, that was through NASCAR turn 3 and 4, I think. It really is not the end of the world if, as the quicker car, you have to run around the high side of turns 3 and 4 for one lap. It does not matter. There's no need to try and cut down to the bottom of the track. You're not going to save a lot of time. He wasn't even really involved in a close battle for position within his class at that stage, so yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. And again, at this early stage of the race, you don't expect that. In 20 hours' time, when all of the drivers are a bit sleep-deprived and they're kind of just logging laps, trying to get to the end, that's when those lapses of judgment perhaps can occur. But inside the first half hour, that is a little bit inexcusable.
Yeah, I mean, I've been accused of being very biased towards BS competition before. I don't think you can claim I was too biased towards them then. Side by side in towards that Le Mans chicane, as I will force myself to call it. It's the race clutch number 87 with Enric Andre that's able to get past the 76 of SimRC, and now it's going to be around the outside for the race clutch GTP car trying to take advantage of that situation. Another car diving down on towards the pit lane. That's one of the SRC Movano's, 3 wide with Valtteri Alander trying to fight back from his mistakes down on the apron. My days, you'll get on past that race clutch car, but not without causing more heartbeat raises across the board.
That is going to go wrong at some point. I've seen a few people doing that, going below the apron. It's something that perhaps the NASCAR part of my brain just doesn't like for obvious reasons, but I think even when it is legal to do, it's just a risk that's not really worth taking. I know that lifting loses you momentum, but you could lose your entire race if you get that transition on and off the banking, or off and on the banking, I suppose, a little bit wrong. But thankfully, they live to fight another day after that one. They negotiate the slower LMP2 traffic, and we've got quite an entertaining battle here between these two GTP BMWs as they make their way back out onto the banking with more traffic on the horizon.
Yeah, and that is, by the way, an officially sanctioned BMW manufacturer represented car in the form of the number 89. So do track their progress over the course of the race, especially now as they try and fight back from Valtteri's mistake in the early stages. I want to very quickly just talk a little bit more about SimRC, but about the 176 that has Corentin Gunes behind the wheel, as we see Alander now getting a bit checked up off of corner exit, will allow the opportunity for Enric Andre to get the hybrid boost off of the corner, but then as it cuts out, he stalls out and he's going to have to tuck back into the draft and see if he can fly his way in towards turn number 1. But for SimRC, Corentin Gunes, along with Kieran Harrison, two of the finest, if not the finest drivers of touring cars here on iRacing. There's not much similarity between a front-wheel drive machine and these LMP2 beasts that have a lot of downforce. I'm very curious how they're going to get on as we jump over to them. A bit of 3 wide as they fight off the International Horseshoe. Yep,
towards the dogleg they go. They're going to sort it out just before they get to this flat-out left-hander, which is good news. You don't want to be hung out to dry there on the outside line, but this number 32 car, which seems to have been in the thick of most of the battling so far in this race. Elvis Rankin applying the pressure. Corentin Gunes, as you said, right behind. But, yeah, absolutely no similarities. A fundamentally different driving style required between this and a front-wheel drive touring car. These cars don't move around as much. They're very twitchy, very sharp in the inputs that you have to have. Whereas a touring car, you kind of have to grab it by the scruff of the neck, back it into the corners. And yeah, very different driving style. I will always be envious of drivers who can jump from one to the other and be equally as competitive, because I really cannot understate how hard it is to do that.
And a lot of people, I think, assume that touring cars, because they're front-wheel drive, understeer a lot. But a fast touring car is a loose touring car. So, like you say, these are very, very different. They're not going to be moving around as much. You're going to be trying to rely on the aerodynamics as much as possible to even into a braking zone go as late as possible by virtue of the downforce that you have. So, see how they get on over the course of the race. Elvis Rankin still on the back of Przemysław Lemonek in that Arturo Melgar setup shop entry, as in front of them it's Urano, and SRC Movano that are going side by side. Jonas Wallmeyer able to slide on past Eduardo Leo just about before they get through the flip-flop chicane. Very much battles up and down, even though in GTP especially, the field has very much been splintered up as they've made their first couple of passes, not just on your GTD traffic, but now on the LMP2s as well. We're not far away from seeing them dive onto the pit lane as well as we get done. First 35 minutes of this race, expect to see the pit stop window opening in about 5 minutes time or so. You remember, if you want to follow the strategy over the course of the race, timing71.org. Break out their world-class suite of data analysis tools. That's the likes of Radio Show Limited use in the real world. Thanks to the hard work of James Muscat, we have that available for us to use here in the simulator as well. And talking of hard work, let's give a big shout out to two people who are going to be doing a lot of work here today as we see the battle for 11th position on the run in towards the chicane. Ruben Luque and Reese Carl, the two newest members of the VCO content team. We're going to be working through splits 1 and 2 to provide images for all of the teams to be able to throw on social media. If you want to see the result of their work, head on over to VCO Esports on social media, but also go to photos.vco-esports.com to check out the entirety of the VCO content database. You can see everything that's happened in the almost 4 years now that VCO has been around in the sim racing world and doing all sorts of weird and wonderful things that we can only do here on iRacing. So the battle for 11th with Maniti Racing, Red TC, Corsa Esports, and Simsa Esports just outside of your top 10 spots right now. They find themselves about 2.5 seconds off the back of the top 10, where Graham Saunders still runs by himself, has managed to gain 7 positions so far in this race. And we started with 50 cars, Andy. We've already had 5 require a trip down to pit lane. and we're potentially looking at 4 retirements already, 3 of them being in GTP.
Yeah, which I don't think was that unexpected. We thought that that class was going to have the highest attrition rate just because it's the new class, isn't it? They're the cars that perhaps the drivers have the least seat time in, and the other drivers in the other classes don't really know how to interact with them. So we kind of anticipated that, but a shame always to have your race ended in the early stages. I mentioned earlier on that these teams, they don't just rock up on the day and give it a go. You know, these top teams in the top split practice for months ahead of time. That was a close moment. Ferrari rejoining and just finding a gap in the traffic to do so. That was Josh Thompson, team PGZ Ferrari, having I think his second moment down at the Le Mans chicane, that time thankfully avoiding contact with anyone else. But yeah, the amount of practice that these teams put in makes it all the more heartbreaking when they fall out of the race in the early stages.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's hours and hours of prep and getting the setup right, then the strategy as well, getting data by doing just lap after lap and stint after stint after stint. Apex will have multiple strategists working behind the scenes. Talk about that in a little bit, because 3 wide as GTP split an LMP2 down the middle. Still trying to carve their way through cleanly in this battle for 11. And the LMP2 cars giving just enough racing room to allow that to happen without too much drama. They're handling this quite well, I'd have to say, at this point right now. I did mention at the start about 38 odd minutes ago that there was already some drama that had developed. I just want to bring it up so that people are aware of what's happening. Alexander Spets has managed to infuriate a handful of his rivals already, because the one thing that you're not really meant to be doing here at Daytona, especially through the banking, is cut down below the yellow line, and Alexander Spets did that through the entirety of his qualifying lap that saw him grab pole position, which is, as you may already expect, Andy, riled up some of his competitors.
Yeah, that's been one that's always interested me, actually, because, of course, I mentioned this earlier on, as we're getting the leaders in. We'll cover that in a moment, then, because Alexander Spets is in the Williams Esports Chill Blast BMW. So, too, from second place is Pedro Sanchez Albert and John Bennett from third. So, Dominic Hoffman will take the Urano Esports car into the race lead. So, one more lap at least for him. But quite a few of the GTP cars making their way into the pit lane, and a couple of tyre changes going on as well. It'll be interesting to see how much separation this causes now as they continue to pour in at the top end of pit road.
And about at the same time, LMP2 cars have entered as well. The Inet Motorsports Blue Team, along with Culture Racing in their 19 with Ivan Perez, followed in by a handful of others. There are a handful that have been able to extend, including Williams Esports Marla, who now enjoy almost 4.5 seconds of a buffer back to the pole position winner, Elvis Rankin, in the 199 for the Apex Racing team. Cars already rolling off. And do remember as well that in that update back in December, that saw the GT3 tires get a major overhaul. All 3 of these classes will now change tires at the same time as changing fuel. So I don't think we're in for as much of a differentiator in terms of tire strategies. It's all really going to be about how much fuel that these competitors will elect to take. V.S. Turner still stationary on the pit lane, have been there for over 10 minutes and counting after Jarl Tyne self-cleared himself and then cleared himself up and into the wall and sustaining major damage. 40 minutes, though, the magic number in GTP and then in LMP2. Just like in LMP2, a handful of GTP contenders being able to stretch it out. It's Dominic Hoffman on debut for Urano Esports in the Hiking Media entry that will bring the 190 down to pit lane for the very first time today. And with stints of about 40 minutes, Andy, I think the expectation that we probably have, especially since there's no real concern about how long that drivers have to do in terms of tires, I would expect triple stints for drivers in the prototype classes, because it works out to about 2 hours every single stint.
Yeah, I think that's about right. That's a reasonable length. Of course, many of them capable of going longer if they wanted to, but inevitably, as you go into that third hour, that is perhaps where a bit of fatigue starts to set in. So it makes sense. They've got a top lineup of drivers to choose from that they would change at every stop. This is, by the way, the entirety of the rest of the GTP class coming in, because we have once more got the Williams Esports Chill Blast car into the race lead. Alexander Spets still 4.6 seconds clear of Pedro Sanchez Albert. So that gap staying about the same as it was. And And yeah, the first of the pit stops coming after roughly 24 or 25 laps, depending on which of those laps you were coming in. And it's very close on pit exit there.
Yeah, we may get a baby GTP in about 9 months' time. Still trying to sort it out as we work into the horseshoe. That's SRC Movano that will get out of Valtteri Alander, who now gets to the inside of that Urano car. And we'll try and challenge Jonas Wallmeyer momentarily. Is going to be SRC Movano that's going to squeeze Alander wide, and he'll have to compromise himself for the time being. Haven't really talked about ERS and battery management in these GTP cars, but of course that is something that they are going to be dealing with. It's a very similar system to what those that have driven the Mercedes AMG Petronas Formula 1 vehicles on iRacing will be familiar with. I would expect for the most part that these drivers just keep it in the balanced deploy map and allow iRacing to manage the deploy for them. Very different to what we used to have in the golden age, as some will call it, of LMP1, where basically it was all manual deploy and drivers basically had to figure out lap after lap after lap how they wanted to manage their battery reserves. The main thing that these drivers will be trying to make sure, Andy, is that they maximize the regen when they're actually on the brakes, because that is the one thing that you can make a difference with. It doesn't really increase in terms of how much energy that you recoup into the battery once you get past 50% braking. So there's quite a bit of, I think, logic trying to figure out the optimal strategy around a lap.
Yeah, and lots of places on the track where you can do that. It's all about these big braking zones here into turn 2, into the 2 dog legs, and even down into that Le Mans chicane. So, yeah, that is just an extra headache in a way, isn't it, for the drivers to deal with? Another thing that they've got to think about, as if they didn't have enough to deal with already. They're duking it out wheel to wheel for positions here in the opening hour. They're ducking and diving through traffic. They're thinking about their fuel strategy. They're thinking about perhaps executing a driver change at the next pit stop. As we get into the night time, of course, visibility then also starts to drop too, and then you throw in that hybrid system that they've got to manage as well. So that's perhaps another reason, I would say, for sticking to 2-hour stints for drivers, because their brains are going to be pretty frazzled, I think, by the time they get out of the car.
Back on board with the LMP2 battle. Here is the Fire Academy number 14 that has Luke Reimer at the wheel right now. Through the phase of the pit stops, by the way, Gordy Much has been able to leapfrog his way back up into 6th. He finds himself quite separated from the train up front, but at the very least is trying to bounce his way back. It's going to be one of those long races that we see. Here's, by the way, a major moment for your race leader that would have seen Alexander Spets very close to, I think, needing a new change of underwear, because the Biela Racing team car got into the back of one of your bright red Audis, and, well, that almost ended in tears for a car that is dominant right now. I'm trying to see if there's any damage on his machine. Last time by did a 1:32.946, because what once was a 4 or 5 second lead is now down to about 2.8 and continues to shrink. Pedro Sanchez Albert continues to try and apply some pressure.
Yeah, he has just gone through the bulk of the GTD pack, so I would attribute at least some of the slow lap time to that. It'll be interesting to see if they ever do find some reasonably clean air, what the pace is. But it was a reasonable hit, I think, down that left-hand side. Wouldn't be surprised to hear that perhaps the aerodynamics have been affected ever so slightly, and that will have a pretty sizable effect here around the high banks at the World Centre of Racing. So we'll monitor that situation over the next few laps. But those moments, Arjuna, are where, you know, it's the flip of a coin, isn't it? That can either work out okay for you and you get away with it, or it can end your race and it's completely out of your hands. That's the terrifying prospect here. There's nothing at all there that Alexander Spets could have done differently. He went to the outside, the car got sideways to his outside, and it's then just pot luck as to whether you get away with it.
Give a bit of a shout out to some of our contenders who are back on track after incurring some damage and showing some true endurance racing spirit. Sometimes we don't get this often enough in the world of iRacing. Ronin Simsport back onto track, 2 laps down from the field, but continuing to do what they can, as we see the Altus Porsche 911 diving their way down onto pit lane. They are 8 laps down, had been pounding around with one of the teams I was about to shout out. We do have BS Turner back out on track after about 12.5 minutes of damage repair. They are 8 laps down from your leader. Cody Death and that Williams Esports Ben Q car spent 7.5 minutes in pit lane. They are also back out and racing, 4 laps down from the rest of the field. Well, Brandon Hawking in the SRC Movano number 3 in GTP. 9 minutes of repairs, 5 laps down from the field, but back out onto track and doing what they can. Over to the GTDs, because we haven't talked about them much, but this, I think, is what we expected. It's about as calm as you could have wanted inside the Apex Racing team facility. Kevin Ellis Jr. off of the banking and talking with the rest of his team as they try and coordinate this bump drafting that has seen them build almost 4 seconds to those trying to chase them down. It's Reino Talvar in the BMW bank entry that currently runs in 3rd in front of Quintin Violate for RHG. Urano, Williams, Urano 5th, 6th and 7th in the Customer Racing Mercedes AMG entries. But, I mean, it doesn't get much better than this right now with about 45 minutes done in this race. It's really now going to be a case of Apex trying to make sure they don't trip up over themselves and someone doesn't trip up over them.
Yeah, we did expect this teamwork. We expected it across all 3 classes. If 2 or 3 cars from the same team could get to the front, work together, they'd have control of the race. I don't think this is the only class really where we've seen that be a success. In all of the other classes, it's just been so manic and unpredictable that they haven't really been able to execute that. But yeah, you're right, the Apex Racing team absolutely nailing this so far in GTD. It has been Kevin Ellis who's led the whole way as well. They haven't bothered swapping over for fuel mileage. They've been quite content to stay in this order. Johan Hart is a good pusher, and you saw him chatting away there on the in-sim camera, if you like, and it requires a lot of communication to do this, to tell the other car when you're locking on, when you're letting go of them. If you are the pushing car, then you're going to have a much better view of what's coming up behind you as well. So you need to notify the lead car whether you need to move out of the line to let a quicker car through, as they did coming across the stripe that time. So yeah, they are definitely getting this strategy right in the Apex Racing team, and they'll be hoping that continues. 4 seconds to the good now.
The only thing that I would criticize is that those are identical liveries. There is no way to tell the difference other than the number plates, and if you're very, very eagle-eyed on the side of the car, what position the LED number board would tell you. I tell you what, let's see. We saw the Altus Esports Porsche back down onto the pit lane. Let's see if we can dial up Tristan Iglesias, who I think is standing by. Tristan, talk us through what happened in the first 40 minutes of this race.
Yeah, hello guys. Well, I just well, some people bumped into each other into turn 2. I think I'm still not sure what happened, because I just looked at what happened to myself, and yeah, like when I saw a bit of smoke, I tried to start lifting and braking a little bit, and then I saw a car start spinning, so I decided to go to the grass, and then suddenly there was another Mercedes that appeared there, and we had like a very little contact on the side, and unfortunately that broke our car somehow. I'm still confused about that, but yeah, that's really unlucky.
Thanks for stopping by, Tristan. Always good to hear the thoughts, and sorry for how your race went. While we were talking with Tristan there, change for the race lead. We did wonder if there is some damage on Alexander Spett's car, and I think we are seeing that borne out right now. Just look at the overspeed from Pedro Sanchez Albert, working to the start-finish stripe. And before they even got to the line, clear for the lead. And as they work down the back straightaway onto the run, into the bus stop chicane, Andy, 7/10 the margin between the two.
Yeah, I think Spets is clearly down on straight line speed, isn't he? I'm trying to see that. I can't see any obvious damage down that left-hand side of the number 1 car, but I suspect there must be some, because remember I said that, you know, we'd monitor the gap, we'd monitor the lap times when they were in clean air. Well, they've been in clean air for the last few laps, and he's been consistently lapping slower than Pedro Sanchez Albert, and that is why the gap came down from 4 seconds to 3 to 2 to 1, and now it's back out to 1 second, but with the number 6 car starting to streak away, so that could be a pivotal moment. It'll be stuck out there with this damage for a little while, and they may have to choose to spend a bit of extra time in pit lane at the next stop to get the car working, because he cannot continue to lose a second or more a lap for the rest of this race.
So just a reminder of why they are so slow. There was that moment where the Biela Racing team car had a bit of drama with the U-Race BR Redragon by Reich Audi R8. That was into the second of the hairpins in the infield. It saw Biela get a little bit squirrely and into the side of the Williams Esports car. Now, just looking at the data, from what I can see, it is costing Williams quite significantly in a straight line, where they are down anywhere from 5 to 10 kilometers an hour, depending on at what point of the straight that you're looking at. So that's why they're struggling so much. The question will be, if they can get that damage repaired when they dive back down onto the pit lane in what will be likely 16 odd laps time. It's going to be a painful 16 or 17 laps for Alexander Spets at the wheel of that number 1 car. Now already 2 seconds back from the Obsidian Racing entry. We check back in though with LMP2 fighting. Sim RC and Corentin Gunes showing that, well, front wheel drive may be a good base for LMP2. He's up into 3rd in front of Ivan Perez and Elvis Rankin, who are now getting past that Vila Racing Team Lamborghini. Been able to battle quite nicely, but all this has really done is allowed the front 2 to break away very slightly. Still Ate Kalpinen that leads by 2.7 seconds from Harold Cretin in the Inet Motorsports Blue entry. Then a further 2 seconds to this battle that we're watching now, and it's so easy to get lost in these fights, Andy. I can tell you from personal experience, you think that you're fighting like it's the end of the race. All you do is hurt your chances of being in the right position at the right time at the end of the race.
And often that mindset is affected by what the other drivers around you are doing. You might go into this first hour of the race with every intention of just riding around, just logging laps, not fighting people too hard. But as soon as somebody makes a slightly risky move on you or takes it 3 wide into the chicane, something like that, it sort of riles you up as a driver, and you think, right, well, that's how you're going to race me, then I'm going to do the same to you, and it just starts to escalate in the end. So again, great fun for us watching, but perilous in the extreme. Thankfully though, I haven't seen too much out of the LMP2 class, at least, that I haven't liked. It's just been really good, clean racing. We had that contact earlier on, of course, at the International Horse Show involving the number 19 car of Ivan Machado Perez. But apart from that, they have been keeping it clean, very, very close indeed, and as they work their way through the traffic, any one of these lap cars could present an opportunity to make a move on one of your competitors. If they stumble in the traffic, that loses the momentum, and that is the best way to make an overtake.
Coming towards the end of an hour, and now in towards what will be a GTD pit cycle. RAG in their Audi getting a bit spooked by some sends in the Culture and Apex LMP2 cars, giving a bit of room but not really losing too much time. And a few optimistic sends, but nothing too bad overall through the course of the race so far. Been a lot more egregious stuff that's happened over the course of the previous week as drivers got set for this race in the official iRacing IMSA series. 45-minute races every 2 hours. And it's a good opportunity to get some traffic management practice under your belt in a way that you can never really do in the real world, Andy, being in a race situation with a lot of the same drivers that you'll be in for the 24.
Exactly, and that is crucial. You learn a lot about other drivers the more time you spend on track with them. You learn, how they're going to race you. If they're in a different class, then you start to learn whether they're going to get out of your way, whether you're going to have to force the issue a little bit more. And that's another advantage really to the sim racing world, is that you can have almost an unlimited amount of practice, really. Certainly a significantly cheaper cost than it would be in the real world.
And this is a pit stop 5 minutes before the top of the hour. Is this the realization, at least for us in the commentary booth, that these GTD cars are not capable of going a full hour? Which means that we really have to start talking about the very end of this race and the final splash and dash that teams and drivers are going to have to contend with. We'll get back to this, by the way, in a moment's time, because Alexander Spets continues to bleed time, has now dropped behind John Bennett and that race clutch number 11 GTP car, as that Williams just continues to be on the struggle bus before we even get to the second cycle of pit stops.
Yeah, he's got another 2.3 seconds over Dominic Hoffman, and then another 7 back to Maurizio Quero in 5th, so might be able to settle in probably in 4th place by the end of this stint, I would imagine, which is not that far away in the grand scheme of things, probably about halfway through this second stint of the race for the GTP cars. But this is really unfortunate. I think it's one of those bits of iRacing damage that probably don't even show up visually, but has just done something to the aerodynamics of the car. Hopefully, therefore, it won't be a particularly long fix in the pit lane, even if it's 20-30 seconds or so. That's not the end of the world in a race like this, I suppose. But as you said, no safety cars, no full course cautions in the iRacing Daytona 24, and so anytime you do lose, you've got to get back all by yourself.
I think we're going to get pit stops for your leaders in GTD, and indeed Apex 98 and 99 come in synchrony together, and I think that's the story of what to expect over the course of the 24 hours. You do see, at the very least, in the 91 Mercedes-AMG Urano Esports car, Alexei Nesov able to go an extra lap and trying to get close to the top of the hour, although he is going to likely fall short if he comes in this time by. And again, as the weather cools off, it's only going to get more difficult for drivers to extend stints here, because of course cooler track conditions mean more grip available, more time spent on throttle, more time spent at full throttle in particular, and traditionally you will see the fuel mileage drop off as we work our way through. Although having said that, not like we are talking about the warmest track conditions in the world, Andy, because even though we are in the sunshine state, we are in the virtual January here in iRacing, so track temperature is only about 31 degrees Celsius, likely to cool off during the night to probably about 23, 25 degrees Celsius, somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah, normally I'd agree with you that that's cold, but my PC tells me it's 1 degree and I think starting to snow here in northern England, so that sounds pretty toasty to me. You're right though, for Daytona and for Florida, that's reasonable, isn't it? And that should help not only with outright performance, but tyre management as well. You know, we mentioned that they're going to be changing tyres every time, this new tyre build, particularly within the GT classes, meaning that the tyre wear rate is significantly higher than it used to be. Well, a slightly cooler track temperature will help you a little bit with that. I also think we might see these fuel numbers change a little bit as we get deeper into the race. It's a lot harder to save fuel in the opening hour or two, because as we've seen, they're all on top of each other practically the entire time, battling door to door for position. As things settle down, you perhaps get yourself in a little pack of cars who are willing just to work together for a stint or two. That is perhaps where you could save a bit more fuel. So whether you can save 5 minutes worth of fuel awaits to be seen, but already we are seeing some teams doing that a little bit better than others.
Yeah, I see someone else, I think, based in the UK in our RaceSpotTV YouTube chats asking for Florida to send the weather over to the UK. Yeah, again, it's not all summertime, especially in the US. People seem to think that California is all, it's called the Golden State, so therefore it must always be warm. It was about 1 degree Celsius when I woke up as well this morning, Andy. So as someone who grew up on the equator, anything less than 25 degrees Celsius is cold to me. So I recognize I'm very odd in that regard, but I prefer being hot and humid than cold and dry. Now, Urano have, in that GTD class, in the 91, come back out of pit lane, or are coming back out of pit lane. They are going to emerge, I think, just in the front of that queue that's building for third on back, so it's going to see them rise the final step of the podium as Elvis Rankin will fire it down the inside on that run down in towards turn number 1, just getting his way past the Sim RC entry. Small smile on Elvis's face, usually based out of, or somewhat close to Indianapolis. But of course, back in the UK for this race, and I think that's a really nice thing to do. Porsche and Coanda did it last week when they came together for their 24-hour race, including our producer behind the scenes, Hugo Luis, who's returned to Brazil specifically for this event. But to be able to have that team environment, Andy, it's something very unique to what a lot of other sim racing teams will experience over the course of this. Because a 24-hour race, as much as this is a competitive experience, it's also a social experience, because you need to be working with your teammates well over the 24 hours, not getting too irritated with them. And I think the camaraderie that you can build by being in person and chatting after a stint, it's invaluable in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think it puts you in the right frame of mind too. I found personally, from when I started working in sim racing as a commentator, you're doing it from your office at home, and you're often, you don't have to get dressed up and look presentable necessarily to go to work. You can sort of relax a bit and take your cup of coffee upstairs, you sat there in your pajamas, you do your work, and you go back down and sit on the sofa again. I think there's something about travelling to an event and being around the team, being in that team environment. It just keeps the level of professionalism as high as it needs to be. Now, with the kind of drivers we're seeing on show here today, I'm sure that's not such an issue for them. They are doing this very much professionally. They know the significance of being professional and doing a good job. But I think it does just kind of put you in that mindset. And I think it would make me perform better, knowing that my teammates are right there with me. Not only are they cheering me along, but they're also going to see any little mistakes I make, and that would probably just make me concentrate that little bit harder. So I think it's absolutely a great move, and I commend the teams that are making that step, and it's nice to see more of them now starting to see that as an option.
It does mean that you need your drivers to be professional in that environment. You can have your fun, but you need to be professional. Hugo was telling me about some stories of his experience at the Coanda Esports facility, where one of the drivers had opened some food that was for the broadcast team, taken a bite of a burger and put it back in its wrapping and back in the bag. Those are the type of things you don't want to be seeing from sim racers, because it does live up to the reputation of the fact that sim racers don't touch grass a lot of the time. That's the insult that's thrown around nowadays. Go touch grass. I do think as well, it was great seeing the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series have a in-person finale for the Championship 4 at the end of last year. The thing with sim racing is that, well, if, for example, this number 55 car accidentally bumped the 912 in the wrong way and crashed it out, there would be no discussions had immediately afterwards, except the ones that they'd have in the DMs on Discord. Whereas if you crash someone out in an in-person event, there's immediate retribution that may be served.
Oh, exactly. Look, we all know the online culture these days. You can say what you want online with reasonably little in the way of repercussions. If you've got to look another driver in the eye who you have just taken out of a race, intentionally or otherwise, that perhaps will make you think twice about doing it. And it just adds to the realism as well. And again, perhaps I see this in a different way, transitioning from real-world racing into sim racing rather than the other way around. But that is something that perhaps is lacking a little bit, that emotional kind of interaction that you have with your competitors. I think the more you have to interact with them in person, the more you see them as people, not just another car on track that you have to beat at all costs. That is an actual real-life person who you might have to go and talk to after the race and explain your actions to. And I think that can only be a good thing, really. It heightens the level of realism, and it just makes you think twice about how you treat people out on the track.
To be fair, I think in a lot of ways, sim racers are more cognizant of the fact that you always have to leave a little bit more room for the other driver, but at the same time, I think real-world drivers, especially seeing them in the sim world, are a lot smarter at sometimes recognizing, okay, if I went around the outside in this situation, yes, maybe I would survive, but it may not be the smartest thing in the world. And I think that's the thing that sometimes sim racers don't think about in the same way as real-world racers. Moritz Lohner made the transition from virtual to reality, going to compete in GT4 machinery. His first weekend was at Monza, and he found out the hard way that you don't want to be on the outside coming out of the Retofilio, the first chicane, because you are just going to be forced off and into the gravel. Here's the battle, though, for what is now for the fifth position, Quintin Violate is going to be passed by Daniel Pastro, who bullies his way on past as that Audi starts to look like it's struggling a little bit relative to the Audis that run at the front of the field. Apex Racing still lead by 3 seconds from the 91 for Urano Esports, but after leading earlier, Quintin Violate has slid back outside of the top 5.
Yeah, that was interesting actually, because we've been riding on board with Daniel for a little while. He was quite content to push the Audi along through the banking, but when he saw his opportunity through turn 2, he didn't waste a moment in slipping up the inside. I think that Quentin just got sort of forced offline a bit by the GTP car. That opened the door, and the Mercedes wriggled through immediately on the inside line. So opportunistic stuff there, and that is sensible at this stage of the race. Sit behind someone, work with them, don't take any risks. But yeah, sure, if you get the chance to go up the inside of them, and you can do it in a relatively risk-averse way, we are in a motor race after all, so you kind of have to go for it, and you can see the benefit. He's already starting to pull clear now from the Audi, which now begins to fall into the clutches of the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano car of Luca Kita.
Almost 3 wide on the dive down into the chicane, as I think the GTP car, that may have been the Pearson's one, had to get out of it initially. I just noted a comment in the chat from Bo Albert, the winner of the iRacing Raw in the Toyota GR86 class. Commentary in Crocs is the real strat. You can get away with a lot, but I don't think you could really get away with that one, especially if you're going to tell people about it.
Should be a sackable offence, I think, quite frankly. There is no excuse for Crocs. I don't care who you are, where you are, what you're doing. Your life will always be better without them, I'm afraid.
Absolutely. Alexander Spets, by the way, is down on pit lane. Early pit stop, but I think this is the earliest they could come in to assess the extent of the damage. Spets is going to jump out, and Arthur LeHook will be the next driver in if they are going to be able to roll off in short time without needing a lengthy pit stop. But after putting it on pole position for Alexander Spets to be taken out by no fault of his own, he's going to be a little bit frustrated. I think a few of these LMP2 cars are going to get frustrated at the sends from the GTP. Last year, I dubbed LMP the Let Me Pass class. GTP, I think, is taking it a step further. It's the Got to Pass class.
I think you're right, and this is the point we've been making all along. These LMP2 cars are no longer the fastest cars on the track. So, in a way, I'm sure there are some GT drivers who are thinking, well, okay, you're getting a taste of your own medicine now. This is how you've been treating us over the last few years. But it is tricky for the LMP2s. They're trying to pass the slower GT cars, but also have to look in their mirrors to see when the GTPs are coming. And then trying to calculate the fact that the GTP cars have the hybrid system, they're going to be quicker out of the corners than the LMP2s. Yeah, perhaps that's an argument for the GTP drivers exercising a bit more patience. They know they've got the superior top speed, they know they've got the superior acceleration out of the corners as well. Perhaps there isn't such a need to make those big lunges in the braking zones.
You'd think, but sometimes behind the wheel, you don't think. At the end of the day, 42 seconds of optional repairs. The story for Arthur LeHook and the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry. Regular full-service pit stop is about 33-odd seconds. They were stationary for 1 minute and 5. So it looks like they've taken 32 or so of those seconds in the second stint of the race. Second pit stop of the race, to be more specific. And we'll see them likely get the rest of those repairs in another 40-odd minutes' time when they return down to the safety of the pit lane. Scrolling through various things, by the way, don't forget that, of course, much excitement for next weekend with the Rolex 24 getting underway. IMSA TV is going to have full coverage in sound and vision with the great team at Radio Show Limited on commentary. You'll get the one and only Peter Mackay as part of that commentary coverage as well. He is currently on the broadcast for the second split of competition, and you'll see him in about 50 minutes time alongside Andy to walk you through the next 4 or so hours in this top split of competition. But that's not the only major thing that's going to be kicking off here in January. It's time to get underway with another year of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. On January the 31st, get ready for the clash at the Coliseum as we get a exhibition event to take the stress out of the drivers as they can focus just on having a little bit of fun. Of course, 2 weeks after, February the 14th, they'll get started with the first points-paying race at Daytona. Bit of an interesting schedule in many ways, though, Andy. Of course, I think the Milwaukee Mile, in addition, that many drivers are excited about. The trip over to Monza is also one that I think has been circled as being quite intriguing for the drivers in this new generation of NASCAR stock car machinery.
I had my first go, actually, at Monza in an Xfinity car a couple of days ago, and that was an eye-opening experience. I cannot wait to see the sort of competition we get there. But, yeah, really excited to follow along with that championship this season, actually. It's going to be, I think, really competitive, as it always is. And, yeah, nice to see them doing a few things that are a little bit different. Don't necessarily mirror the real-life series, but that's okay. That's what sim racing can be about. We can do things here in the sim that you just can't do in real life, either for financial reasons, for safety reasons perhaps, whatever it may be. You can still do it in the sim. I'm really excited to see them go about their business. I will say, though, it still sounds a bit strange to hear the words clash at the Coliseum. That might take a few more years for me to be fully sold on, I'm afraid.
I think, though, it gives some excitement for the fact that we can do these new things with the series as well and go to markets that maybe have been traditionally underserved. Second place sees a swap around as Elvis Rankin finally gets his way back forward onto some podium spots. But now, about, 6.5 seconds adrift of Ate Kauppinen in that Williams Esports Marla-powered entry. Not ideal in terms of the race situation. But again, given what happened down at this corner about, what, an hour, just under an hour ago, I think they'll be quite happy in that Apex Racing 199 camp to still be damage-free and in contention to defend their win from 2022. And hopefully we get a chance to chat with a handful of the Apex Racing team drivers over the course of the event. I still think the most memorable bit of content that was produced in the entirety of the sim racing world last year was when Kevin Ellis Jr. broke into the Apex Racing TV studio, which is on site at that Corby facility, and gave us a weather report, Andy, which is not something that we're really, I think, too worried about this year, with rain not being a factor for these drivers. But as we move forward, weather and having someone that can read the signs is going to be even more important at the top level of sim racing.
Talk about a game changer. That is going to completely revolutionise the way that these races run. I think it will be interesting to see exactly how that will work. I've no doubt, this being iRacing, that it will be implemented in the most lifelike and accurate fashion possible. I really hope that you have some way of seeing the weather coming in, predicting roughly how long it's going to take, some sort of data maybe that you get in to tell you roughly when that rain is expected. But yeah, that is, I think, getting closer and closer, and it's something that I am personally excited about. I think, certainly from a commentary perspective, I'm not quite sure how I'd feel about it as a driver, but hey, these sim racers, they've had it far too easy on iRacing for far too long. It's something that all racing drivers should be able to deal with, that sudden change of conditions, and I can't wait to see them having to tackle it here on iRacing.
Of course, we've seen already the windshield wipers in effect here today. A handful of weeks ago, rain tires were mysteriously added and then removed from a certain Porsche 992 Generation Cup car. So all the bits and bobs are coming together. Of course, iRacing is such a dynamic system where with so many components working together. The surface model, the tires, it's all going to get major updates as we build to that next evolution. On board with the race clutch number 8 as Rick Yonk goes up the banking to work his way past some traffic. Too much drama in this prototype train that has both the GTPs and LMP2s commingled for the time being. You see the SRC Movano car get checked up off of the exit, and much like we saw earlier, even though the race clutch machine got a better exit, as soon as the SRC Movano car was in the draft and stabilized, it was able to pull away again and work its way forward. I think one major thing that we're not really talking about when it comes to the prospect of rain is the fact that you have to build a car that works both in the dry. Ooh, that's a big power slide for the Inet Motorsports LMP2 car. They're going to drop behind the Culture Racing team, so they go from 2nd to 4th in the space of about 3 laps. But you're going to have to build a setup, Andy, that works quite well in the dry. And then if you do get rain, without maybe... Whoa! Ooh. That's Corrington. Excuse me, that's Marvin Strell as the rear wing goes for a slide. The new damage model gets a workout here. Not for the first time today. Now, how exactly did that happen on the run to turn number 1?
Well, let's see if we can find out, but that is a car that will be spending a lot, in fact 2 cars, look, that will be spending a lot of time in the pit lane, both with near identical damage. The rear wing knocked off. Here is the replay and contact through the tri-oval, and actually there was a 3rd car involved there, Arjun. I didn't quite see who that was. That car, I think, got into the back of the 76, put it in the wall, and it was a chain reaction accident going into the braking zone, but the contact actually happening a lot earlier than we thought.
Oh, it's a bright white LMP2 car, so not going to be the easiest to pick that. Oh no, excuse me. Yeah, no. That's a big old contact, and it goes back to the point that I made earlier. You've got 2 pedals. You've got the loud pedal and the quiet pedal. Sometimes you need to stomp on the left one.
It's one of the GTP cars, isn't it? That just, it's almost like they didn't realise the other cars were there when they were directly in front, ran plumb into the back of the number 76 just there. That all looks a little bit odd, Arjuna, and I wonder whether maybe there are some technical issues that have perhaps triggered that in some way, because that's beyond clumsy. That is almost as if cars couldn't quite see each other properly going into the braking zone, and either that or a complete miscalculation under braking that has led to, well, probably now 3 cars having to make their way down to the pit lane for repairs.
So it was the German sim racing car that had Lucas Lippert behind the wheel, and I think we can get another look on board. We're going to come back to that in a moment. What's happened to Gordy Much? Not the first time he's had an issue today, and he's slow on the timing screen, and I think at the same point that he's already had a bit of an off. Straight to the replay machine, and, well, Maniti Racing, I'm not exactly sure what was going on there, except plenty of brake issues.
Yes, and Gordy Much had left room on the inside line, no doubt about that, and just gets punted straight off the track, and that might have done some damage to the right rear corner of the number 9 car, I think. He just can't catch a break today, can he, Gordy? He was dragging that car back into contention. You can bounce back from one issue early in the race, but I think 2 bits of contact, particularly that second one, which was a bit heavier, I think, than the first, that might well derail your race altogether, and we'll see whether or not he has to dive for the pit lane. Just a quick point as well, Arjuna, to make on the erstwhile race-leading car. Now it has Arthur LeHoux at the wheel, so that was a driver change for the number 1 Williams Esports Chill Blast car, but the pit stop was about the same length as everybody else's, so I don't think they took too much time to repair the car. Perhaps they've decided to leave it how it is for now.
I got word that they had actually done all of the damage repair, so even though they were only about 30 seconds longer than a regular stop, they were seemingly able to get 42 seconds of repair done and dusted in the limited time. Got nervous again as through the international horseshoe they run. To go back to the incident with SimRC, by the way, I just had a little bit of a look on board with the German sim racing car to understand. What it seems to be is SimRC lifting off to try and maybe save a bit of fuel, and the GTP car not recognizing and not having, to be fair, not having much time to recognize what was going on as well. And so as the SimRC car slows itself up, the GTP car still trying to accelerate into turn number 1. That caused the chain reaction that ended up having, I think, the Ronin Simsport car, Ronin Simsport car, I think it was, having their issue as well. The bright white LMP2 car that was just in front of SimRC. Into another cycle of pit stops, though. Obsidian Racing, Pedro Sanchez Albert, after inheriting the race lead, has not put a foot wrong, it's fair to say, and he brings the number 6 down to the safety of the pit lane. Although already in this race, we are starting to see some GTP cars able to extend the stint further than others. Both Race Clutch and Urano in the 190, along with the BMW BS competition, the 191 for Urano, Race Clutch in the number 8. They all go 1 lap longer.
And interestingly, actually, that was 1 lap shorter that time for Obsidian. They did 25 laps the first time round, 24 that time. So it might not sound like a lot, but for some reason, going a little bit earlier into the pit lane that time around, and of course it was at least a double stint for Pedro. We'll wait and see whether or not he stays in the car this time. We're already seeing a little bit of variation, although 24 laps does seem to be the very minimum that all the cars can manage them. So that now means that the number 11 car of John Bennett, the Race Clutch white car, takes over the race lead by 4.8 seconds over Dominic Hoffman, and we would expect them in, I would imagine, next time round.
To add more colour to the story, by the way, on the incident with SimRC and the German sim racing car, it does look as though technical issues in the internet for the German sim racing car. Maybe was not even aware of how close he was to those around you. Very, very dangerous situation for everybody. Unfortunate to see such a big incident take place as well. Into the chicane. Ascends forthcoming as expected from your GTP contenders, but they do it in a relatively safe way this time by, without really causing too much, I think, drama to anybody in particular. Just a reminder as well, as now it's the number 11 for Race Clutch that comes in 1 lap later, with Urano and Dominic Hoffman being able to go an additional lap beyond them. If you're watching on twitch.tv/VCO Esports, hit the Watch in Command Center button to go multi-view. You can watch both the top and second split of this iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona powered by VCO. You can also follow along with 3 splits of competition in VCO LFM Flex Stream. Pit stops also, by the way, now getting underway for your LMP2 category. And maybe one thing that the 199 Apex Racing Team car is going to be thinking about is what they can do in terms of strategy, because already Ate Kauppinen in the race lead has come in with the Williams Esports Marla number 15. Elvis Rankin, along with a handful of others, able to extend 1 lap longer as we see Fyra in the 14 dive on in.
Yep, down the pit lane they come. Very careful to get down to pit lane speed limit in time. You're carrying so much speed off the banking off NASCAR Turn 4. Very easy to just misjudge that ever so slightly. But yeah, if you can save even a lap of fuel at every stint, then that ultimately by the end of the race, particularly in the prototype classes, could save you a pit stop. So that's why it's significant to start thinking about fuel, even at this very early point in the race. Saving a lap each time could be critical. The longest anyone in the GTP class went in the first stint was 26 laps. It'll be interesting to see if anyone can stretch it to a 27th maybe this time. That might be asking a little bit too much, but we shall wait and see. There is the 89 of Valtteri Alander coming around the final corner, and he will indeed peel below the yellow line and make his way down pit road.
So, is anyone going to be able to go one lap longer? I don't think so at this point in the race. I'll be very curious how the fuel windows play out as we get closer and closer to getting under pitch black conditions, as dark as it's really going to get. Do you remember, of course, that Daytona has lighting all the way around to illuminate the great American race, the Daytona 500, but to ensure that teams, drivers, and the cars themselves are actually reliant on the headlights, the lighting capacity is turned down to basically 20% of their maximum brightness, meaning that you are still having to pick your way through. It's not as dark as some of your other iRacing special events, but it's definitely darker than some. So Valtteri Alander with a 31.2 second pit stop, one of the shortest that we've seen in this juncture of the race, but not that much shorter, given that the longest is about 32.5. You'll note that, of course, going back a couple of years, the pit limiter release line a lot further back than it used to be to accommodate for the RFID scanning that Michelin added to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship a handful of years ago. Just a choke point that actually allows the RFID scanners to work, rather than with the traditional pit release line that we used to have, where you might have cars 3 abreast as they tried to funnel off into that very tricky pit exit. And I think some drivers will be glad that the limiter line has been moved, Andy, because I know from personal experience it's quite easy to crash on pit exit, especially on cold tires, as Valtteri Alander is trying to prove.
Yeah, that was a big moment for Valtteri. Saved it well, but now might be under a bit of pressure. Oh, we're going to see almost a bit of bump drafting in the GTPs. Didn't expect that, and perhaps sensibly backing off, coming through the bank corners. But that cold tyre issue, that is only going to get worse as we go deeper into the evening and ultimately through the night. We see that all the time here at Daytona. You pop out of the pit lane, you're straight into that technically demanding infield section, and you just don't really have the tyres in the right operating window for the first half a lap to a full lap, even potentially at night. So that will be something to watch out for. We've seen already how easy it is to loop these BMWs in the braking zones, and cold tyres won't help with that either. So wouldn't be at all surprised to see a few teams getting caught out by that as the rest of the race goes on.
Again, if you're watching on RaceSpotTV, on VCO's YouTube or Twitch, or on the iRacing Twitch, do let us know where you're watching from. Delighted to have so many of you from around the sim racing world and across the globe watching us here for this iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, the biggest sim race of the year in terms of participation. We had more than 16,000 drivers in total last year, and I have no doubt that we have probably hit similar numbers here in 2023 with so much excitement around this upcoming year in sports car racing. It has been quite painful, I must say. I have some friends who, Tyler Maxon, who works with us here at RaceSpot, he is getting ready for another season in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge in the real world, and so he was sending some videos from trackside of the new GTP cars. Yeah, I'm very jealous that I'm not actually going to be there, Andy, because boy, those things look spectacular.
And what an exciting time for endurance racing in general all around the world. I think that top class of prototype racing is just going to be so exciting to watch over the next couple of seasons as more and more teams, more and more manufacturers start to get involved. And yeah, they look the part, they sound good. They're quick as well, which clearly is important, and I think this could really turn into a proper golden age of prototype racing around the world, and it is so nice to see that being incorporated into iRacing as well. And I'm sure we will, over time, start to get more of those cars on the iRacing service as well, so that we can all have a little taste of what it's like if we don't have the opportunity to attend or indeed compete in one of them, which most of us won't. We can do so on the sim. But yeah, the Daytona 24 Hour, definitely high on my list of events that they're on my list of bucket list events for sure. I need to get to Daytona at some point. There is another event at Daytona that's probably slightly higher on the list, but the 24 Hours right up there as well, because it's always a good race. This is the thing. I enjoy endurance racing, don't get me wrong, and I'd love to go to some of the big summer events, for example, some of the summer 24 Hour events. But there's something about Daytona, the level of competition is just that much higher, isn't it? Something about the layout of the track, the IMSA format as well, it just keeps things nice and close, and you're guaranteed an exciting race for 24 hours, as opposed to just pockets of activity that ultimately get fewer and further between the deeper into the race you go.
I also think that it's no longer the first 24-hour race of the year, that is the 24 Hours of Dubai, but it is very much the event which signals the start of another year of endurance racing. Eyes from around the world get focused in, and yeah, it is just one of those events. I will also say I had a great experience working with the team at IMSA for the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, so I wish them the best of luck as well as they get set, because I can only imagine behind the scenes how much has had to be done, not just logistically, not just from an engineering to get the BOP for this new class working the way that IMSA wants it, but so many people working hard behind the scenes to make this happen. And IMSA continues their partnership with VCO and iRacing through these Grand Slams, and delighted that we have trophies on the line for the winners in this top split of competition. About 90 minutes now going to be in the books. Bit of a rundown as they sit right now, with pit stops officially complete for your GTP and LMP2 classes, but starting with the GTP, it's Obsidian Racing and Pedro Sanchez Albert that run at the front. They inherited the lead about 30-40 minutes ago after Alexander Spetz in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car took some damage. Pedro Sanchez Albert has picked up that spot and is the fastest car on track right now. Leads by over 10 seconds from John Bennett, the GB3 driver, crossing over into the virtual world and racing along with Race Clutch in the number 11. He's being hunted down by Dominic Hoffman on debut for Urano Esports in the Hiking Media car. A further 13 seconds back, you find the first of the Pure Sims entries. Ash Sutton will be watching on with great delight to see his team getting on so well in the top split of competition. They are in a battle with the recovering BMW Team BS competition. Valtteri Alander had a bit of a self-spin, locking the rear wheels up after qualifying up towards the very tip-top of the field. Was on the outside of the front row to start, back up into the top 5, and now working to try and get past Mauricio Cuero in front of him. Another 3 or 4 seconds down the road, it's the 191 with Jonas Walmar, and then a gaggle that has SRC Movano's first entry with Sasha Gorla behind the wheel of 369. He's in front of Race Clutch and Andrew Dawson, Graham Sanders in the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing entry, trying to close them down as well. Simsa Esports round out the top 10. Valtteri Alander now officially in front of that number 16 car. There, though, is the former race leader. They are not a lap down by virtue of their early stop, but they are compromised on strategy. And we'll see exactly how the Williams Esports Chill Blast team gets on from here. Still, though, one of the fastest cars on the track. Let's move on over to the LMP2 class, and what a rip-roaring start it was for them. The action very much was intense, and maybe too intense. It has allowed Ate Kauppinen to take advantage of the chaos to build what is a 4-second buffer in the Williams Esports Marla number 15 over defending race winners. Elvis Rankin in the 199 car sits 4 seconds back and trying to hunt him down. 199 looking well poised in terms of strategy. How exactly will they fare out? We'll have to wait and see. Culture team, Ivan Perez was the instigator of the chaos that saw Gordy Much have his first spin, but they still run up in third position for the time being. Behind them, the Inet Motorsports blue car that started at the back and has run as high as second, currently up 11 spots in fourth. SimRC and Corentin Gunes through the top 5, then down to Gordy Much in 6th spot. And another issue through the International Horseshoe with the GTP class about 20 minutes ago, but still 6th in front of Race Clutch, in front of Fire Academy, in front of the Chit Chat Racing team that has Sean Campbell, one of RaceSpot's favorites, behind the wheel. SRC Movano. Scott Michaels one of our competitors in the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, completes the top 10. Over to the GTDs, last but not least by any means, and it's Apex Racing domination once more. They dominated in the final round of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship here at the World Center of Racing, and they're using identical strategies, although this time in Audi R8 GT3s. Kevin Ellis Jr. leads from Johan Harth, while in third position, 6 seconds adrift of the leading duo, it's Alexei Nesov in the 91 for Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. He has been caught by a bit of a train behind. BMW Bank started at the very front, were pushed wide into turn number 1, had to drop backwards. They sit in 4th position, Reina Talvar still behind the wheel, with Daniel Pastor in the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car in 5th, Luca Kita for Mercedes AMG Urano in 6th, and then Quintin Violate in the R8G Audi that runs in 7th spot, the last of this peloton, trying to hunt down your race leaders. Other cars in the top 10, Biela Racing Team and Sven Haase. No qualifying time for him. He's had to try and bounce his way back, but only to 8th so far. The U-Race BR Redragon by Reich, number 5 in their bright red Lamborghini. Had a bit of a spin through the opening section on the opening lap. They've recovered quite nicely with Go Vanchini in 9th position. I think the question for many who watched last year is that, will Go Vanchini do 10 hours in a row to start this race off? Well, you'll have to wait and see. Rounding out the top 10 in GTD is the Apex Racing Academy car, and that is your rundown through the 3 classes with 90 minutes in the books. And to be fair, Andy, we missed so many of the storylines that we haven't talked about in that bit of a recap there.
And there's just been so much going on. You kind of expect that, I suppose, in the first hour and a half, but this year, more than ever, I think, was just action aplenty in that first 90 minutes. Perhaps now things starting to settle down a little bit, by which I don't mean we're not seeing any good racing. We're seeing here a good fight for third place in LMP2, for example, but people are now starting to break off either on their own, as we're seeing at the front in GTP, or into their own little clusters of cars that are capable of running about the same speed. They're engaging in their own battle. They're not coming across, you know, an entire group of slower cars at once. They're now picking them off in 1s and 2s and 3s, and it just becomes that little bit easier now to just sort of survive log laps and really figure out where you are in the running order, because you know, those first 90 minutes were so hectic. People were gaining 3 places a lap, losing 3 places the next lap. Things now just starting to settle down into a little bit of a rhythm, and it finally, after 90 minutes, starts to feel like an endurance race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're getting into that rhythm now. Do remember as well, by the way, that we're watching LMP2s on screen right now. If you raced in the LMP2 last year in the iRacing Daytona 24, the car's a little bit different. It's been slowed down, less power, in line with the real-world changes, of course, as well to this category, with the GTP cars, of course, maybe not being as fast as the previous LMP1 cars that were the previous quote-unquote golden era of prototype racing, although I think in hindsight, while the racing was spectacular between Audi, Porsche, and Toyota, and Peugeot as well when they were there, the reality is we had really at best 2 top-level teams, depending on what manufacturer they were, whether it was Audi versus Porsche, Audi versus Peugeot, Porsche versus Toyota. We never really had more than that, and now we're looking at a situation where BMW, Porsche, Peugeot, Ferrari, Lamborghini, I can keep going on with these manufacturers, Cadillac, Acura. So many manufacturers have committed to what hypercar and what LMDH represents in terms of an ethos for manufacturing a prototype car and for designing a prototype car. And I truly think you cannot compare what we had in LMP1 with what we've got in store for us in the next handful of years.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you're right, really. We look back now at the previous era of LMP1 racing, and it was good, don't get me wrong, and it was probably an improvement on what we'd had for the preceding handful of years, but not really quite getting to the point of competition that we had in the sort of late 90s and early noughties, for example, and I really think that's where we're headed now, with multiple manufacturers, as you said, coming in and committing wholeheartedly to this, and manufacturers that we haven't seen racing in this kind of racing for several decades, they're seeing that this is the time to come back, and that really should tell us that they've got it right with these regulations to be attracting manufacturers back who haven't really seen sports car racing and certainly prototype class racing as a valid place for them to go and spend their money, ultimately. For them to now come and realise, okay, we're going to do that now. There's clearly something in those regulations that they're liking, and that's why I'm quite hopeful that this won't only be, you know, a high level of competition over a couple of years. I'm hopeful that it will continue to be the case over a number of years. And hey, you might remind me of this in 3 or 4 years' time and I'll regret what I'm saying, but I really do hope that that's going to be the case. And I think there's every chance that that could be, in which case we're in for a treat.
I hope we're in for a treat. Knocking on the wood around me. RaceSpotTV issued block of wood as well is something I think that we do have to be looking at, because, well, do you believe in the commentator's curse, Andy?
Oh, I have been guilty of it several times.
Good.
I can no longer deny its existence, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Lewis McLeod seems to still deny that the commentator's curse does not exist and it's just bad driving, which there is definitely an element of that. But yeah, I've lost track of the number of times that now I have experienced or I have given the commentator's curse, and so I very much believe that that is something that RaceSpotTV needs. Standard issued blocks of wood to make sure that we're not cursing people. 23 minutes to go to the top of the hour. Probably about 13 or so minutes until we see GTD pit stops get back underway as well, so keep an eye out on that. Going to be interesting to see how teams have been able to save in the second stint of the race compared to the first stint of the race. A couple of cars kicking up some grass through that Le Mans chicane as well. This track is not as bad as the other track that I'm commentating on this today as part of VCO LFM Flex Stream, where Spa-Francorchamps, literally every corner at that track has multiple names for the most part. I think the only corners that have defined names that don't change: La Source, Eau Rouge, Radion, and Blanchimont.
Well, yes, although there is the debate, the great Eau Rouge debate, is there not, as to which bit of that corner
Yes.
exactly is Eau Rouge. So even that we can't agree on. But yeah, corner names are a fickle thing. There was a period through the 90s, I think, in particular over here in the UK, where companies would sponsor a circuit and they'd give them money to have their name associated with a corner. And so as that sponsorship changed hands over 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, you turn up at a track every year and it would have a different name every year. And that was just too much for my brain to cope with. I'm glad I wasn't a commentator back then. I could just turn up and enjoy the racing. But it is funny, isn't it, how we mentioned this with the Le Mans chicane here at Daytona, how we grow attached to a name like the bus stop, and we really are reluctant to accept the new one. But hey, regardless of what the corners are named, they're all challenging. Here at Daytona, that's certainly the case. And what's in a name after all?
I think the one that is the most tricky to so many is at Monza, where it is no longer the Parabolica, it's the Curva Alboreto. I forget what the full name is. Curva Alboreto or something along those lines. I still think the best way to do it, I know the Nordschleife is a special case because you've got 170 corners, so you've got enough corners to go and rename if you do one every year, but or you got enough corners to name if you did one a year. But you know, when Sabine Schmidt passed away, I think it was great what they did, which is that the left-hander that brings you off the GP loop and onto the Nordschleife, which never had a name before, it's only fitting that they dubbed it the Sabine Schmidt curve. I mean, sometimes it just works out perfectly like that, and I can speak to my own personal experience. I fell in love with the Nordschleife, I think, first because of Sabine and her enthusiasm and passion for the track and to thrash anything and everything around. I think most people have seen, Andy, the classic lap of Sabine in that Ford Transit somehow tried to get down to a 10-minute lap.
Which was just astonishing to watch. That was actually my real introduction to the Nordschleife. I mean, I couldn't tell you exactly how old I was, but I perhaps wasn't fully aware that the Nordschleife was still a thing. I think I'd read about it and I knew of its prior existence, but I don't think I realised that they still used it, let alone raced around it. And it was through Sabine that, and her antics on television that I became aware of exactly what it was and exactly how active that circuit still was, and now the Daytona 24 hours, the Nürburgring 24 hours, excuse me, is among my favourite races in the world. I mean, that's just a different level of crazy, the Nürburgring 24, and I really love that we can still have elements like that in motorsport, things that in a way are a little bit outdated, but they still kind of work, and they still really work. And yeah, that's a hugely exciting race, and a lovely tribute to Sabine as well, to have that corner named after her. We had a similar thing with Justin Wilson when he sadly passed away, and there was a corner renamed after him at Snetterton. And funnily enough, no one had an issue with that at that particular occasion. There are certain times where I think we can all agree it's crucial that we have these tributes to people who sadly are no longer with us, and that's a beautiful name for their beautiful way for their names to live on forever.
Yeah, and I think just talking about it was a rough start to the year for many motorsports fans, specifically in the off-road world. Starting, of course, with Ken Block's passing, which there are genuinely not many celebrities that I've cried after hearing of their passing. Neil Peart, I grew up as a Rush fan, and so when Neil Peart passed away, I shed a few tears. When Ken Block passed away, I shed quite a few tears. I distinctly remember when I first found Ken, and it wasn't watching him on Gymkhana on YouTube like I think so many people did. It was playing Dirt 2, and it was Ken's voice that welcomed you into the game. And Dirt 2 still has maybe what is the best motorsports racing game soundtrack, in my opinion. It nailed what I wanted as a little kid, just trying to figure out what Rallycross and all of this stuff was about. And then you got Dirt 3, which was even better as a game, and it was all really about Ken, because you had Gymkhana added for the very first time. And I still remember spending hours and hours and hours in Battersea Park, not for any purpose. I was just doing weird and wacky things and recreating my own Gymkhana stunts, you know, in the virtual world. But Ken's passing had such an impact. WRC have retired the number 43 for this year. Nitro Rallycross are going to retire that number permanently. Speaking of Nitro Rallycross, Travis Pastrana is going to be running a tribute livery, which was Ken's actual first racing livery, back on the very old Subaru STI that he used to thrash around. Then you had Robbie Pierce, I think it was, off-road legend, who passed away as well. The thing that I think sometimes we forget is that life is precious, Andy, especially in the world of motorsports, right, where safety has gotten so good that I think we kind of just always assume that we're going to be okay, but it's not always as simple as that, unfortunately.
Absolutely, and I think that we start to think of racing drivers as indestructible, and sadly we've had reminders over the years. Look at Michael Schumacher, you know, we think of him as a racing driver, therefore he's going to live forever because racing is safe. Well, life isn't always safe, and you know, you never quite know what's around the corner. So yeah, the loss of Ken Block earlier this month hit, I think, all of us. I was very lucky to have met Ken once as a teenager whilst spectating at Wales Rally Great Britain and during his stint in the World Rally Championship. And honestly, you know, they say don't meet your heroes, it's the old cliche. I'm so glad I met him. He was everything I hoped and expected him to be. He had time for everybody, and you just got the sense that he was loving life. He was enjoying what he was doing, and that really summed up his entire existence, I think. He just loved life, and he wanted other people to enjoy life as much as he did. I kind of see him as you know, our generation's Colin McRae in a way. He did sort of take over from Colin as that kind of slightly weird and wacky guy from rallying who actually just had a completely different outlook on life, and I think we could all learn a lot from. And yeah, the world is not quite the same now without Ken Block.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned Ken being our generation's Colin, because Ken, I think one of his most memorable moments, I was watching a clip when he was talking about, Ken was talking about some of his X Games highlights. One of the major things for him was being able to race against Colin in one of those first X Game rally events. And so, yeah, I think it's quite interesting that you say that. And of course, there's that tie-in with the Dirt franchise as well. Bit of an issue, by the way, for SimRC and Corentin Gunes. We saw the 176 lose the rear wing earlier. This is more of a self-inflicted mistake from Gunes, who just went off into the grass and then ran deep into the braking zone. And another rear wing has been damaged, and that's going to be a new rear clip for SimRC. They'll be glad that they don't have to pay for both of those.
Yeah, I can imagine they cost a few pounds, don't they, or dollars, or whatever your currency of choice is. That's for sure. But that was an odd one, wasn't it? He did just seem to miss the corner. I'm sure there was a reason, and he would have perhaps had a better view of it than us. But I suspect maybe the traffic ahead just putting him slightly offline, and that was ultimately what sent him off the road. Close battle for second place within your GTP class at the moment. John Bennett and Dominic Hoffman running pretty much nose to tail. Well, about a second between them now at the end of that lap, and Dominic Hoffman in that Urano Esports car looking to try and close in on John Bennett, but they're both 10 seconds now behind the race leading car, so that is quite a sizable gap now that's been built out by Pedro Sanchez. Albert, we haven't seen him for a while, Arjuna, and that usually is a good sign. It means that he's staying out of trouble and just starting to build that gap nicely.
It means we can't give them the commentator's curse if we're not looking and we're not talking about them too much, which I think for at least this next phase of the race is going to be the major thing. Of course, 24 hours of racing. You split it up basically into little chunks and you go as hard as you can with each individual driver. In the case of that Obsidian Racing team, we've seen Pedro Sanchez Albert show his speed and his quality across a whole handful of cars. He's paired up with Ade Koba Lopez. Those that watch RaceSpot Primetime will know that Koba Lopez is as adaptable as they come and as fast as you can get in no matter what car you throw him in. Pablo Espez and Pablo Lazar will be the other two drivers behind the wheel for that number 6 machine as they will come across the line to finish lap 68 and on to lap 69. Nice. Check in with your GTD battle, by the way, because Johan Harth and Kevin Ellis Jr., I'm not sure if they're actually looking to swap around or if maybe that was just a bit of a blip on the timing screen as they get swarmed by a bit of traffic once again. 5.5 odd seconds clear of the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports car, with Alexei Nesov still trying to hunt them down. And again, the Apex team will be glad that we're not talking about them too much, but they're executing on the game plan, and I do think it's going to be interesting when they don't become teammates anymore, if you know what I mean, because it would be very simple for them to run in formation for 23 odd hours and then battle in the final hour, but you get the sense that yes, they're working well together, but they've also just got a fast car underneath them, and they may honestly be the quickest cars on track without the bump drafting as well. So at what point in this race, maybe as the sun's beginning to rise with maybe 8 hours to go, is that when they'll go, or are they gonna be a little bit smarter than that, Andy?
Well, look, it's highly unlikely that they will stay together for the entire 24 hours. That's just not how endurance racing works. There will, I think, be something that separates them at some point. You know, they get separated by traffic, one of them has a slow pit stop, something like that. And if that's the case, then that sort of doesn't matter anymore. But yes, if theoretically they end up in this position in 22 hours' time, you know, they'll all want to win. And I'm sure that conversation has been had as well. You will work together until a certain point. I really think, though, that if they can keep doing this for another 22 hours, they don't have to think about that until the final 10 minutes or so. There is no point racing each other with 6 hours to go, however long. I think that only loses you time. It runs the risk of it going wrong and you ending up making contact, and the likelihood is they won't be that far away from the rest of the pack. I also noticed that Luka Kita up into 5th position. He's only a couple of places behind his teammate Alexei Nesov, so if those two Mercedes-AMG Team Urano cars could hook up, they might be able to do the same sort of thing we're seeing from Apex Racing teams. So as much as they'd like this to stay simple and straightforward for 22 hours, I don't think it will do.
Yeah, Luka Kita, by the way, up 8 positions, started down in 13, up to 5th. See how much more forward he can charge. Mercedes are looking pretty good, but the Audi's looking strong as well. Still have Rainer Talvar on that BMW bank car running in 4th, trying to work with Nesov in the 91. 3 manufacturers still in contention with about 2 hours done in this race. Pit stops starting to get underway in GTD, by the way. We had the Bila Racing Team Euronics, the U-Race BR Redragon by Reich, as well as Team PGZ, all down to the pit lane last time by. These cars at the front going to be able to extend a little bit further as they recognize that we're in for a splash and dash at the end of this race, and their one major task is going to be trying to minimize how much time they spend in the lane as much as feasibly possible. To your point on the Apex Racing team cars, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Harth probably pretty comparable in terms of speed, if we're being completely honest. And as much as I think some drivers don't like us to talk about this, the reality is at this level of sim racing, while there are a lot of drivers who are just as fast as one another, even within the top ranks of sim racing teams, from track to track, from race to race, you are going to have minor variances. One driver may be faster than the other. If you're curious what the lineups are in these two cars, for the Apex Racing team number 98, Kevin Ellis Jr. will be paired with Luke McEwen, Alejandro Sanchez, and then Peter Berryman. So, in the case of Sanchez and Berryman, World Championship staples. Luke McEwen, someone that we've seen here on RaceSpotTV, be pretty rapid in GT3 cars. Then in the 99, the Frenchman Johan Harth behind the wheel right now. He'll be sharing with newest recruit to the Apex Racing team as they steal yet another member of the MSI Esports team. Salva Talens joins his former teammate Alejandro Sanchez at the Corby crew. Jamie Fluke and Michael Yanni are going to be the other two competitors in what is Michael Yanni's first appearance for the main Apex Racing team after getting promoted from the Apex Racing Academy car. Of course, the Apex Racing Academy relaunched back in 2022, a program that back in the late 2016s, around that time, saw the likes of Sebastian Joe, Kevin Ellis Jr., Zach Campbell, and so many more graduate to become World Championship staples. And it's good to see them focusing on the next generation of drivers once again. Seeing more pit stops underway, and now in GTD, as we get to the end of the second stint of the race, we are starting to see some driver changes taking place as well. Team BMW Bank gets Rainer Talvar out, Ryan Barneveld in. RAG Esports will have Quintin Violate jump out to be replaced by Ole Steinbraten. And I do think about 2 hours at a place like Daytona, Andy, is a pretty good stint distance to then switch a driver out and get someone fresh back into the car.
Yeah, especially in the GTD cars, I think, because they are just a little bit harder to drive in a way. They don't have the aerodynamics and the braking capabilities of the prototypes. You know, you're fighting the car that little bit more, and over a couple of hours that does start to take its toll on you, even in the sim. So, yeah, I think that's a good time to get a driver out. The drivers, like I said before, are more than capable of going further than this, but it's just about keeping them in their prime, and I think 2 hours is probably the window to look at for that.
I think we have another retiree potentially here. See that the Urace BR Redragon by Reich. By the way, some of these team names just need to be simplified down a little bit, because that's a mouthful to try and shout out when something exciting is happening. But I do think Govan Keeney has taken a tow back to pit lane. Not sure exactly why. We'll spool up the replay machine, and it's into the bus stop. Ooh. Too hot in and sliding wide, but that shouldn't have been race over. Is that just the accumulation of frustration? Because, of course, they were around on lap number 1.
Yes, and perhaps incident points as well. I wonder if maybe I can't imagine they're getting close to their limit, but you never know. And if a penalty was incoming, perhaps they've just lost patience with it, or maybe the car was carrying damage which led to the spin, because whilst that is a commonplace to have a moment, we haven't really seen that much of it in this race so far, so maybe there was damage that sort of led to that. Two of the GTD cars failing for the pit lane here together, and as you said, we are right into this window now for GTD pit stops, and again they're kind of averaging 31 laps for this second stint, one or two of them going 32, but not many, so it does look as though that 1 hour per pit stop is simply unattainable in the GTD class, and that means that we are going to see fuel mileage become a little bit of a factor if they're pitting every 55 minutes or so.
6 minutes to the top of the hour, and now we wait for GTP and LMP2 pit stops to get underway for their cycle as the Apex Racing duo file their way off. It is Salva Talens into the 99, it's Alejandro Sanchez into the 98, and so the former teammates are reunited under the stable for the Apex Racing team, and now we'll get to see exactly how they play things out. They're actually going to, I think, figure out who wants to lead from who. Alejandro Sanchez emerged second off of the pit lane by virtue of a shorter pit stop time for the 99, but they've already swapped back around, so it's 98 in front of 99 once more. Sometimes you practice as well, right? Because the Apex Racing team are very clearly committed to their bump drafting strategy, Andy. And so clearly what they're doing here as well is one team has practiced being the pusher, and one team has practiced being the pushy.
And some people will be better at one than the other. I do not enjoy being pushed when I'm out there in a stock car. I don't like being at the front of the line, because your fate is entirely in someone else's hands. If they mess that bump draft up, then it's all going to go wrong. And in fact, I suffered quite an embarrassing moment with two teammates in a TCR league that I was running in last year, where we were 1-2-3 at Monza, starting the last lap. We dominated the race. We'd had control of it from the get-go. We came across the line and the car in second gave me a push. He was a fraction too far to the right, and we all ended up in the pit wall. It can go wrong so quickly. There is a real art to this, and I think really the skill lies in the pusher. We're seeing it here from Salvatallon's just sort of gradually coasting up behind the number 98 car, and it's that connection speed. If you just ram into them, that will unsettle both cars. You've got to accelerate towards them in the draft and then just lift off just before the moment of contact, couple up as smoothly as possible, and then you're good to go. Don't move the steering wheel too much. The lead car needs to hold a straight line as well. It's so difficult to do. And yeah, some drivers will find that they're better at being a pusher, and some will find that perhaps that being in front is the place for them. And it'll be interesting to see how these two handle that over the coming laps.
Salvatallon's has already gotten equipped with some team merchandise, but you can see from his onboard camera is not racing from the Apex Racing Team facility, at least for today. See how he fares in the upcoming season of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Gets underway in just a handful of weeks' time. Very curious to see how they get along in the 992 generation Cup car, with now a year under their belt in the car, and therefore all the knowledge that comes with it as well. On to lap 24 at the very front of your GTP field, about getting ready to see them diving on in. Here's the look on board with Alejandro Sanchez, who, believe it or not, can actually get quite animated behind the wheel. We've seen that before, but you couldn't tell right now, about as calm as you would like, trying to minimize the steering as well, which is of course so important when trying to avoid scrubbing too much speed through the high-speed bus stop. And we're about to see them link up once again, shot to the back bumper. This is definitely a sight that you're not going to see. Not the bump drafting, but the fact that there are two Audi R8 GT3s out at Daytona. Of course, unfortunately, Audi Sport Customer Racing has very much pulled back their efforts in the US, despite the fact that the Audi R8s have been such a successful GT3 car around the world. It is also a GT3 car that is very much has a reputation for requiring a professional driver to get the most out of it. We were having this conversation, I think, Andy, last week for the Roar, where with Lamborghini introducing a new Evo kit for their GT3 car this year, with Porsche and Ferrari coming out with new GT3 cars, the main goal isn't always just to make the car faster, because BOP is going to limit how much you can really get a benefit from, as we see Pearson's down onto pit lane. But a lot of the times, what manufacturers are working on behind the scenes when they're trying to improve their GT3 machinery is, how do I make a car that's easier for the gentleman driver to get the most out of? Ferrari has always been known for being maybe one of the most gentleman-friendly cars, but also, since endurance racing does often involve a little bit of banging and crashing, how do we build a car where we can make it as quick as possible to repair things when they go wrong? Of course, Audi, with the LMP1 program, were able to change gearboxes in, 10 or 15 minutes time. Ferrari, with their brand new GT3 car, for example, have actually attached the part of the exhaust system to the rear clip of the car. So if they need to change the exhaust system, it should be relatively simple, because hopefully all they have to change is the part that's connected to the rear end of the car.
Yeah, really, there are two big things that a manufacturer is looking at when they build a new GT car these days. One is drivability, and one, as you said, is repairability. You need a car that the gentleman driver can jump into and pretty much immediately feel at home in, and there have been some very quick GT cars over the years that won everything there was to win on an international level, but at a domestic level where it is customer racing, they weren't as successful because they were just not user-friendly enough. And then, yeah, as you say, that repairability, how quickly can you repair things, and actually how often will you have to replace things? If you can have a car that, you know, is going to remain more reliable over a 24-hour race, so that when you put those professional drivers into them, you know they're going to absolutely hammer the curbs, they're going to be really aggressive in the braking zones, they're going to be aggressive on the gearboxes, because their job is to extract the maximum performance out of that car. So you need a car that is going to survive that. And so they're really the things that they're looking at. It's not necessarily outright speed. As long as you're at least on the same level of performance as the outgoing car, that's fine. there is a lot more, though, to building and designing a new GT race car than simply outright performance.
So we see driver changes starting now in GTP. Here's a look on board with one of the most interesting people in all of sim racing. Sean Campbell's mouth is going crazy. He's only got one office chair behind him today rather than the 3 or 4 that he usually has. You can still see Nicolas Cage's face on one of the office chairs, watching over his shoulder as Sean Campbell gets past the Fire Academy car on that run down into turn number 1. He's currently running in 3rd, although with pit stops still very much underway in this class, we will wait for a bit of a shake-up to happen. But yeah, GTP driver changes forthcoming in the Obsidian Racing race leading car, or former race leading car now with the pit stops underway. It's Pedro Sanchez Albert out, Pablo Lazar in your second place car, the one that's hunting them down. It's John Bennett out and Florian Kruger jumping into the machine. It's right around what I kind of expected as well, Andy, where 2 hours is 3 stints in this GTP car, and given that you are flying your way past traffic, seems like a good time, just like with the GTDs, to get someone else in.
Yeah, you calculated that pretty much spot on, actually. Of course, the one exception to this is the number 1 Williams Esports Chill Blast car, which has been pitting, or had pitted, at the second stop a little bit earlier than the rest of the class because they had that damage to repair. So, presumably, for the rest of the race now, that car is going to be a little bit off sequence. They had that 17-lap second stint, and now they're back out to 25 again. So, apart from that car, everybody else, roughly, it seems, on the same sort of pit strategy. But that is going to be one of the big storylines to watch over the coming hours. Can they drag that number 1 car back into contention? We'll find out once this round of pit stops is done exactly where they lie in the running order, but I'm not writing them out just yet, Arjuna. I think they've got half a chance, if they avoid any further dramas, of getting back towards the front.
So 50 cars started. We are down to 42 still left out there and running. 2 hours in the book, still under 22 hours to go. You're watching RaceSpotTV on the VCO channels, on iRacing's Twitch for the coverage of the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, powered by VCO. I'm going to sign off for a little bit. I'll be back for the final 4 hours along with Andy. I'm going to be jumping over to VCO LFM Flex Stream. So again, if you're watching on twitch.tv/VCO Esports, hit the command center button to watch what is basically 5 different races all going on right now in the world of VCO Esports. For now, I will leave you in the very capable hands of Peter Mackay and Andy McEwen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Arjuna. It's been a pleasure to call the opening 2 hours of this iRacing Daytona 24 Hours with you. What an action-packed first couple of hours it's been as well. We have crammed an awful lot of drama, incident and intrigue into those first couple of hours of racing, and Peter Mackay, who joins me now, I think we're slowly starting to get into the portion of the race where the drivers are settling down, getting into their rhythm, reminding themselves that this is a 24-hour race after all, and this actually is the part of the race I particularly enjoy, because we can start delving into strategies, delving into lap times, and really figuring out who the favourites are.
Yeah, we absolutely are. It's really getting a feel for how these cars all coexist with one another as well. I mean, the BMW M Hybrid V8, the GTP car, is quite new to the iRacing platform and isn't due to make its competitive debut in the outdoor world until this time next week. So it's very much a voyage of discovery here as well. But great to see the very best drivers in the sim racing world taking their first kind of steps in a big race in this car, and I think they're acquitting themselves very, very well. Yeah, it's the level of we certainly had a tiny rate of attrition in split 2. How have we had in split 1, Andy?
Much the same, really. The first half an hour in particular was very, very dramatic, and we had a couple of the high-profile cars, in particular the number 96 BS Turner LMDH car, which sort of self-cleared itself going through the banking, turned across the nose of an LMP2 and put itself pretty heavily into the wall. One of the other front-running cars, at least within its class, that has had some strife so far in this race with the LMP2 has been the number 6 car, Gordy Much, at the wheel of the Apex Racing car. He's been tagged twice into a spin at the International Horseshoe, both times when he was running at least towards the front of the field. So we've had a fair bit of action, no sort of enormous multi-car accidents, but quite a few who have fallen by the wayside, that's for sure. And that's to be expected, I guess, in a race like this. I know that we like to wax lyrical about how it's a 24-hour race, you need to be a little bit patient, but that is a lot easier said than done.
It is, and I think with the level of competition that we have in this top split, I think it's got to be the most competitive ever. And it's always the same, you know, when you've got a big base of participation, the peak is always going to be higher, and it just continues to rise all the time. So I don't think at any point, if you want to win this 24-hour race, you've got to be on it all the time. And the thing as well, it's definitely worth mentioning, I think, Andy, is also the fact that, you know, in the real life Rolex 24 at Daytona, you've got safety cars to give you chances to catch up, whereas here it is a 24-hour flag to flag race. So if you do drop back, anytime you lose, you've got to fight back to gain it back again.
Yeah, that's it. And we touched upon this inside the first half an hour when questions were being asked as to why the LMP2 cars were going 4 wide into turn 1 on the 3rd lap of the race. Well, because they understood the importance of maintaining that track position, because once you start getting into the lappery, the LMP2 cars lapping the GT cars, of course, also being lapped by the GTP cars throughout the race too, it's very easy to just be on the wrong end of that and lose touch with the lead group. And it really is that traffic management that can make all the difference in a race such as this one. The last time we met, Peter, we were spending a lot of time discussing traffic management, faster cars negotiating slower cars. It's a part of racing, it's a part of multi-class racing, and it's something I particularly enjoy watching.
Yeah, definitely, so do I. Although these cars are maybe a little bit more exotic than the cars we were commentating on last. Smart cars racing against Genettas. It was quite bizarre, but very fun nonetheless. Our broadcast colleague David Haynes has said he saw a Porsche 914 on Wednesday, and he said he needs some fun facts. Well, of course, the Daytona 24-hour is the jewel in the crown of the IMSA Championship. The first ever IMSA race was at Virginia International Raceway, and it was won by Peter Gregg and Hurley Haywood in a Porsche 914.
It is like having walking, talking motorsport and automotive encyclopedia next to me when I've got Peter Mackay in the commentary box. How you store this information in your mind, I do not know. But Porsche, of course, with this incredible heritage in endurance racing. A shame that I don't think I've seen a Porsche within the GTD class in the race here today. That's a car that traditionally has gone very well here at Daytona, but within GTD, I think a lot of people were expecting the Mercedes-AMG to be the dominant car. Actually, the situation we've got is an Apex Racing team domination of the Audis, and Audi's looking particularly strong at the moment on iRacing, aren't they? Do you expect the AMGs to be able to peg them back as we go deeper into the race?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, certainly AMG they've got strength in numbers, don't they? I mean, they between the Urano team, Williams, etc. You know, these are now effectively contracted Mercedes AMG teams, although they'll have to fight with their fellow front-engined German machinery, the BMW bank car, the ever-present BMW bank car. I don't actually think you can have a iRacing special event endurance race without that BMW bank car. It's so that team must have hundreds of thousands of miles under the wheel of that car now.
Absolutely, and it has closed in on what is now the third-placed fight within GTD. So you've got Alexander Teeb in third place. He's the number 91 Mercedes AMG Team Urano car. He's got the Team Williams Mercedes of Louis Nasser behind in car 55. Then Sam Krita, the second Team Urano Mercedes, and then, as you said, the Team BMW bank car of Ryan Barneveld, which we ride on board with. So 4 cars nose to tail here, fighting for third place. This group, incidentally, Peter, running nearly 10 seconds adrift of the Apex Racing team duo. That gap was about 5 seconds, I think, when we went into the last pit window, so they've gained more time in the pits. Is there an argument to say that the 3 teams we've got represented in this third place battle perhaps need to communicate with each other to work together at this stage of the race to peg back the 2 cars out in front? Is that something you think is commonplace in events like this, or do you expect them to keep on fighting for position?
Well, that's where good team strategy and good team management comes in, I think. It's certainly, definitely, I would agree with you. I think it makes real logical sense for them to try and work together to try and make their way through, because, you know, it appears that that's how Apex Racing, with their two cars working together, have pushed their way forward in GTD, like quite literally pushed each other along in those two Audis. And I tell you what, Apex Racing team, they've always been up the front, always in top level virtual motorsport. But ever since they built their sim centre at Corby, where they've got their drivers living, or most of their drivers living on site, they seem to have found an extra gear. That facility, I think, is definitely showing a performance benefit, would you say?
Yeah, we had this conversation about an hour or so ago about the benefits of having the whole team around each other, and I made the argument that I think it just puts the drivers in a different mindset. It puts them in that work mode almost, that professional mindset of, right, I am here to do a job. I'm not just jumping into my bedroom and going on the sim for a couple of hours to have a bit of fun. This is my job, this is potentially my career, and I'm surrounded by the people who are going to allow me to do that job to the best of my abilities. The lines of communication are clearer and quicker, and you've got that social aspect as well, which I think is a big part of being in a racing team. And it's something that perhaps some sim racing teams don't take full advantage of, but that social aspect between the drivers getting to know each other, is really quite important, I think.
I agree. I think that's a great way to put it, that sort of professional mindset, definitely. And also Apex Racing team, Peter Berriman, who's a former top-level snooker player, and he's been teaching Kevin Ellis how to play snooker in the snooker halls of Corby. I'm reliably informed, so time for a bit of fun as well. But the Mercedes definitely pushing one another along. The number 91 Urano car, driven by Alexander Team, the world's fastest physiotherapist, with Louis Nazar right in behind in the Williams car. And there, yeah, I think there is definitely some, what should we say, coordination, and some definitely a common message here, how we all need to work together if we're going to run down these Apex cars.
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. The Williams car had an opportunity there, if it wanted, to pull out of the draft and try to take third place for itself, but decided not to. So, yeah, I think they are all on the same agenda here. Louis Nasser just sitting in behind Alexander Team there as they come out through the Western Horseshoe back towards the Daytona banking again. Interesting there, you mentioned snooker. I'm not going to bore everyone with a 20-minute lecture on the benefits of playing snooker, but it is my second favourite sport. I really think there are lots of similarities between being a racing driver and playing good snooker. Very tactical games, lots of it looks like you're just sort of going through the motions, but then suddenly you have that opportunity to attack, and you've got to try and punish your opponent when those opportunities arise, and we have seen elements of that already in this race. You work together, you follow each other around, you save fuel, you use the draft to try and find good lap times, but if that opportunity arises to gain some track position, you've got to be ready for it, and that's a lot easier to do 2 hours into a race, Peter, than it is 18 or 19 hours into a race, when that fatigue starts to set in, those reaction times, that cutthroat ability to just go for it when the opportunity arises is not always that easy to come by.
No, it's not. Definitely not. It was interesting, actually, I was chatting to Kevin Ellis Jr. from the Apex Racing team about that, mind management in sim racing compared to the real world, because they've been working with Adam Smalley, the Porsche GB Junior, who races in the outdoor world, who's been really enjoying getting involved in the sim, and the mental aspect is different in the sim because you don't have the stimulation of the G-force of the car or the noise or anything like that, and therefore you're much more on your own with your kind of thoughts, if you like. So, and they've actually found that playing snooker has really helped with that kind of mind management as well, which is fascinating. There you go. So play more, if you want to be faster in the sim, play more snooker.
I could not agree more with you, Peter. I think a lot of people don't realise that being a racing driver, be that in a real car or otherwise, is almost as much about what's going on in your mind as it is your physical capabilities, to press the pedals and turn the wheel and do everything physically you need to do. Clearly that's important, but if you're not in the right mindset, and if you don't have that mental fortitude to deal with certain situations, particularly in endurance racing, where, like you said, you're in the car for so long, making 1,000 decisions a lap for 2 or 3 hours at a time, then you really do need to have that mental strength, and it is such a huge part of being a successful racing driver. Speaking of successful racing drivers, we're seeing lots of success here from the Apex Racing team. We've mentioned them a few times recently. There you can see the two Audis continuing to run nose to tail. Alejandro Sanchez has led the entirety of this stint, with Salva Talens quite content to push his teammate along, and the gap is now out over 10 seconds. They are doing this pretty perfectly so far, Peter, but I don't think it's going to be easy for them to stay together for an entire 24 hours. What do you think?
Very difficult, yeah, very difficult, because, you know, look at just what's going on right now. One LMP2 car coming through, and that can just create a little bit of a split. That's the Mala car, which is leading in LMP2, just cutting its way through there as well. That Dallara machine looking brilliant in the Mala colours. The Mala Piston Company that have been on every racing Porsche in history. That's quite a boast. I mean, if you there's not many cars, high performance cars and racing cars, that don't use Mala pistons. I would think the Gibson engine in the middle of that Dallara uses them as well. But they're looking very strong at the moment. Our Williams Esports Mala, they lead by 5.5 seconds from, guess who? Apex Racing Team. They've certainly brought the big guns out here, haven't they?
Yeah, they're going really well. There was a time when it looked like they would snatch 2 pole positions for this race, but yeah, Michael Constantini second place then. There you see him coming through the Le Mans chicane, the LMP2 cars hopping and bouncing over those curves with real precision. His lap times pretty comparable to Moreno Sirica in front, but 5 seconds back, needs to find a bit more time, goes past his teammates. That's a nice little team photo for the Apex Racing team as they come out of NASCAR turns 3 and 4 and head across the line. Now, we've got a situation developing, I think, here, Peter, in GTP, where Obsidian Racing, who have had a driver change at the most recent pit stop, Pablo Lazar now at the wheel of car number 6, are being caught by Dominic Hoffman in second place. Now, Dominic is entering into, I believe, his 3rd stint now in that car. He stayed in the number 190 car, the Urano Esports car, at the last stop, and he is taking chunks of time here out of the race leader.
Yeah, very strong indeed for them. Obsidian 135.0 last time by, like as you say, 131.6 for Urano, so it is game on there at the front in GTP, and that the way that these cars make their way through traffic, very, very important indeed. And certainly in second split earlier on, we saw 1 or 2 drivers just coming out of that West Horseshoe, particularly a little bit of lock on, as for the power, and whoosh, it all comes in at once, and these are difficult cars to handle.
Wonder if, and I think there must have been a moment for Pablo Lazar on that last lap. I hadn't noted the lap time. I assumed it was a gradual loss of time. It wasn't, was it? It was 4.4 seconds lost on the previous lap. So Lazar has had a moment somewhere. I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark and say that traffic had something to do with it. And we'll see if we can dig out a replay maybe of what happened to that Obsidian Racing car on the most recent lap. But on this lap, he's starting to respond. The gap back out to 2.4 seconds again. So that at least tells us there doesn't appear to be any damage done to the Obsidian Racing car out in front. I also promised you a while ago an update on car number 1, which Williams Esports Chill Blasters had an interesting race. They were leading early on in the race, had a small amount of contact with a GTD Lamborghini going into the Western Horseshoe, sustained a small amount of damage, and they had to pit a little bit off sequence for their second stop. We've been, generally speaking, seeing 25 laps or so. There is the moment for Obsidian. They tried to go to the outside of an Audi into turn 1. Dirty side of the road, Peter, and these GTP cars notoriously tricky under braking.
They are, yeah, because you've got the, of course, there's no ABS, of course. Carbon brakes, big downforce, well, normally big downforce, but of course at Daytona you're running as low downforce as you can. But of course it's the regen as well, the MG UK, Bosch MG UK unit that delivers the power, but also the battery, the WAE engineering battery that these cars have. Always a difference. And it was interesting hearing some feedback from the Rolex 24 pre-tests, is that the drivers who have been in Formula E before are finding the car's systems much easier to get on with than those who've raced the much more kind of rudimentary DPI cars in the past.
Yeah, that's interesting actually. It is a completely different way of driving the car, not just under braking, but as you said, acceleration out of the corners as well. So interesting to see some drivers clearly getting to grips with that a little bit more quickly than others. We are about just under halfway through the latest stint for those GTP cars, so we don't expect them back in too soon, but as I said, the exception to that rule may well be Arnold, who in the number 1 car, he is on his 21st lap of the stint, and we've seen 25 laps, generally speaking, be the stint length, so expect that car number 1 in for too much longer. Back to GTD though, and we see the battle continue, but now, Peter, a bit of a change for 4th position, because we do now have the second of the Urano cars into 4th, ahead of Williams Esports, and a little bit detached actually from the lead Urano car in 3rd.
Yeah, it's just starting to shuffle out a little bit in GTD. The gap hasn't come down. In fact, if anything, the gap's only grown ever so slightly from the second Apex Racing car to Alexander Teeb in the Urano Mercedes. I mean, those 2 leading Apex Racing cars, it's kind of like, that's more like one 8-wheeled car than 2 4-wheeled cars. It's been so strong, the pace that they've set at the front, and last time by they were 0.4 of a second quicker than Teeb in 3rd, and in turn 0.9 of a second quicker than Cloyter in 4th. So Apex Racing, they really are in a great spot in GTD at the moment.
It was about an hour ago, I think, that I made mention of the fact the Urano cars were, at the time, 3rd and 5th, but with about 3 seconds between them. They finally got together then now in 3rd and 4th, and they will surely now start to deploy the same sort of bump drafting technique we're seeing from Sanchez and Talent out in front, because whilst we did have, I think, a temporary truce call between the 3 Mercedes, I'm not convinced that the Williams car was really pushing Alexander Teeb along quite as much as he would have liked, whereas now, with a teammate behind, I'm sure they'll have practiced this, and the Urano team might just be able to start taking some time back out of Apex Racing. So I'll make a note of it. It's 10.8 seconds at this point, with 21 hours and 38 minutes to go, and we'll watch over the next 20 minutes or so to see whether or not they can bring that gap down. They're certainly working well effectively here, aren't they, though, Peter? Gapping the 2 cars behind. We're seeing now, I think, the immediate benefit of that bump draft.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, for sure. It's a really helpful tactic if you can get it right. However, it goes wrong. It can go pretty spectacularly wrong. As high speed knocking into one another. But that big Mercs, is a little. Now that is one thing that can happen there. It's easy to get a bit of aero wash and run a bit wide. And Sam Cloyter had a bit of a moment there on the brakes into the International Horseshoe. Of course, these GTD cars do have anti-lock braking as well, and getting on top of how that system works is important. These guys, to say they're on top of it would be an understatement. You're looking at the very best virtual racers in the world, competing in every class. It's not as if like the top guys are in one specific type of car. It's very balanced across all 3 classes.
Yeah, absolutely, and pretty equal numbers as well. We had 17 GTP cars take the start, same in LMP2, and then 16 of the GTDs, and you're right, each field stacked with talent and stacked with some of the top teams in sim racing, so that's why we're expecting this high level of competition across all 3 of the classes, and that is for sure what we're seeing. It's actually, strangely, LMP2 that so far has the biggest lead margin, 6.2 seconds between Moreno Sirica in the lead of the class and Michele Constantini in second. As we mentioned, we're focusing though quite rightly on this scrap for 3rd on back in GTD, and that gap that I said Urano had built up over the Williams car in 3rd starting to disappear. They're all back together again, and the team BMW bank car of Ryan Barneveld with them too, so that little escape they were making not necessarily continuing. Actually, they dropped another second to the Apex Racing team Audis that lap.
Yeah, it's definitely going in the favour of Apex at the moment. I would think that Team BMW bank car is one to keep an eye on as well, driven by Ryan Barneveld. Just set the personal best lap of the race, 1:43.475, but is doing so whilst saving quite a lot of fuel. 3 big honking Mercedes right in front. Perfect way for Ryan Barneveld to maintain that speed, but also do it with much less fuel usage. So we could see that BMW really moving through really moving through the pack, maybe not necessarily by outright speed and overtaking, but by fuel economy. Of course, remember, the Mercedes has 10 kilograms added to it on the balance of performance. The BMW does not, and that's bound to help with not only fuel use but tyre usage as well.
Interesting you mention fuel mileage there. One thing of note perhaps is that as they scatter with the LMP2s, this could get messy down into the Le Mans chicane. There's one of the GTP cars in there as well. Got to sort it out into the braking zone. Hold your breath. Yes, they all just managed to get through, but there was a lot of ducking and diving there. I don't think the GTD cars quite knew where they should go with a sea of prototypes approaching at varying speeds, but they all did quite well to survive that, and it does give the Urano cars once more a small advantage over the others. The point I was about to make is that cars 90 and 55, which are the second of the Urano cars and the BMW Team Williams car, they managed 33 laps on their previous stint. Now, most of the other GTDs are topping out at about 31, which is taking you about 55 minutes or so. 33 laps gets you closer to being able to do an hour per stint. Even if you can't stretch it to the full 60-minute stint, Peter, the closer you get to that, ultimately the shorter that final pit stop may be. And if you can continue doing that over 24 hours, that can be the difference.
Yes, it can be. Yeah, for sure. Well, we've got the slightly off-sync Williams Esports Chill Blast GTP car in the pit lane as well, taking service. It's just dropped off the lead lap, having that pit stop. So hopefully we'll get back onto that lead lap once it shuffles out. Now, just that melee there with the LMP2s coming through at the Le Mans chicane has actually just given the Urano cars an opportunity to try and make a bit of a breakaway here. The gap from Sam Poiter back to Louis Nazar's 1.1 seconds. If they can ace this bus stop chicane here, the Le Mans chicane, I knew I was going to do that, the Le Mans chicane, formerly the bus stop, is get another dive bomb for the prototype, shuffles the Urano cars back again, and that will immediately bring Louis Nazar back into the reckoning. Yes, it has straight away. It's now down to 7/10 of a second, which will give them a draft. So traffic gives, traffic takes away. Take that one off your bingo card.
Well, that's kind of the point I was about to make. It's why you need to have that patience, and it's why you need, I think, a slightly different mentality to be a successful endurance driver over a successful sprint race driver. Because if this were a 20-minute sprint and you lost 2 seconds because you had to bail out of the way of some traffic, as we get a change for 5th position there, the Team BMW bank car diving up the inside of the Williams Esports Mercedes, so put the BMW into the top 5 for, I think, the first time since the opening few laps of the race. That car was at the front on the run into turn 1, ran wide, rejoined outside of the top 5, and has finally moved back into 5th position. But yeah, if this was a 20-minute sprint and you lost 2 seconds in traffic, that's game over. You're not going to gain that back. In endurance racing, though, Peter, you could lose 2 seconds one lap and gain them straight back on the very next one. So it is important not to panic in that situation. If you have to brake a bit early, pull out of the way, let a prototype through into the Le Mans chicane, there's a good chance you'll get that time back at some point further down the road.
Yeah, exactly, you will. And it's just trust in that, trust in the car, trust your teammates as well. So Obsidian Racing, they still lead the way, and they pulled 0.8 of a second out of Urano Esports Heineken last time by. So the gap is really fluctuating quite considerably at the front in GTP as the drivers work their way through traffic. And I guess the higher up the iRacing ladder you go, the higher the standard goes, the tighter the races are in each class, and therefore the more difficult it is to make your way through traffic cleanly, because the two GT cars having a battle over position, they're not going to care a jot if they hold up a GTP car.
No, they certainly don't, and in a way that's a good thing. As soon as they start actively trying to get out of the way, that makes them a slightly more unpredictable target, doesn't it, for the quicker cars? So just to continue on your line, continue your race, and let the quicker cars get on with the overtaking. Interesting situation, though, developing here. The Team BMW bank car of Ryan Barneveld has cruised up onto the back of the Team Urano Mercedes and has very much dropped to the Mercedes AMG of Louis Nasser in 6th place. So for whatever reason, that car now starting to lose pace, whereas the BMW almost appears to be getting stronger the deeper into this stint we go. And it will be interesting to see whether Ryan decides now to try and move past the Urano cars or not, Peter.
Oh, there's a GTP car there, absolutely that's the race leader. Race leader, Obsidian Racing, 4 wheels on the grass at the kink. Well, what were we talking about? GTD cars not worried about the GTP car has to go around them? Well, there we go. Oh my word, that was incredible stuff from Pablo Lazar. I'm not entirely sure how he got that car turned. Let's have a look then. So, riding on board with our race leader, number 6, Pablo Lazar, Obsidian Racing. So the door is open. The door is all of a sudden not open. Oh, they're onto the grass. That's remarkable car control that he managed to turn the car on the grass and managed to get it back again. The road's going away from him. That's unfathomable. I have no idea how he's done that. Pablo Lazar, well done, because that could have been a race-ending crash there.
Yeah, 100%. That was really close, and you could kind of see how that came about, because he was expecting the GTD cars to stay left for him, but of course the racing line requires them to move to the right down that straight, and just a bit of a miscommunication. Ultimately, that is the second miscommunication Obsidian Racing have had with a GTD car in recent memory, and it means the gap once again down under 2 seconds briefly between they and the Urano Esports Heineken Media car in second, as the group battling for third in GTD continue to squabble, now getting held up behind another GTD car, and this is something we haven't seen much of yet, Peter, but we'll inevitably see more of as the race goes on. Cars lapping other cars within their class, and that is even tougher to do because you don't have that pace advantage over them. Unless they're going to make your life easy and pull out of the way, it's easy to get stuck behind them for quite a long time.
Can I have permission to doff my tin hat for a second?
Go ahead.
So, the car in first place in GTP is Obsidian Racing. Car in second place is an Urano Esports car. Which car was just put onto the grass by an Urano Mercedes?
I see where you're going with this.
You see where I'm going with that? Am I putting 2 and 2 together and making 15 though? I wonder. It all happened so quickly, I don't know if there's time to calculate such a thing, but I think if you see your teammate's car in another class come up behind you, you're always going to give it more room than another. Always.
Yeah, I think that's
without
true.
Even trying.
Yeah, for sure. And you're not going to go out of your way to make it easier for a team that you know other members of your team are fighting with for the class lead, so you might be onto something there. It seems that Obsidian just can't catch a break in traffic generally, though, because the gap's come down again, and this is the closest it's been for the race lead in quite some time. So Dominic Hoffman now only 6/10 adrift of Pablo Lazar, and crucially, Peter, that now means he's well within slipstreaming range. If you're within 1.2 seconds or so of the car ahead, you're going to get that draft on the banking, and it will be very, very hard for them to shake you.
Speaking of draft, Alexander Spets can hang on here to the leading pair. If you look at Alexander Spets' the team car's best lap, 1:31.1, you know, that's actually quicker than the Urano Esports best lap of a 1:31.2. So that Williams Esports car there at the back of shot, it is a lap down, just off the lead lap there. Now, has pitted, the 2 leading cars need to pit, so it's going to kind of shuffle back and forward across the day, but being able to tuck in with those leading 2 cars just for a brief period just gives a little bit of an edge there with the Williams, and I think Alexander Spets will be quite happy to just tuck in behind this leading pair. But this is what it's all about. GTP has arrived here on iRacing. It will arrive in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship this time next week, and can you imagine if you throw in, I mean, this is just all BMW GTP cars. Can you imagine, Andy, when we throw a Porsche in there, a Cadillac, an Acura? It's a mouth-watering prospect.
It really is. I'm really expecting this to be a particularly exciting season in sports car racing, that is for sure. Alexander Spets, I think, will be able to stick with the leaders. His last lap matched them. We've got a moment here on board with Jonas Wallmeyer, and he is about to move ahead of another GTP car that did not get it right through the Le Mans chicane, and that was Daniel Civisaro in the Pure Sims Esports car. And he's moving up the banking because I suspect he's got a slowdown to serve. He went a long way off the road there through the Le Mans chicane. By pulling out of line, you start to slow down a little bit, and you can serve that gradually, the slowdown penalty. And that's the best way to do it, actually, so you're not having to jump on the brakes to serve the penalty all in one go. So 1 place gained there. Are we, though, about to see a place gained at the front of the field? Because Dominic Hoffman is asking all the right questions now of Pablo Lazar. Alexander Spets is indeed staying with them 1 lap down, but we expect these 2 leaders to be pitting anyway within the next 5 laps. So let's enjoy this battle while we can, Peter, because pit stops are coming.
They are, yes, indeed. And last lap by, Dominic Hoffman in second place was 0.4 of a second quicker than Lazar. So very interesting. Now, a lot of that can come on the back straight along the super speedway section with the draft, and the way they get through that bus stop is quite remarkable. You think that's in low downforce trim. What are these cars going to be like at a Sebring, where you might be running a little bit more downforce, or a Line Rock or Watkins Glen or something like that? It's going to, absolutely fantastic. Petit Le Mans, going down the S's in this car at Petit Le Mans, Road Atlanta. My goodness me, really special, really special indeed. And look at that, just round the outside of an LMP2 car, like it's no problem at all. Remarkable. Oh, that's a problem.
Oh, that was a squeeze, is what that was, going into the International Horseshoe, and that was an LMP2 car that was very nearly roughly knocked off the road there, but they just avoided making too much contact. Again, Hoffman just dropping a couple of tenths now to Lazar ahead, but that will ebb and it will flow as they continue to negotiate traffic over the next handful of laps. We've got 21 hours, 24 minutes left of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 hours, and it is getting very tight indeed within all of our classes. GTP really coming to life as we approach our latest round of pit stops. But it does seem, doesn't it, Peter, that Hoffman, he's got the pace on some laps, and certainly when Lazar loses time in traffic, the gap comes down. But when situation normal resumes and Lazar is in clean air, I think he's maybe got a couple of tenths over the second place man for now.
Certainly at this stage, but I think everyone's going to take their turn in the sun throughout the race. I really do. These cars are just so powerful. They're so demanding that there is going to be, I think, big fluctuations in time as well. Any takers for pit stops as we start lap 100? No, they carry on. I think we could see them in next lap around, though. Of course, the battery is another thing you've got to think about with this car as well. It's got 3 modes on it, where you can have build, which basically builds the battery up to 100%, but without using it, of course. You've got balanced, which keeps it at around sort of 40-50%, and then you have attack, which will empty the battery if you let it, and you could, from sort of 50-60% charge, you can empty it in about 7 or 8 laps. So the management of that battery, I'd be interested to find out from the teams, if any of the drivers of the teams come in to chat with us, Andy, of what mode they leave the battery in. Do they ever put it in attack? Do they ever put it in build? Do they just leave it in balanced? I would think that one thing's for sure, they'll have figured out what's the optimum way.
Yeah, Arjuna mentioned this before, and I must confess I've not yet driven the new BMW M Hybrid V8 on iRacing. I really want to. I promised myself I was going to before this weekend, just never quite got round to it. But he suggested, did Arjuna, that they would be keeping it imbalanced for the race. But I do wonder whether there is a time, perhaps later in the race, where they might just up the ante on that a little bit, forego the fuel mileage a little bit, and just go full attack. That was close to an off-track for Dominic Hoffman as he gives it his absolute all through the Le Mans chicane. He stays down by the yellow line, so no slowdown received just yet. This will be to complete, by the way, the 23rd lap of his stint. The leader, though, I think that is ahead of us, is diving for pit lane. So Obsidian are in, and that was only a shorter pit stop, I think, shorter stint than we were expecting. 24 laps. They managed 26 last time round.
Interesting. Well, averages out, I suppose. They've certainly been in an intense battle where saving fuel would certainly be more difficult. Obsidian in then, up on the jack, so fitting new Michelin tyres to this GTP machine. Pablo Lazar appears to be staying on board for now. And Dominic Hoffman carries on then, interestingly, in the Arano Esports car, so goes a lap longer. He had dropped 0.7 of a second to Lazar on the last flying lap. Last bit of fuel going in then, so tyres are done. More fuel going in for Lazar, and off he goes. Off into the race. coming back to that on the attack mode, I think with 5 laps to go in the race, I think we'll see the teams put the cars in attack, because you want to really be crossing the line with 0 in the battery. You do not want to leave anything on the table, especially in that last lap battle. But yeah, for my testing, about 5 or 6 laps to go, you can whack it in attack mode and empty the clip, as they would say in Hollywood movies.
That's interesting, and there may be other points during stints maybe where they realise, okay, we're under a bit of attack, we're due to pit soon, maybe we can go on the attack a little bit more. I'm fascinated by this strategy then for Obsidian. That was actually a 25 lap stint. It did tick over. I think their pit box is just before the timing line, which perhaps was confusing me. It doesn't take that much, let's be honest. But when you compare their strategy, where they've been doing 25 laps pretty much every time, to Urano, well, they have been metronomic. This is their 4th stint of the race. Their previous 3 have been 26 laps each. 26 laps at the start, then another 26, then another 26, and I expect that they will once again go to 26 this time. So they're now just starting to separate themselves slightly on pit sequence with the car that they're battling for the lead with. There is the Urano Esports Heineken Media car, which has indeed gone through to start yet another lap, and either this time or next time around, they will, I suspect, dive for the pit lane, and that means, of course, that car number 1 riding behind them will once more be on the lead lap.
Yeah, we'll be back in the game, and if any, even if you're if you're eking even just 1 lap a stint more than your rivals consistently, well, in a race where we'd expect, 25 to 30 pit stops, that makes a difference. So Urano in a really good position here right now. It does seem that on absolute blast out pace, Obsidian maybe have the edge, but on fuel mileage, Urano are on the go, and that's really fascinating as well. There's 2 ways to skin a cat in endurance racing. And do we see the Urano car come down the lane? No, that's 3 laps longer, Andy.
Yeah, so that is now 25 laps. So they're going to do 26 again, aren't they? So they should be in this time. But this is what I mean. Going 1 lap further than your rivals once or twice is neither here nor there. If you can do that every time, then suddenly that means you're pitting 4 laps later, pitting 5 laps later, pitting 6 laps later. Over 24 hours, Peter, you can save a pit stop. And if it turns out that they've got front-running pace whilst they've also got better fuel mileage, that really could be an almost unstoppable combination.
I think it could be. I think if they can keep this up, they'll be in very good position. In GTD, well, Apex Racing continue their crusade at the front. They've opened up the gap last time we mentioned it was 10 seconds. It's now 12.3 seconds. And this pair of Audi R8s just forge on so consistently. Car number 98, the leading car, driven by Alejandro Sanchez. Salvatalen's right there behind, and they're just bumping and bumping and bumping. Proper NASCAR stuff here from the Apex Racing crew. They're looking very, very good at the moment. And I would think, though, Andy, they will do about half a stint each of being the lead car in order to not get out of sequence in terms of fuel usage.
You say that, that's not what they've been doing. I suspected the same, but no, Car 98 has been ahead, I think, pretty much the whole race. They have stayed in this order, even when they had driver changes, because myself and Arjuna were discussing that some drivers prefer to push, some drivers prefer to be pushed, and after the driver change, that dynamic may shift slightly, but no, they've stayed in the same positions, with 98 ahead of 99. So I guess that if you are in front and you're being pushed, then potentially you're saving fuel as well, but for sure, the car that's running in the draft has a slightly easier job of that. They're off the throttle a little bit more, they're lifting and coasting a bit more into the corners naturally to avoid running into their teammate ahead. And so, yeah, perhaps the second place car is having to pit a lap earlier than it otherwise could do in order to stay on sequence. But I think that's better, Peter, than having the second place car going that extra lap every time, because if you're pitting together, you can orchestrate it so that you leave pit lane nose to tail and pick up where you left off, whereas as soon as you start putting on different laps, that gets a lot harder to do.
So pit stops in the both the leaders or former leaders in LMP2 and GTP pitting. Michele Constantini pitted from the lead in the Apex Racing team car, and he is back out. He stayed on board. Driver changes at the front in GTP. Pablo Lazar has stayed on board the Obsidian car, but the Urano Esports machine, car number 190, Daniel Alves Lorenco, has taken over the wheel there as well. Race Clutch White, they've put Florian Kruger in. Fabio Rauer for Simsa Esports. Kai Kishube now on board for the BMW M Team BS competition. And doesn't that GTP car look good in the zebra colours of BS competition? Wonderful. Really wonderful.
Fantastic looking car in any colours, really, the BMW, but that is a particularly fetching livery. Sadly, the other BS Turner car in the wall early on after a sizable shunt out on the banking, but this car running strongly still. Lead gap, by the way, after those pit stops, 3.4 seconds. So, as we've said, it's now Daniel Alves Lorenco who has jumped on board car number 190, and so it might take him a couple of laps just to get up to speed. It means that this car number 6 for Obsidian Racing, continues to lead the way in GTP by 3.5 seconds the advantage, and it was indeed another 26 lap stint for Dominic Hoffman in the second place car last time around, but we do suspect that perhaps the second place car is thinking rather more about fuel mileage than the lead car. They're going for outright speed, whereas in second, Urano perhaps trying to play the fuel mileage game. We'll find out over the coming hours exactly how that's going to shake out. There is the second place car back out in second place, and they have got, Peter, about an 8-second advantage over Race Clutch White in third, who are pitting, it seems, on about the same strategy as the race leaders. So those gaps not really changing through that cycle of pit stops.
Yeah, well, I think we'll now see a little bit of a different driver roster. You can see, in endurance racing, when you get these standout stints that can just make such difference in races. The one that always sticks out to me was the Nick Tandy quadruple stint at Le Mans in 2015, where, to be honest, nobody was expecting, Porsche included, their third car to win overall. But, the two full season cars, they hit problems, and Tandy, Hulkenberg and Bamber came through and won it, and a lot of that was to do with Tandy's quad stint in the night back goodness, 7 years ago. But you really do get these standout stints, and I think at this level it can make such a difference when you get someone who really just gets on it. As Chit Chat Racing trying to make their way through the field. It's Marius Valiokas has taken over that car number 32, car number 69, excuse me, chasing down car number 32, the R2 Melgar setup shop machine driven by Premishaw Marek. Well,
that car even had been in the mix for the race lead in the early stages in LMP2, but somewhere along the way has dropped back and then has a bit of a close call with, I think that was the Urano Esports GTP car, wasn't it, coming through the banking. But the number 32 car winning 7th place in LMP2, all of those cars also having recently made pit stops. We are, by the way, about to start seeing pit lane activity for our GTD runners. They are coming towards the end of their 31st lap on this stint, so expect the Apex Racing team and perhaps the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano cars to be diving for pit lane very shortly as well, as we are entering into that phase of the race, because all of the cars are capable of going, or the classes at least, capable of going different distances on fuel. There is almost a constant run of activity in pit lane as different strategies start to unfold, and that GTD one will be of significance. If Apex Racing continue their really strong pit work as well, then they are going to be very, very difficult to catch moving forward into the night.
Well, Salvatelans in the following car to Alejandro Sanchez has just set the fastest lap of the race in GTD, a 1:43.294. So that low fuel load really working nicely for those Apex cars. And they're just in a really strong position. There's obviously a long way to go, but they appear to be the team to beat right now. Question is, if they keep this up all the way through the night and into the morning, Andy, how do they decide? Do they let them go for it in the last hour?
I think they have to, don't they? If they've got enough of a lead that they're sort of guaranteed the win, then yeah, I think they certainly will be on board there with Salvatallons, and you can see the concentration on his face as they work together, that transition off the banking onto the backstretch. See how he just lifts off a little bit earlier to get away from his teammate, knowing that he'll close back in again in the draft out of the Le Mans chicane. That really is an example of how the second place car, how the pusher, can save a bit more fuel than the lead car, but I do suspect we'll see them both dive for the pit lane this time around, even though Salva may have a bit more fuel on board. I think he will follow his teammate down below the yellow line, and here he comes. The lead car takes a bit longer to pull to the left, and then brake as late as you dare. He's very late on the brakes. Salvatallons, he's got an early pit box as well. For a moment there, Peter, that looked like disaster about to strike, but they had it all in hand.
I don't quite know how Salvatallons got that stopped in time. And that's the sort of thing, yeah, see, if you get a pit lane speeding penalty, forget that strategy, goes out the window. This has to work, but this is, you know, it might say, oh, this is just easy, they're just pushing each other along. To be able to do this consistently for hour after hour is really hard to do. Really hard to do. It's a very effective strategy, but very difficult to pull off. So is Salvatallons staying on board? We won't really get an impression once this car pulls away. If this car pulls away and he's not turning the wheel, then we've had a driver change. At the moment, Alejandro Sanchez and Talons, off they go.
Huh.
Does he have his teammate behind him?
I think he must do. Yes, there we go. There's
Yep,
the answer.
there they
So
go.
they have now swapped, whether they wanted to or not. Salvatallons finds himself out in front. They are no longer the race leaders in GTD because the Urano cars did stay out another lap as we expected, and he will leave the pit lane with this later pit lane speed exit than we had a few years ago. It's just past the blue cones. Green cones indeed there. Now they get up to speed and they rejoin into a pretty clear bit of track. The LMP2 car clears them, and that means that even on cold tyres they can get to it. And look, immediately the change. So clearly Salvatallons prefers to be the pusher, and they immediately redressed that and got him back in behind.
That's intriguing. That's very intriguing. And the fact that they appear to be using a similar amount of fuel would, I guess, indicate that Salvatallons is keeping his foot in it, and basically that's where the pushing is coming from, where he's staying flat rather than lifting and coasting, which you see people do if they're following a car that's not their team car. They'll sit behind and, you know, lift their foot off the gas but still maintain the same velocity because of the slipstream. Oh dear, that's an Audi R8 twitch there for you folks, for Salvatallons just asking for the power, and the big V10 giving a dollop of torque. So, Louis Nazar and Alexander Teeb, they are in pit lane for their stops in GTD. Sam Coitert is carried on. So Sam Coitert, of course, was following his teammate Alexander Teeb. He's gone a different way around it. So instead of pushing his teammate on, he's gone for the fuel save. So where does Coitert play out in this when the fuel stops are complete? Does he then get a bit of a jump on his teammate, perhaps?
Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Because I think when it comes to Apex Racing Team, I do think that Alejandro Sanchez Salvatallons, is probably saving fuel behind his teammate. I just think that he's choosing to pit earlier than he could because he knows it's more important to stay coupled up with his teammate, whereas at Urano, yeah, the chasing car is going to be able to do an extra lap on fuel, but I think it's better perhaps to keep them on pit road together. It's an interesting one. I think Apex are just going for outright speed, and Urano perhaps really trying to play the fuel game. But anyway, whatever it is, Sam Coitert leading the way for now. We'd expect him into the pit lane this time around, most likely, and we'll see where he filters out in relation to the teammate car. But yeah, interesting that they are keeping their cars separated, whereas Apex doing everything they can to keep their cars not only latched together, but latched together in the correct order. They're willing to sacrifice, I think, that extra lap on fuel if it means they can keep working together throughout.
It seems so. It's very clear what their strategy is, that's for certain. So Coitert comes through, but where does he come through in relation? Again, still no pit stop there for Coitert. So at the moment he holds, Sam Coitert has a 50-second advantage. Pit stop wise, do you know, I think Coitert might pull quite a bit of time out of the Apex cars here if the pit stop all goes to plan.
Yeah, I'm just looking back, he has been going further. He did 33 laps on his last stint. The Apex cars have been at 31 on that previous stint, so he has been eking out an extra lap even over the Apex cars, which again tells me that he is saving fuel. Apex are not. They're just pushing, going as quickly as they can. And Urano perhaps just trying to play the long game, and only time will tell if that's going to work. I think the only way it can work, though, Peter, is if you can save yourself either an entire pit stop, or at least make it so that your final pit stop is significantly shorter than your riders, because you're dropping time on track. It sounds obvious, doesn't it? If you can save more fuel and have fewer pit stops, well, surely that's a winning strategy. Well, it is, but only if your pace is strong on the track as well, and that's the difficult thing to do, to go quickly but also to save fuel. And Urano, whether they're going to be able to do that or not, we might not know for another 20 hours.
Well, the gap is very much consistent from the two Apex cars back to those who have pitted, 12 seconds, which is what it was when they went into the pits. But where Coitert plays in this is really interesting. And might he find himself in no man's land here? He might find himself behind the Apex cars, but without a tow from his teammate. Let's see as Coitert comes into pit lane in the number 90 Mercedes AMG for Urano Esports. Menacing looking machine from afterback. The thumping great 6.2 litre V8 in the front. Into the pit lane he goes. Parks up. Now will we see a driver change here? Up on the jack, so going for new Michelin tyres there. Fuel going in. And it appears that Sam Coitert's going to stay on board here, so the multiple Dutch karting ace. Well, so again, the fuel's in, but down off the jacks. Fuel still going in, and we'll see number 90 Sam Coitert go back out onto the circuit. But where will he come out in return in compared to Tarlins and Sanchez, who, there they go, over the tri-oval. So the two Apex cars look like they are going to go into the lead of this race once again to reassume their lead once again. There goes Coitert, but has he pulled any time back on them? That's the question. We'll get an impression once he gets going. I tell you what, he's got to tiptoe on those cold tyres as well. That's something that really has been a difference in the last couple of months here on iRacing, Andy. It's that new tyre model where the car is a lot more twitchy on those cold tyres.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and he has to manage that not only in the pit exit, but probably for the majority of his outlap, certainly until they get out onto the banking. You were right in your hypothesis, though, that he was going to land in no man's land, which is exactly what's happened, because he's nowhere near the cars with whom he was racing before. You can see in the background the Team BMW bank car still driven by Ryan Barneveld, just ahead of Louis Nasser, who stayed on board the Mercedes AMG Team Williams car as well. Well, they're a couple of seconds behind him, and the other Urano car has dropped well back, hasn't it?
Something's gone wrong for Alexander Teeb at some point, because he was right there with Nasser and Barneveld, Coitert, etc. But something has gone wrong for Teeb. So Coitert all on his own now, and the thing is, the fuel safe strategy, well, it's a bit more difficult to do when you're on your own, without sacrificing lap time. So the gap between the two Apex cars, Coitert has, in that pit cycle, has shaved 2 seconds off the gap to the leaders, but can he keep that up now all on his lonesome? He needs a dancing partner. He's basically where I was at high school discos, just standing there looking around, hands in the pockets, going, oh dear, this isn't so fun anymore.
Yes, I can relate, I can assure you. You're not going to go as quickly on your own. It's as simple as that. You need somebody to draft with down those straights and or out on the banking in general. He doesn't have that. The frustrating thing for Team Urano is that they spent the first couple of hours of the race trying to get their two cars together, finally got them together for half a stint, and they've immediately been separated again in the next cycle of pit stops, so that has lost them a lot of time. We're hearing reports that nothing particularly has happened to Alexander Teeb. He's just lost time in traffic, so perhaps on his outlap didn't have the best of time in traffic, and that's why he's lost a few seconds. And given how tight the majority of that GTD field is, Peter, that's all it takes. Lose a couple of seconds on an outlap and it could cost you 4 or 5 positions, and indeed that's kind of what happened to Teeb. He dropped at least 2 or 3 over the last couple of laps.
The man of 1,000 screens, Hugo Luis, he misses nothing. On top of everything. Great spot there. But that has big repercussions for the way that Urano deal with this strategy. So Obsidian Racing, they still lead in GTP, 1.2 seconds to the good from Urano Esports, although we believe that Urano Esports do have a bit of an edge on the fuel mileage, certainly over the last stint or two they have. Obsidian going for a real hot pace here as well, and they're quite far ahead. Race Clutch are 18 seconds back from second place in third, so there's the leading two really in a bit of a division of their own at the moment. Race Clutch, they've only got 3 seconds back to Kai Kashubi and BMW M BS Competition, so we've got 2 pairs at the front here in GTP.
Indeed, and that gap, as you said, down to 1.2 seconds now, so it keeps on ebbing and flowing, and it looks almost as if it just took Daniel Alves Lourenco a few laps just to get into the groove, didn't it? Whereas now he is lapping really, really well. A 32.2 on the previous lap was a couple of tenths slower than the race leader, but on the first part of this lap, it starts to creep down again. Just to finish off the theorising about what happened to Alexander Teeb, Hugo Luis is showing us what happened to Alexander Teeb. He outbraked himself. In fact, he missed the pit entry altogether, missed his pit box altogether. It looks like he's almost in the first pit box, and he didn't know that. So that was where the time went. When Hugo told us that he had to reverse in the pit lane, Peter, I thought maybe he'd overshot by half a pit box. It was a bit more than that.
Well, the iRacing system can effectively disqualify you if you reverse up pit lane, which of course is not advisable. Maybe not in that part of the pit lane, but yeah, I think that was he was very lucky not to be disqualified from the race automatically, because that was probably what, 4 or 5 pit boxes he had to reverse back.
Yeah, but they had no choice.
It's not the first pit stop of the race, so surely you know that you are in the first. It hasn't moved. Very strange.
Is odd,
but you do then have to brake earlier going into pit lane. You do have to brake, 100 metres earlier than your rivals, and that of course gives away time. So yeah, they don't have a great pit box there, it must be said.
Yeah, so that was Alexander's first time in, so that was the end of his first stint. So in his defence, it was the first time that he had personally had to pull up in the pit box, but yeah, perhaps lack of communication, hadn't been told that it was the first pit box. That's possible, I suppose. If he hadn't seen any of the other pit stops that the team had made, then that would explain how he got it wrong. But if they were out of fuel, he had no choice but to reverse. You've got to sort of risk the disqualification, because if he didn't have fuel to do another lap, they were going to be out of the race either way. So whatever, seems to have got away with it. That's good news, and a bit of time lost, but could have been an awful lot worse. The GTD leaders there being lapped by our 5th place battle now in GTP. 3 cars running absolutely nose to tail. It's another Urano Esports car, the Data Group number 191 car, running in 5th place overall in the race. That car is being driven by Jonas Vollmeyer. We were riding on board with him a little bit earlier on. Sasha Gourlay and Daniel Sivi-Chabo right behind him, and they are going to do battle around the outside of an LMP2 car through the high banks at Daytona for 5th position as the sun sets on the first part of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 Hours.
Well, LMP2, there is a proper heavyweight battle going on at the front there as well. The gap between first and second is 11.5 seconds, but the difference in lap time, last time by, there was 1/1000th of a second between leader Moreno Sirica and second place Marcos Nunez for the Caltha team, and the following lap there was 5/1000th of a second between them. When you throw in the inevitable traffic interruptions, that's quite remarkable, how close it is on the timesheets at the top of LMP2.
Especially when you consider the traffic that they're having to deal with, it's particularly impressive that they're running about the same sort of pace. The Pure Sims Esports LMDH car here, running right in behind the SRV Movano Corsa car. 3 of the big hitters in sim racing these days, Urano, Movano and Pure Sims, all running together in this battle at the back end of the top 5 in the GTP category. They're about half a minute adrift of the race leaders right now. That lead gap, as you can see, top left corner of your screen, stable at around 1.3, 1.4 seconds, as again LMP2 traffic starts to be a factor. And this was one of the big questions, Peter, we had coming into this race. How would the GTP cars interact with the LMP2s? Yes, they are quicker, the GTPs, but under braking in particular, I don't think there's a huge difference, and that makes passing the LMP2 cars, many of whom are not used to being overtaken as well, that little bit harder.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the difference in lap time, I mean, the best lap of the race in GTP is a 1:31 flat. In LMP2, it's a 1:34.8, so it's at 3.8 seconds, call it 4 seconds lap delta between them. That's quite a difference in lap time, but as you rightly say, getting that pass done is not so straightforward. And it's different, of course, for those who have raced in the LMP1 cars in the past, the Porsche 919 hybrid or the Audi R18 TDI. You can't just hit the afterburner button and zip past. This car delivers its hybrid exactly the same way as, you know, there is no boost button. You can change the mode as we discussed, but that's only really for battery usage. So yeah, very interesting. Yes, Daniel Alves Lourenco only 0.3 of a second behind the leader Obsidian, and a big fuel save there, and he's got a run here, Andy. Here comes Daniel Alves Lourenco hard on the back of the Obsidian racing car. We are side by side for the lead of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24-hour. Here comes Lourenco in the Urano machine. They are absolutely side by side through the tri-oval as well. Is Lourenco going to give it a go, or is he going to give best to the Obsidian car of Pablo Lazar? He's given best, but right on the back here as well. And if we think that, if our prediction that Urano are playing the fuel save game, he's in exactly the right place to do it, Andy.
Yes, he is. He's in the draft, but wanted to lead there, didn't he? So he's not interested in just sitting behind the leader and saving more fuel. Clearly confident that they've got the fuel mileage in hand either way, and if they see a chance to lead this race, they're going to go for it. So just past 3 hours into the race, and we've got our closest battle, really, that we've had for the lead in GTP since the opening stages, because actually even in the early laps, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car built a handy little cushion before the contact with the GTD sent them into the pit lane a little bit early. So this really the most competitive we've seen it at the front of the field. They've got a 19.5 second cushion over the third placed car, and they are free to do battle. Once again, out onto the high banks they go, and Daniel Alves Lourenco looking to try and do the same thing again as he did a lap ago when Pablo Lazar got held up in traffic through the Le Mans chicane. They're not quite as close this time to the LMP2 car in the distance, so they both get through the chicane unimpeded. But this is where that slipstream starts to take effect. You're riding on board with the Urano Esports Heineken Media car in second. The perfect position, Peter, to see the effect of that draft.
Yeah, this is... if we listen carefully to Daniel Alves Lourenco here, you hear that fuel saving, I would imagine. So there is a skill involved in that, because you hear him dipping the clutch, which on the iRacing platform is believed to be the best way to save that fuel. But the thing is that this GTP car, you then have to go down the gears quite quickly, and it's quite easy to lock the rears, and so to avoid the car doing that, it's quite a balancing act. It's quite a coordination to be able to save fuel without throwing big amounts of lap time away and not lock the rears and spin.
Lourenco there almost outbraking himself into the Western Horseshoe as well. He is pushing hard at this stage of the race to try and find a way through into the lead of the race. We're probably about 6 or 7 laps away from these cars coming back into the pit lane. So it was at this point in the previous stint, wasn't it, where they got themselves together. Of course, a different driver now on board the second place car, but perhaps a sign that that Urano Esports Heineken Media car is maybe set up to do a little bit better on lower fuel loads, do you suspect? Because it does seem that in the second half of the stint, regardless of who is in that car, it gets better. And setup is something we haven't really touched upon much yet, but it's a tricky thing to do, to set up a car for a 24-hour race, especially around such a unique circuit as Daytona, where you've got the high banked oval where you need the lowest downforce possible, but quite a technically demanding infield section. But also you've got to have a car that works just as well in the heat of the day as it does in the very, very cool nights that you get in Florida at this time of year. And it may well be that, again, we see the dynamic dynamic of the race shift as we move into the night, as perhaps some teams have tailored their car more around the nighttime running.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, I remember, goodness me, last year the Rolex 24, oh my goodness, it was so cold. It was actually hovering around freezing, with track temperatures at sort of 4 or 5 degrees Celsius, and Michelin, I mean, the Michelin tyre is not designed for that kind of temperature, but it lasted. There was no delaminations out of nowhere. It was incredible, the operating window of the tyre, but a lot of the teams actually had to scrub their tyres in practice, making sure they had almost every set scrubbed. Not all of them, but nearly everyone ready for putting on in the night, because if you put them on brand new with the stickers on, it is like driving on ice. But and a lot of the drivers, when you saw them, especially the prototypes, just no front end grip at all. Thankfully don't have to worry about that in the sim. It's again Lourenco just dipping that clutch, so he's keeping on pace with the Obsidian car here of Pablo Lazar. Question is though, Andy, I wonder if Lazar is really trying to push on to try and drag Urano out of their strategy. The harder he pushes, the more he can drag Urano out of that fuel safe game. Now we've got something here, because we've got a car in front that's giving the Obsidian car a draft. Urano popped to the outside. There's an LMP2 car that will have to be careful as well, right behind, and not run into the back of the GTP. But oh, this is stunning stuff. Proper multi-class sports car racing at its best.
Yeah, I think that is the number 24 TC Corsa Esports car, which is about to go a lap down. Yes, it is. Hayato Asaga at the wheel, so another GTP, and they are the last car on the lead lap. They won't want to give that up if they can help it. Past the Apex Racing Audis they go. Another close call for the race leader as they continue to bunch up in traffic. This is definitely Lourenco's best chance to try and take the lead, is in traffic. It seems that maybe Pablo Lazar is either just being a bit less fortunate in traffic, or maybe as the race leader just taking it a bit more cautiously through the back markers. Whatever it is, that seems to be when Lourenco closes in. Out onto the banking once more, they will have some traffic at the Le Mans chicane, and it might just give Daniel Alves Lourenco the impetus that he's looking for to make the overtake for the race lead. And then it would be interesting to see whether he has the pace to pull away. On this occasion though, Peter, I think the traffic will work against him, because the Obsidian Racing car clears the LMP2 car before the chicane, whereas the Urano car does not.
Yeah, that's painful for the Urano car, and immediately the gap goes up to 3/4 of a second, which really puts the draft into very much a minimal effect. So Lourenco will now have to really push if he wants to stay on touch with the leader, if he wants to stay on touch with the leader, or might he settle back into his rhythm of keeping that fuel number down. They'll know exactly what fuel number they need to hit to be able to get their strategy to work. And again, just catches an LMP2 at just the wrong moment there, coming through those little flip-flop S's coming out of turn 1, heading towards the International Horseshoe. Now gets a bit of clean air, but already the gap is up to 1 second.
Yeah, that was just a bit unfortunate. Again, shows how the traffic can benefit you one lap and then take all of that time back away from you on the next. But he's still within slipstreaming range. I think anything within a second and a half or so, you'll pick up a bit of a slipstream out on the banking. And certainly if you're within a second, that's quite a sizable bit of a draft. So Lourenco will be hoping to use that now to continue to close back in on this next lap, which, by the way, is the 22nd, I believe, in Obsidian Racing's stint. And remember, they pitted a lap sooner than Urano, a couple of laps sooner than Urano last time around. So we're perhaps 3 or 4 laps away from seeing the race-leading car come into the pit lane for another pit stop with 20 3/4 hours to go. Down through the Le Mans chicane then. For now, things just settle out ever so slightly in GTP. Quickly take a glance at the timing screen though, Peter, and there is an interesting development, I think, in GTD, because on this stint, the third placed car, again a Urano car, Sam Creetert, is matching the pace a bit more now of the Apex Racing team. He may be on his own, but actually his lap time's comparable with the leader. He's keeping the gap under 10 seconds and, crucially, not being caught by the cars behind him.
No, this is a great stint so far from Sam Creetert. The question will be how much fuel usage will he have, but he's built up a bit of a buffer over the last few stints, so we'll see if this is now where he kind of pulls the pin and gets on with it. But if he can slowly run down and keep the pressure on the Apex Racing team. You never know what can happen if they get split up in traffic, or if they get kind of pushed out by a prototype or something like that. All of a sudden he's going to be right on them, and then that what seemingly felt like quite a comfortable strategy of pushing each other along for the first 3 hours and 15 minutes, all of a sudden it becomes a different dynamic. So yeah, the Cloyter is really playing himself nicely into this race. Dropped 0.2 of a second last time by, but running very, very well indeed is the Dutchman for Urano Esports.
Yes, he is. Here is the battle going on behind then for fourth position. Louis Nasr and Ryan Barneveld, who spent much of the last stint nose to tail. They continue to run together again. Mercedes ahead of BMW, but they're being caught now slightly by the Biela Racing Team Euronic car of Sven Haase, who I don't think we've mentioned so far in this race, but that gap creeping down under 2 seconds now, back to the number 450 car. So we could add another team into the mix, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's starting to happen just as the sun sets. Now you can see it's almost set below the height of the banking through NASCAR turns 1 and 2, and that means that it won't take very long for the track conditions to start changing. 25 degrees air temperature at the moment, track temperature a couple of degrees higher. Be interesting to see how much that starts to drop over the next hour or so as we race into the sunset here at Daytona. And I know it's a bit of a cliche to say this during a 24-hour race, Peter, but this, along with the dawn hour, they're my two favourite points in any 24-hour motor race. There is just something special about racing into the sunset and through the sunrise.
They're definitely milestones, aren't they, in any 24-hour race? That's for sure. Big bump draft there from Kai Kashube to the back of excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong BMW, from Ryan Barneveld into the back of Louis Nasr. Kai Kashube, his teammate in the GTP car for BS competition, is up into third, but we got our answer about Daniel Alves Lourenco. He's just set his personal best lap of the race, half a second quicker than Lazar last time by. So Lourenco has the pace in the pocket if he wants to use it. And clearly there, he did not want to see Lazar break away. So although Urano might be on a fuel safe game, they do have a bit of pace in the pocket if they need it. And that's exactly what Lourenco relinquished there and used. And the gap is now just 0.1 of a second. They're right together again at the lead of this motor race.
Yeah, in fact, side by side, I suspect, on the banking, and we temporarily have a lead change. Now, is that one going to stick, I wonder? Lourenco looks to have done it now, so off-screen, Lourenco has taken the lead from Pablo Lazar. Urano Esports, Heineken Media take the lead of the Daytona 24 hours, and they did that, I suspect, with a nice drafting move around the banking, and we'll try and get a look at that in a moment or two. Meanwhile, the GTD battle continues to rage on into the Le Mans chicane, with the Williams Esports car just keeping the Team BMW Bank car at bay as we approach another round of pit stops. 125 laps completed by our overall race leader, and we are anticipating we will see Obsidian Racing, having just relinquished the race lead, perhaps pitting this time. So they almost held on until the end of the stint, and will likely have to pit from second place. We are seeing a couple of the GTP cars starting to come in. Here is the replay. It was on the banking, and it happened into turn 1, where interestingly Obsidian didn't defend the inside as I think Urano were expecting, and that wide line opened the door nicely.
That was an after you, sir, if I've ever seen one. That's fascinating. So Lazar thinking, right, well, we're not going to be able to beat them on pace, so we're going to have to get involved in this fuel safe game as well. So Lazar just not fighting that one too hard, maintaining his line. And like you say, Andy, it could well be because just coming into the pit lane, so there's no point taking any risk and fighting that one too hard. So fascinating stuff then at the front of the field as Michele Costantini there in the LMP2 car for Apex Racing Team, right behind the Calza team of Marcos Nunez, with the Spanish colours on there as well. Very nice. I like that. It's like Racing Team Spain. I like that very much.
Indeed, and as they race through the banking once again, we are going to see, I think, the same situation between these two, where They are content for now to work together, having pit stops now, though, at the front of the field, and Obsidian Racing right on cue have pitted, and Pablo Espes has jumped into the number 6 car. We've also got Race Clutch White in. They've been pitting on the same lap as Obsidian all race long, so the second and third placed cars, as they were at the time, have pitted, and now we wait until Urano Esports Heineken Media dive for the pit lane, and we shall see whether or not they are able to hold on to the lead. Just caught a glimpse there of the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing car of Austin Young, number 62, also pitting on that 126th lap of the race, and it means that it's temporarily a 20-second advantage for Urano Esports out at the very front of the field. But when will they be pitting? I wonder. They, I think, will be inside the next 2 laps or so. We'll wait and see. And pit lane, as we've seen, Peter, is a place, even in the sim world, where time can be won and lost. You may not have a virtual pit crew who are prone to making mistakes, but the drivers on pit entry and entry still have pit entry and exit even still have a role to play.
Oh yeah, those in and out laps are very important, especially with the tyre taking a little bit longer to come in to full performance. Moreno Sirica for Williams Esports Marla, former leader in LMP2, comes into pit. Brandon Treno also in for Apex Racing Academy, and Marcos Nunez and Michele Costantini, they go a little bit longer on their fuel in their Dallara P217 machines. Now, it'll be interesting this time to see our GTP leader, Daniel Alves Lorenco for Urano Esports. It'll be interesting to see how many more laps that car goes on top of the Obsidian Racing car this time, because I think Lorenco had to, he really had to open the afterburners there a few times to keep with the Obsidian car.
Yeah, he did. If they continue to do 26 laps, then he'll be on the 130th lap, or they're on lap 128 now. So, in theory, he could do an extra couple of laps, but like you said, I wonder if the fuel burn was a bit higher in that stint. Of course, he spent much of it in the draft, though, and we heard from the moments on which we were riding on board with the Urano car, they were still lifting and coasting, so there was still some active fuel save going on, and they may well still be able to stretch it. We shall see. I think even if they end up pitting a lap earlier, though, that was still worth doing, because it meant that they did get the lead. They obviously had a quicker stint this time around. Perhaps they decided that this was the time to go on the attack. So in the middle of a pit cycle then in the GTP category, having made their pit stop, Obsidian Racing are in 5th position, 54 seconds back, and we know that a pit stop is in the high 40s as far as time lost, so likely that they will rejoin still in 2nd place as the ducking and diving through the traffic continues. And of course, the further into the night we go now, Peter, the harder that becomes, and actually arguably this time of day where the sun is setting and you get a little bit of sun glare almost off the track in certain points, visibility out of those rear view mirrors is worse now than it will be at any other point.
Yeah, there are things you can fiddle about with on the settings to try and help with that. Actually, turning the graphic settings down a bit can help with that. But yeah, it's you're right. If you have them on, it really can glare in your eyes there, particularly at the kink for some reason, where it's just where you really don't need it. The sun in your eyes. But we've had a pit stops then for in the top of LMP2 as well. The Marcos Nunez for Calfa team, he stayed on board. Costantini now comes into pit lane, going longer on fuel than anyone else in the front runners of LMP2. Here he comes then, the Italian, an absolute wizard in this type of car. And up onto the jacks for new Michelin tyres. Now, does he stay on board, Michele Costantini? Looks like he's going to stay on board then. So this is a bit of a marathon stint here for Michele. But yeah, but always difficult to prize him out of his beloved Dallara P217. Fuel going in, still there, to that Italian-built machine. Company that are just synonymous with motor racing. They had a moving floor wind tunnel even before Ferrari did. Always been at the forefront.
Yeah, indeed. And Michael Constantini going into his third stint, and actually that is the plan, I think, for that team, because Elvis Rankin did 3 stints at the start of the race. Interestingly though, the first stint for that car 26 laps, then it was 25, and then since then they've settled at 24. So the pit sequence within LMP2, I think there's a bit more openness perhaps in the fuel strategy within the LMP2 class. But Apex Racing then pitting from the lead of that class. They still hold a 1-2 position in GTD. That hasn't changed, and they're now back out to over 10 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. Whilst at the front of GTP, it does seem that Urano Esports Heineken Media are going to get that extra lap once again. They're going to stretch this out to the full 26 lap stint that they have been doing, and hit on the 130th lap, which they have just started. So Daniel Alves Lorenko may be in. He is in on this lap, because as I say that, he dives for the pit lane.
He does, and those couple of laps extra per stint consistently is a real weapon in the pocket for Urano. And we saw that, you know, if he needed to unleash pace, it was there for Daniel Alves Lorenko. A great start to his stint behind the wheel of that Urano machine, as Kai Kashube brings the BMW M Team BS competition car in, the Flying Zebra. Sasha Gorel also in for SRC Mevano Course GTP. So at the front of LMP2, Moreno Sorica reclaims the lead then after the pit stop cycle is complete for Williams Esports Mala. They're 15 seconds to the good from Inet Motorsport Blue, and the Caltha team just 2 seconds behind them. So Pablo Espes now at the wheel of the Obsidian racing car, and with a little driver change there, Andy. Oh, as here they come, they're absolutely side to side as they come out of the pit lane, and Urano take the lead of the motor race then after the pit stops. So Pablo Espes, he's got to put the pressure on here hard and try and draw Urano into pushing on and using more fuel.
Yep, so they're on different fuel strategies, also different driver strategies, with Lorenko staying on board the race leading car, but Obsidian Racing now putting Pablo Espes into bat, and immediately he was into the 131s. We are not seeing that many 1-minute 31s at the moment, so he was going very quickly within half a second or so of the car's best lap of the race, and he's now in the slipstream heading out onto the banking, knowing that Daniel Alves Lorenko is perhaps still on slightly colder tyres. Espes' tyres should be right in the window. They go around the outside of the Apex Racing Audis, leading first and second at the moment in GTD. So we've got the battle for the lead in one class going past the leaders in another. The turn through Le Mans, and this perhaps is where the attack comes from Pablo Espes. 20 hours, 34 and a half minutes to go in the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, and it is nose to tail for the overall race lead. They come through the banking off turn 4 in the slipstream. Espes, there's no doubt about it, will be close enough to have a go here as they go into turn number 1. Will he choose to take the risk? Which side of the road will be left open by Lorenko? He pulls up wide, so does Espes, so for the time being it was a risk not worth taking.
I wonder here if whether Espes will have a go or whether he'll play Urano at their own game by pushing them into going full rich, and of course by being sitting behind the Urano car, be able to do so without using as much fuel. So this is really cat and mouse at the front of the field. They're 20 seconds ahead of the BMW M Team BS competition car of Kai Kashube, so they really are operating in their own division here, these top two teams, excuse me. Very strong. Now in GTD, while we have a very brief respite in GTP, in GTD, well, Sam Coiter's initial promise, where he got the gap down to about 9 seconds to Apex Racing Team, well, Andy, it's opened back up again to 12 seconds, and Coiter now, Coiter now has Barneveld right behind him in the BMW bank car. Now, do you think Coiter might have actually dropped back purposefully to have a dancing partner and be able to do that, or are we adding 2 and 2 together and making 15?
Well, it's a bold call, but it's worth considering. I think, because his pace has dropped into the 44s all of a sudden. And whether intentional or not, this might actually end up being the right thing to do. There they go, look, out of the second corner. So you've got Sam Coitert in third. He is the first of the red and black cars in this group. Right behind him, the Team BMW bank car of Ryan Barneveld, then Louis Nasser, and they have now been caught by Sven Haas and by Ole Steinbraten in the RHG Esports car. So all 5 of these GTD cars are fighting for position. None of them are affiliated to the same team, so it is a straight up race unless they decide to form a temporary truce. But I think we'll get our answer very shortly as to whether this was intentional on the part of Sam Coitert, because if he dropped back intentionally and you know, the likes of Ryan Barneveld can see that that's what he's doing, then Ryan will work with him. But if that Mercedes is just getting slower as the stint goes on, well, Ryan won't want to get stuck behind him if he can help it. So if the BMW goes on the attack, that perhaps shows that the Urano car is starting to struggle into the second half of the stint.
Well, it's intriguing. This is endurance racing for you folks. Very enjoyable to watch and to try to figure out what they're all up to. I bet team strategists must get a right laugh listening to us commentators, Andy, because they must go, oh, you've not got a clue, guys. We've got so much up our sleeve that you just cannot see.
If they're only just realising that we don't have a clue, then they're a little bit late to that one, aren't they? We are. There's a reason we're commentators, not racing drivers or race strategists, that for sure.
I always say those who can't commentate.
You're absolutely right, and mathematics.
We make up for it in enthusiasm.
We do. We're enthusiastically wrong, and I think there is merit in that for sure. Urano round the outside there. They have caught this group of traffic where they didn't really want to. That's the overall GTP leader. So this could be a significant moment. They're going to nip up the inside of the GTD traffic, and there, look, Obsidian Racing losing ground again. It does seem, doesn't it, Peter, that whenever we come up against a significant group of traffic, it's the Obsidian car that seems to lose time. Oh, and they're on the grass. They're on the grass. Big moment into the Western Horseshoe, and they will rejoin.
The door there?
Oh, well, that was Obsidian against Urano again, wasn't it? Yeah, the Urano GTD car not making life easy for them.
Nope. For the second time in the last 2 hours. I'm not saying anything beyond that. I say that without extra context. That is interesting because that door got shut quick. Yeah, well, it's always good to have allies rather than foes out there.
I wouldn't mind seeing that again from the onboard of the Obsidian car of Pablo Espes to get a better view of what he saw of that, because that was a very scary moment. And look, it's not like the GTD cars are expected to put the indicator on and move over. They've got their own race to have, and in fairness, it looked as though the Urano Esports GTD car was simply holding its racing line. But it is interesting that has happened a couple of times in this race already. I also thought I saw a car off in the background at turn 1 when we were seeing that as well. So I think there are a few things starting to happen as we get into the beginning of the darkness phase of this Daytona 24 hours, and some of it revolving around our frontrunners in the GTD class, who once again, even though they lost 3 seconds out of that, Peter, did dodge a bullet.
They did, for the second time, dodged a huge bullet there, where that's now 2 Obsidian drivers who have had to take... I mean, if you get onto the grass there, how you get it back again, there is a little strip of tarmac, which is probably where you try and get on the brakes and try and slow the velocity down before trying to get back onto. But, I mean, I'm only guessing. I mean, that's 2 remarkable pieces of car control, and to have those lightning quick reactions, quite remarkable as well. So, but it has given a bit of an advantage to Urano. Now Urano can make they've got a choice to make here. They can either decide to try and push on and build a gap and burn up a bit of fuel, or they settle back into their strategy of building up a fuel advantage over Obsidian. Now with a little bit more of a fresh run of a clean run of traffic, we might see the difference in pace. I mean, last time, yeah, 2.6 seconds that cost Obsidian. That's painful.
Yeah, it was, and now they are out of drafting range as well. That's going to make catching the leader that little bit harder. And it sounds silly to say this, Peter, because we're still 20 and a half hours from the end of the race, but it is moments like that in 20 hours time we look back on and say, well, that's where Obsidian lost the race, because they lost touch with the race leader and just never were able to get it back. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. There's a good chance that over the rest of the race, Obsidian can get back into contention. But just dropping a couple of seconds with this far still to go in the race wouldn't seem all that consequential. But sometimes that can be the beginning of that snowball effect, can't it?
Yes, it can. I think we're going to get a good idea the next lap on the difference in pace. I mean, again, last lap 7/10 of a second in the favour of Urano there, although the Urano cars has now hit a big pocket of traffic there. So last time by it was in the favour of Urano. It might come back to Obsidian now as the Urano car tries to make its way through a bit of, like I say, LMP2 traffic, which is almost worse than the GTs because they are similar in certain places, as the 7:21 arrival into Daytona Beach Airport comes in to land on time.
It does come in a bit quicker than I think it should be, that plane. That catches me out from time to time.
It's a stiff landing. It's a Ryanair landing, that.
It is indeed. And funnily enough, that has caught me out before when racing at Daytona, virtual Daytona, you understand. It's a flash of movement that you don't expect to see. And for a split second, you think, oh my goodness, someone's got it horrifically wrong in front of me. But no, thankfully something that's happening over on the airfield, not on the Daytona International Speedway. So the situation then at the front of GTP, with the gap out now to 4 seconds, a second moment in traffic for Obsidian Racing in second place, meaning they've lost the tow now. Kai Koshube running in third position for BMW M Team BS competition. He's got just under 6 second cushion over Florian Kruger for RaceSpotTV. So that has been a change then since over the last 15 minutes or so, because I seem to recall a pit stop ago noting that RaceSpotTV were running third. They are down to fourth and some way behind the BS competition car now as well, with the second Urano esports car, the data group car of Vlad Kimichev, running in fifth place within GTP. LMP2 still being led very comfortably by the Williams Esports Marla car of Moreno Sarica, and he is 18.5 seconds clear of Leo Roussel in the Inex Motorsport blue car. He, though, is only 3 seconds ahead of a good fight for third in LMP2, which is between Marcos Nunez in the Calcer team car and Michele Constantini in the Apex Racing team car right behind him. So those two continuing to run close together, as they do in GTD with the Apex Racing team 98 and 99 cars. They have never been more than half a second apart since the drop of the green flag, Peter, and I don't think they have any intention, from what we've seen, of separating anytime soon.
No, they've done a great job. So this is a look at the. That's an onboard of the Obsidian car from a few laps ago, and yeah, this is going to chopper cam. Great work from our producer Hugo Luis. Comes through. Well, it's interesting.
I can't put any blame on the Urano car there. I think they were taking their line, and it was quite an aggressive bit of lappery there from Obsidian. That's my first thought on it.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's a real heat of the moment stuff, isn't it? But every team is going to have a spotter, and or multiple spotters, and is going to say, okay, here comes this car, and they're always going to give that information. I don't know. It's definitely a possibility, and you got to think that if your team car's biggest rivals coming through, you're not going to be as friendly as you are with your own team car coming through. Discuss.
Yes, there will be discussions, I'm sure, between those two teams.
I bet you there is serious dialogue going on at the moment. But despite the little pockets of traffic, Daniel Alves Lorenko, last time by, just he's obviously hit a bit of traffic there. He's a second slower than he was last time, but only 0.2 slower than Obsidian Racing. The gap is sort of hovering around 4 seconds. So since that little break up there, it's really started to play in the favour of Urano Esports. In LMP2, well, I tell you what, Moreno Sarica's put in. We talked about those influential stints. Well, he's been at the wheel for several fuel stints at the wheel of that Dallara P217. That gap's now up to 18 seconds at the front of LMP2. So Williams Esports Mala are looking really, really good in that very competitive LMP2 class. A lot of fast cars up the front there.
One fast car that is not at the front anymore in GTP, but is slowly getting itself back there, is car number 1, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, once more with Alexander Spets at the wheel. He did the opening couple of stints, then got out of the car and handed over to, let me remind myself, it was Arthur Lehouk for 2 stints, and now he is back into his, well, now 4th stint in the car. Now remember, this is the car that led in the early stages. It had about a 3-second lead, tangled with a GTD car, lost a bit of ground over the next few laps, and decided to pit about 8 laps or so out of sequence. So it's been off sync in pit stops ever since. It was about 45 seconds off the lead at one point. Well, it's now down to 36, so okay, it's only 10 seconds over a couple of hours, but they clearly are one of the fastest cars on the track. Alexander Spets put that car on the pole position, remember, with, I believe, a slightly dubious lap in qualifying, where he may or may not have found himself the wrong side of the yellow lines at one point or another. But either way, qualified on pole, led early on, and they have just, Peter, moved into 7th place.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, we should expect some pit stops for GTD coming in the next 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll also have our own driver change here in the RaceSpotTV commentary box, continuing our uninterrupted flag-to-flag coverage of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 Hour. It will be Andy McEwen stepping out after a 4-hour mega stint and then swapping out for a huge injection of energy. I can guarantee you that. DJ Clark will be stepping in to the co-coms seat, and as we know, Andy, DJ, he's going to be raring to go. He's going to be ready to drop the clutch and fire off into the race.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly how I felt at the start of the race, my first time covering this great event, and the buzz is real before the event. Let me tell you, this has been a real pleasure, and the first nearly 4 hours of this race have absolutely flown by, action non-stop, but you really can't ignore the prestige of this event, and it really does feel like a particularly special event this year, I think, with the introduction of the GTP cars as well. It's brought this race right up to date and has made it feel particularly significant, I think, this time around, and we really do thank everyone on the various platforms around the world for watching along, and we hope you'll stick with us through the night wherever you are in the world. You will not want to miss a moment of this race, that's for sure, because it has been action all the way and highly competitive within all 3 of our classes. A bit of a lead in LMP2 at the moment for Williams Esports Marla, but generally speaking, it has been nip and tuck right the way through, and we are about to head into the full sunset hour and into darkness. Quite a long period of darkness as well, of course, at this race, because of the time of year it takes place, Peter. The drivers will be under the cover of darkness for quite some time.
That they will. Yes, that's one of the real defining features. It's kind of one way or another, because we have a huge amount of darkness hours here at this wintertime race at Daytona, but you also have one of the best floodlight systems in the world. So it's you kind of, it is dark, but it's also not in some ways. It's completely different to Le Mans, where you're in the middle of summer and you have quite short darkness hours, but it is properly dark when you get out in between the trees as well. So I love that every endurance race has its own character, and all the better for it. And I think the motor racing world is really switching on to how special endurance racing is, and I don't think it's going to be long, Andy, until we get some real, blockbuster Formula 1 driver names in sports car racing. I don't think it's going to happen straight away, but I think it's going to be irresistible as things progress.
I agree with you, and especially with the way in which the sports car racing world is going now, with more and more manufacturer involvement at the very top level. That is only going to attract better talent. At the end of the day, they're going to have more budget to use, let's be frank, on getting bigger and better names into the sport, and just more seats to fill as well. You know, for a long time there were only really, you know, a dozen seats perhaps at the very top level of prototype racing in the world. It was a very select group of drivers who were able to take them up, whereas now more and more opportunities, and therefore more chance of seeing some of those big names competing. And we see that even in sim racing as well, of course, these days. Not just real world endurance racing that is becoming more attractive, but the sim racing versions as well. Following there, the number 22 Porsche, mentioned earlier on, we haven't really got that much Porsche representation on the grid here today, but the number 22 car of Seibelt Esports, with Jakub Majewski at the wheel right now, is running, I believe, a couple of laps, or maybe just over a lap off the class lead, but is, I believe, the only one of those Porsches represented on the grid in a field dominated by the other two, or three indeed, big German GT marks. Nice to have some Porsche representation, even though it's not right at the front, Peter.
Absolutely. Now, something we need to address. We did mention Ryanair landings there, Andy. Now, our producer Hugo Luis, he says he's a fan of Ryanair. He clearly hasn't lived in Europe he hasn't been in Europe much to realise the peril of. I kid you not, I had a flight that was meant to leave Bologna Airport at 10:30 on a Monday night, and it eventually I got onto the plane at 3:30 in the morning, then got back off the plane, then got back on it at 7:30, and it eventually took off. I obviously complained. 2 months later, get an email from Ryanair. We've looked into it, and we can't see that the flight was actually delayed at all. Oh, thanks, guys. So good. And then you can queue up to get a voucher to spend in shops that aren't open in the middle of the night in Bologna Airport. Thanks, Ryanair.
Yeah, the phrase cheap and cheerful is used quite often to describe...
Cheap and miserable.
Yes, they've got half of that right, haven't they? But there you go. One of the joys of sim racing, of course, we don't have to jump on a plane to get to virtual Daytona. We can do it from the comfort of our own homes, although, as we mentioned earlier on, some of the teams definitely committing to getting all of their drivers in the same place for the big race. Well, we are racing towards the 4-hour mark of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 Hours. It has been a race that has kept us guessing all the way so far. So much action out on the track, all three classes with plenty of twists and turns, and as the sun begins to set over the Daytona International Speedway, and we prepare for our second driver change here in the commentary box. We're going to do what we enjoy to do here at RaceSpot every now and again, I believe. We're going to take a very short immersion break in a moment or two and let you really soak in the sights and sounds of this Daytona 24 Hours at what is, for me, my personal favourite time on the race. We're riding on board here with the SRC Movano Corsa GTP car of Edward Leo, and we'll let you enjoy the Daytona 24 Hours without our dulcet tones for a few minutes, but we'll be back with all of the action heading to the night in just a few minutes. Guadaleo on board the SRC Movano Corsa GTP car, showing us around the Daytona International Speedway as we approach the end of the 4th hour of what has already been a fascinating 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 hours. The GTP category in particular has been rather unpredictable. A race that was led in the early stages by the Williams Esports Chill Blast #1 car. They had to pit out of sequence because of contact with a back marker. That handed the lead to Obsidian Racing, but in the recent past it's been Urano Esports Heineken Media with Daniel Alves Lorenko putting in a really strong stint, who has taken over the lead of the race. LMP2 being dominated by Williams Esports Marla, and in GTD it's been all about the Apex Racing team, who have been 1-2 with 98 ahead of 99 for the entirety of the race, pushing each other ahead of the pack. They have just pitted though, so for the time being Sam Coiter into the lead for Mercedes AMG Team Urano. We'll expect him in very shortly. So Andy McEwen here alongside Peter Mackay for a moment or two, but it is almost time for me to end my first stint on the iRacing Daytona 24 hours. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here for the opening part of the race. Peter will be joined though very shortly by DJ Clark, and DJ I think is with us now. DJ, what a fantastic opening 4 hours we've had. In the words of a certain Time Lord, I don't want to go. I've been enjoying this so much. I'll be tuned in over the next few hours to listen to you and Peter talk through all of the action.
Well, I have to tell you there, Andy, that I've been watching since the drop of the green flag. It's been fantastic action, and as you have said a little bit earlier, seeing these GTPs really entering into the fold, adding another layer here to the racing at Daytona, it's absolutely spectacular. It's been a little frenetic at points, but very exciting, and I can't wait to dive into this commentary stint.
Going to be fun for sure heading into the night. Time for me to sign off temporarily. I'll be back with Arjuna Kankapadi tomorrow morning to take you through the last couple of hours. For now though, I leave you in the very capable hands of DJ Clark and Peter Mackay.
Thank you very much, Andy. It's great to be here for this iRacing 24 hours of Daytona, just coming up to the 4-hour mark. Your leader Daniel Alves Lorenko for Urano Esports now 7.8 seconds to the good as we approach the next round of pit stops, DJ. And I tell you what, that little incident in traffic there for the Obsidian car, it does seem to have knocked them off their rhythm a little bit, DJ.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's maybe a little bit of getting them off their rhythm. There could be a little bit of hidden damage on the car. Obviously, a lot of aerodynamic effect that is built on top of these cars and underneath it, so it could be a little bit of column A, column B there for them. And we'll have to see how that plays out with Obsidian coming down into the pits. But an 8-second gap, it's not monumental. It's not something that they're going to have to really be massively concerned about, but it's something that I think is going to be in the back of their mind a little bit. And they're going to have to get their boots on here and start pushing ahead if they want to be back into the challenge for the lead of this race.
Yeah, a little bit of work to do, but so long to go here in the 2023 iRacing 24 hours of Daytona. This is the top split. Remember, we also have coverage of the second split, the first 6 hours and the last 6 hours of the race. You can watch that as well. So if you have multi-screen capability, maybe have one up on the one up on your television and the other on a laptop or a tablet or something like that. We've this is unrivaled coverage here on RaceSpotTV of the iRacing 24 hours of Daytona. And really over the last couple of years, DJ, this race has become the kind of blue ribbon event here on iRacing, the one that everyone wants to win.
Yeah, it's really become the big one that everyone is striving for. Obviously, it's pretty darn big here in real life. We've got multiple splits, though, on the simulator right now. And it really has become a calling card. And in a great way to kick off the year, it's always the sign that the racing year is back in swing, is that we have the iRacing 24 hours of Daytona, the Roar before the 24, and then the 24th themselves. And so it's a great way to start off the year. But for these sim racing drivers, as you said, this is the hallmark event. This is the one that everyone wants to be able to win.
It is, yeah, and it's become, you know, of course, this is the first of the 4 VCO Grand Slams as well. In GTD, well, we've got a change of drivers now in the Apex Racing train, the 8-wheeled Audi R8 that we've got at the front. These 2 Apex Racing cars have been absolutely glued together from the green flag. Was Salvatalin's there as well. Alejandro Sanchez in the other car. Now it's Luke McEwen who leads the way from Jamie Fluke, Porsche Tagcore Esports Super Cup star. And he's right in there behind. And their strategy all race long, DJ, has been flat out qualifying laps, but pushing each other along, not going for fuel saving, literally in many cases actually ramming each other forward, pushing that gap as much as they can.
And it's clearly a strategy that they feel comfortable with doing that bump draft and pushing each other ahead. I would be a little bit concerned about it. Maybe we've heard some updated damage models, things come in, whether it be with some of the diffuser damage maybe to the back of the car, but they clearly know exactly what they're doing. And this Apex Racing team, they always show up to play, so it's not surprising to see them up at the front of the field, but I am a little bit surprised that they've been able to dominate as much as they have up at this point. And I think for the rest of this GT3 field, they've got to be a little bit concerned. We haven't seen an answer yet for either of these Apex Racing Team drivers. And so if anybody wants to have a thing to say about this, they've got to hope for a little bit of misfortune here for either one of these Audis, as it just looks like they have got the pedal down, and they are not going to let up until the drop of the checkered flag.
No, definitely not. They haven't been flustered at all yet. Very much a change of the roster and drivers here in GTD. Changes all around. Daniel Lafuente now in the AMG Team Williams car in third. Konstantin Scharf has taken over the leading Urano number 90 car from Sam Koiter. Rainer Talvar taken over from... They've taken over the Team BMW Bank car in fifth. So a little bit of a different look to things in GTD, but there is nothing new about that gap. That gap has now climbed up now through after that set of pit stops. It's now 15 seconds now back from this pair of Apex Racing GTD cars to Daniel Lafuente for Mercedes AMG Team Williams. And in LMP2, well, Moreno Sorica in the middle of a mammoth stint and has opened up a 22-second gap in the lead of the very competitive LMP2 class. But the glamour is definitely in the direction of GTP, DJ. We sit on the eve of a brand new era of sports car racing, one of the most exciting eras of sports car racing in a long, long time. And these GTP cars, very cool to see the car making its iRacing 24-hour debut a week before its Rolex 24-hour debut at an outdoor Daytona.
Yeah, I mean, you really hit the nail on the head there, Peter. This is a unprecedentedly exciting time for sports car racing, and particularly up in the prototypes. For years, I have been circling on the calendar 2023. 2023 is the year that this is all going to come alive, and now seeing it come alive here on the sim with the introduction of the BMW LMDH in the GTP category, as well as the multitude of manufacturers that we are going to be seeing up at the front of the field in a week's time. It really and truly is an amazing time to be a sports car racing fan, to be an endurance racing fan, to see all of this innovation, the new makes, the new models, the new manufacturers that are coming into the sport. It really is frankly unprecedented. We haven't seen this kind of explosion of manufacturers coming in many, many years. And so to be able to see this, to be a part of it here on iRacing, and we've got to commend once again the iRacing service for bringing this BMW here into the fold to be able to make this work. It just adds to absolutely everything. And if I may be so bold, the cars look absolutely gorgeous. They're just pretty.
Yeah, they look fantastic, and the thing is, they've I mean, I don't think they've been quite the bargain that was initially sold, but still incredibly much more cost effective than the LMP1 cars that we saw, the hybrid LMP1s, which were astronomically expensive. And you know, they use underneath there's a lot of things that the fan neither sees nor cares about that's underneath the surface of these cars that is available off the shelf, you know, and there's a lot of componentry that can be kept at, I mean, let's be honest, motor racing's never cheap. A racing program is not cheap, but just the personnel involved is high. But you know, these are based on LMP2 chassis, So the Dallara P217, there's a lot of that DNA underneath this BMW M Hybrid V8. The engine, well, it started life as a Class 1 DTM engine, a V8 engine, so there is a lot of common componentry. There's a lot of recycle's not the right word, but repurposed. And so actually we've got some, like you say, a really cool looking race car, but not costing the earth as well.
Yeah, and it's sort of the new model that we're seeing going forward in all of auto racing, trying to keep those costs under control to be able to allow as many folks as possible to be able to enjoy racing and to bring in as many manufacturers as humanly possible. And it really does allow, I think it is for the right combination. It's the right mentality to have about racing. You know, we don't want to see the days of just two manufacturers dicing up for the lead of the race and, you know, obviously we've always had a very, very healthy sports car field when it comes to the GT3s or the days of old in the GTE category. But now that we're having that same kind of diversity up in the top class, it just adds to everything and it makes it more exciting that you're going to have that diversity from the top on down, and it's going to make for a better racing product. It's going to make for better innovation for these cars, because let's remember, even though many of these parts are coming from the other spokes in the wheel of the BMW hub, if we're looking here at the BMW, there are still places to innovate and to find that speed. And so to be able to have that combination together, I absolutely applaud the organizers for being able to put everything together and to give us a package like this. It's I said it before, I'll say it again, it's a great time to be a sports car racing fan.
It is, yeah, no doubt about it. It's excited for next week then, I take it?
Oh, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Who's going to win? That's the question.
Everything I'm seeing looks like it could be the Acuras, but out of the roar, but we'll have to see. I'm curious to see what's going to happen. We haven't seen these cars go 24 hours fully yet, and so I think the other thing to keep in mind when we look at the real-world racing component of this is anytime you have a new regulation come on in, you're going to have mechanical gremlins that come in, and it's been a minute since we've really seen that up in the top-tier classes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, if I was to put, I'm not a betting man, but apparently the Porsche has done 22,000 miles of testing, which is colossal, and they've done a 36-hour run at Sebring. So and that's become public knowledge. So I don't know, but it's going to be definitely have all eyes on as well on that. I just hope we get some of those cars, the Acura or the Porsche or the Cadillac here on iRacing. That would be fantastic to really get the teeth into that category. So the gap at the front, bit of a story emerging at the front. We are just waiting for the next set of pit stops to shuffle out. Urano Esports at the very front of the field have had a bit of an edge on fuel, it must be said. They are due a pit stop. But Obsidian Racing appear to have just dropped back a fraction. They have already stopped, but depending on how long Urano are in the pits for as well, Obsidian just dropping a little bit off the scent here, DJ. So that incident in traffic earlier on really did throw them off the rhythm, I think.
Yeah, I think it did, and as we talked about, could be a little bit of damage that we're not being able to see, but I think more importantly it is, especially early on in the race when you have that kind of kerfluffle that you run into, that rhythm can be so important around here, and especially because Daytona is a pretty unique circuit when it comes to running. You've got these two long, high-banked, for lack of a better term, straightaways where you're not putting a lot of driver input into the car, and it allows you to relax. So as a driver, you've got to be hyper-focused when you're coming down through the infield section, and then when you bring it on out, you're able to relax a little bit, and you need to be able to feel that give and take on the car when you can have the relaxation, you've got to be on it. And if you have something that throws you out of that rhythm, it can sometimes take you up to an hour to be able to gain it back.
So leader in GTP, leader overall into pit lane. Kai Kashubi also from second position comes down pit road. Daniel Alves Lorenco has had a superb stint in this Urano Esports GTP car, getting it up into the lead, and off he goes after a full set of Michelin tyres and fuel as Eduardo Leo comes into pit lane in the SRC Movano Corse car. So let's see where Lorenco comes out in comparison to his rivals here. Another pit stop done, so he goes on to his third fuel stint behind the wheel of this Urano GTP car. Pops out just ahead of one of the LMP2s. So a nice bit of clean air to get those tyres up to temperature. And that's been a big talking point recently, DJ. This new tyre model on iRacing, the tyres take a little bit longer to come in, and they can be nasty on those opening lap or two until that temperature gets in.
Yeah, they certainly can. I can tell you, I was out doing some practice and some prep work for this race, and I was actually struggling a little bit through the cake on cold tires, down through into the out of the International Horseshoe going into the Western Horseshoe, and that's normally an area of the track that is absolutely flat out. But let's watch it for Race Clutch White. I lost the rear end of the car just coming through that flat out kink, and so you've got to be very, very careful on these tires. You've got to nurse them a little bit more, and it's just another thing that these drivers have to keep in mind. And I think what that's going to mean for the race in particular is these opening couple of laps, we're not going to get a better sense of where drivers are. You're going to need to wait until about the third or fourth lap of the stint when drivers fully have those tires underneath them and they're able to push a little bit more, and that's where we're really going to see what the actual lap times are going to be.
Yeah, it definitely does take till at least the end of the second lap, I think, to get that optimum performance. So now that the GTP pit stops are complete, Daniel Alves Lorenco still leads by 9.3 seconds. So from Obsidian Racing, Urano and Obsidian had been glued together for such a long time, but now separated a little bit. Question, and Urano able just to run that a little bit longer stints as well, it seems. So do they have an advantage that they're building up, and will they use that 9-second advantage to get more of a fuel stint advantage, or will they try to build more time and burn up the fuel? We shall see. Kai Kashubi for BMW M Team BS competition, they're 26 seconds off the lead, 16 seconds behind Obsidian Racing. They're a little bit of no man's land. It's another 5 seconds back to the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, which is, oh dear me, just got by the Race Clutch car, the black and red Race Clutch car, and that's about as far apart as we've seen those two Apex Racing GTD cars there when they got carved up by two GTP cars.
Yeah, they might as well be one car. You called it the Audi 8-wheeler earlier today. They certainly might as well be one car there. But there you see the differing lines coming out of the infield section as Race Clutch White just holding on to the back of that Williams Esports Chill Blast car as they come around the high banking now. And to your point about Urano, I'm going to be keeping my eye on them up at the front of the field. My natural instinct would be, if you've already got the fuel advantage here at this point, to try to stretch that fuel advantage a little bit more, because that's going to play out, I think, a little bit more safe than trying to just absolutely go for broke and build the gap as it is. But we'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm going to be watching some onboards with them, seeing if they're going to be in a little bit of fuel saving mode or if they're going to be in rabbit mode where they're just pushing.
Yeah, that's the choice they've got to make, and I'm sure the strategists are working hard at it at the moment, thinking what's the best policy. But this really is top class motorsport here on the iRacing platform. The Daytona 24 hours race that everybody wants to win. This year, the 61st running of the Daytona 24 hour. And I think that's it. The more years that an event rolls on, it only grows in significance. I mean, the fact that we're running the centenary at Le Mans this year, DJ, we haven't had 100 runnings of Le Mans, but with the fact that it's the centenary year, it's quite remarkable.
Yeah, it really is remarkable, and especially when you think about just how much, I mean, you were mentioning it a little bit earlier, how much of a marquee event this has really become. I would argue recently in the past 15 or so years since the reunification between Grand Am and IMSA to be able to come together, which was ALMS at the time. To be able to have them come together, this has really become one of the marquee events for American endurance racing, and it's come alive, and we've seen some big names. I heard you and Andy talking about a little bit earlier that some Formula One drivers may start to come over and start to run this in the near future, and I think that's not out of the question. I mean, obviously, Fernando Alonso and his sort of Formula One sabbatical took some time to be able to run Daytona here and picked himself up a watch, and I think we're going to see more and more of that, because this is not only really the start of the motor racing calendar and something that we all look forward to, but it's in a perfect time for a lot of these drivers when they don't have anything else going on the track, that they're able to come over and race this. And I think as time continues to go along, we are going to see the 24 Hours of Daytona become a bigger and bigger race.
Yeah, no question about it. And I think the unification of Grand Am and American Le Mans Series back in 2014 was key, absolutely key to that, to what we have now. Really important. A slightly slow lap there for Pablo Espes last time round. 133.9 played a 131.5 for Daniel Alves Lorenco. So the gap now up to 12.8 seconds at the front. That's really the greatest the gap we've seen so far. So Orano really starting to just take a stronger grip on this race in the last hour or so. And actually, Kai Koshube lapping very well in third, 131.5. So all of a sudden, Obsidian Racing, their place in the top two is not guaranteed. Kai Koshube for BMW M Team BS competition could really be on top of that battle for second place. In GTD, well, the Apex Racing Team continued to march on. Goodness, the gap is now up to 20 seconds, DJ. They are marching at the front.
Yeah, they really are.
Forgive me, they're giving the eight-wheeler theory even more muscle. Luke McEwen and Jamie Fluke, 143.982, both of them. That's remarkable.
Well, when you're in lockstep with one another, you are absolutely together, and that's what we're seeing there. That is, I don't think I've ever heard of anything like that, frankly, to be able to be putting in simultaneous lap times. That is very, very impressive. And Apex Racing Team flexing their muscle here. I think this is going to be a difficult hill to climb, specifically for Team Williams Esports or Team BMW Bank behind them. They have got to hope here at this point. And granted, we are still very early on in this race, so anything can happen. We can see some fuel strategy come into play or anything like that. But I think they've got to be hoping for misfortune. And that may be the only way they're going to be able to catch Apex Racing Team if they continue on the way they are.
Yeah, they're definitely on a march right now. So it's Daniel Lafuente who is in third position for Mercedes AMG. And he's got Rainer Talvar right behind him in the ever-present Team BMW Bank car. Right there, bump drafting away. He's trying to push the pace on as much as possible. They're probably all scratching their heads right now. Urano, Williams, Team BMW Bank, the Biela Lamborghini as well. The R8G Audi as well, don't forget about that. They're probably all scratching their heads thinking, how on earth are we going to beat these two Apex cars?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big question, and I think really what it comes down to is the fact that they have two running together, and they're frankly employing the NASCAR strategy of using bump drafting, and that's not only going to be speeding them up on the track a little bit, but once they have that massive lead, they're probably going to be able to do a bit of fuel saving later on in the race, so it's going to be a very, very tough mountain to climb for anybody to get up to them. And I frankly think at this point with the domination that we're seeing, if I'm Team Williams, if I'm Team BMW Bank, if I'm any of these other drivers, I may even be going back to my strategy department and saying, okay, we got to roll the dice here. We've got to figure out maybe an alternate pit strategy, something to get us into competition with them, not necessarily to be challenging for the win, but to just try to break those two cars up, because as the way they're going right now, you can't separate them, and if they're not separating, you're going to find yourself in a very, very tough situation going forward.
Well, Marino Surica in the lead of LMP2 has finally been prized out of the Williams Esports Mala Dallara P217. And it's Atte Kauppinen who's now on board that car, and the gap continues to grow at the top of LMP2. 23 seconds is the gap back to Leo Russell for Inet Motorsport Blue. Marcos Nunez for the Calfa team, that's the Spanish liveried car. They round out the top three at the moment. Stanley Deslandes for Apex Racing Team in fourth, and Gordy Much, the Scotsman, in fifth for Apex Racing Academy, who had I hear, a pretty interesting start to the race, but fighting back up into the top five. That's great stuff.
Yeah, great stuff indeed. And just want to touch back on something we were saying a little bit earlier. Spent the last couple of laps on board with our overall leader in Urano Esports. They're not lifting here, Peter. They are absolutely going for it. So that is kind of getting one of our potential strategies out of the way, that they are acting as the rabbit here. They want to extend that gap as much as possible, and they are not worried about fuel saving.
That's interesting. That's definitely a flip of the switch, because they were looking at the fuel game earlier on, but they've obviously got to a position where they feel happy. And now, I mean, when you've got that gap, when you've got somebody on the ropes, punch them in the nose. That's the, that's what they've got, an advantage, and they're flaunting it. This is really an impressive stint from Daniel Alves Lourenco. I think this is his third fuel stint now that he's on to, so he's definitely done his job at the wheel of this Urano Esports machine. Of course, very well represented, Urano. They've got their 2 GTP cars and two GTD cars as well, with their pair up with Mercedes AMG. So for a sim racing outfit to have 4 cars in a top split race, and of obviously having enough drivers to fill those cars at that level, it shows you the roster of drivers they have available to them.
Yeah, and I mean, they are very, very well becoming one of the names to keep an eye on here in all of sim racing. And so to have that big stable certainly does help them. And I think one of the things that they're most happy for is to have these 3 different categories to be running in, that they're able to sort of fix all of the drivers to where they want to, even though they're only running in the 2 right now. Yeah, it is an impressive mark here from them to be able to be in that position, to have that many cars to fill it. And I think the other thing is that it's got to be nice for them, because they're able to sort of make their super team, as it were. They're able to find the personalities that are going to gel most together, because that's the thing. You really have to have 3 or 4 drivers, or 5, or however many you've got coming into the car. You need to have personalities that gel well. You don't want to have people that are going to be kind of, nipping at each other's heels the entire race long and making snide comments and stuff like that. You need to have people that genuinely get along, because 24 hours straight is a very, very long time to be spending around a group of people in a high-pressure environment such as this.
No question about it. Yeah, absolutely no question. I remember speaking to Wayne Taylor, asking him, saying, you've won this race so many times as a team owner and as a driver too, but particularly as a team owner. I said, what's the secret? And he said, well, it's all about getting 4 really top drivers, but getting 4 really top drivers that understand they're not the superstar. Even when you've got an Alonso or a Jeff Gordon or whatever in the car, they have to understand that everyone plays the same role, and they can't be going for the fastest lap all the time and trying to be the guy. You're all equal parts in equal cogs in a wheel, and I think that's an excellent attitude and why the team have done so well. And I think if you try to step out and be the superstar, I wouldn't want to get a telling off from Wayne Taylor. That's for sure. I think he'd be quite scary if he got angry.
Yeah, that is not something that's on my to-do list. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be to be in that position. That's for sure. But I remember also Jeroen Blekemolen mentioning it, that he said when they won Le Mans in LMP2 in the Porsche RS Spider, he said it was an all Dutch team, and he said just the familiarity, where there's a lot of guys on the team engineers, drivers, strategists, etc., who all knew each other from former projects, and that familiarity was hugely important to the kind of chemistry in the pit box, and that translated into the success on track, and also the lack of mistakes as well, because if people are under stress, they're going to make more mistakes, whereas if they're comfortable, likely to not make those mistakes.
Exactly, and you also brought up a good point there, which is the trust that you have to have in your fellow competitors. And I'm not just talking about the drivers in the car, but the trust that the drivers have to have with their pit box in particular, that they need to know without a shadow of a doubt the information and the orders that are being given to them by the pit box are infallible, that they are finally that they are the ones that they are the last decision, and that you can have a conversation about it in a healthy and productive way, but they need to be able to make sure that they know exactly what they're doing, and that you have no question when they say come into the box right now, the driver knows that that is the best call and that has been done by everybody else, and that it is the team's best decision.
Definitely. Yeah, it certainly is. Well, you're watching the iRacing 24 hours of Daytona here, 19 hours and 39 minutes to go in this motor race. And do let us know. It's great to see so many of you watching here. Great numbers here on RaceSpotTV. Do let us know where you're watching from in the world. Who are you cheering for? And most importantly, what in-race snacks have you got? Watching any endurance race, snacks are vitally important. DJ, I'll kick off. I've been having some Dairy Milk Orange Giant Buttons, and they are excellent.
Well, I've got my little thing of dried bananas that is my always go-to when I'm commentating. I know, I'm very Californian.
Are you going to be doing yoga in between your stints?
Oh, what makes you think I'm not doing yoga right now while I'm talking to you?
Yeah, it's like I'm downward dogging while commentating.
I've got the full headset, man. That's the way I roll. Is you've got to have full mobility, so I could be sitting here doing all of it.
I love it. I wish I could say the same, but I don't quite have the flexibility for that. But maybe I should start it as well. I love it. So your leader in GTP. Really pushing the gap up more and more. Daniel Alves Lourenco has opened the gap up to 19 seconds. Lourenco's been lapping in the mid 1 minute 31s for the last few laps, whereas a 1:33.5 for Pablo Espes. I wonder if there's something not quite right. I didn't think of it at the time, DJ, but that thought that they might have some, maybe a little bit of underfloor damage, I think there could be something in that, you know.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the car right now as they work their way through. I'm not seeing any damage necessarily. The splitter looks relatively intact from what I can see, and so that's really the first thing that I would take a look at. But, yeah, I think there's a little bit of under-tray damage, potentially something like that, that's just coming back to bite them here at this point. And, you know, that's not at all what you want to have happen, because especially with these cars, there is so much that is just that little bit that can throw everything off as they come down into Le Mans right now. Yeah, I think just a little bit of under-tray damage, and that could be causing them. The car doesn't look like it's mishandling. It doesn't look like it has any handling issues, but sometimes just the slightest bit of understeer that you can only feel in the car itself, that's enough to cost you a couple of tenths a lap. And, you know, looking at that last lap, they're 2 seconds off of Urano up in front of them, so something's clearly just not clicking in that car.
No, definitely not. And it's Pablo Espes. We've seen him. He can do 1 minute. He can do, you know, mid 1 minute 31 laps. It's not that his pace is in the 33s. Definitely not. Definitely not. So something's not right for Obsidian Racing. Hopefully, they can, you know, they can get it sorted at the pit stop. The problem is they just not got much time with each pit stop. You can do a bit of work as you're putting fuel and tires on, but that could just be the difference to allow Urano Esports to just pull away at the front of the field. Well, our producer Hugo Luis, he's having typical Brazilian food: beans, rice, fries, and a steak. Very nice, very nice indeed. Mark Redford, he's cheering on Will Redford in the AEX, the Apex Racing Academy number 9 car, and he's preparing a lovely chili for fuel. That's a good in race snack. I'm gonna have tacos later, so it's similar lane.
Yeah, that is a good one there, chili, especially to be able to get everything nice and digested there. And as they said in the chat there, not too spicy. You don't want to be running one of these cars with some spicy food. That, no. One-way ticket to disaster on that one.
No. That's a Molly Hatchet flirting with disaster. That's we go for the full strong chili. I don't really get on that well with spicy food. I'll be honest, but just a little heat is fine. Well, the heat is certainly on at the front with Urano. Interestingly, Pablo Espes has just found a second of in his lap time there, 132.2. So maybe just a couple of laps where it's really unlucky in traffic, possibly, but still dropping 0.3 of a second to Urano at the front there as well. Williams Esports Mala, they are still building their advantage. It's now up to 25 seconds in LMP2 ahead of Inet Motorsport. Leo Russell at the wheel there, and Leo has got to look back just over a second behind him. Marcos Nunez in the Calfa team Spanish machine. In GTD, a little bit of a change in third position. The top two, still Apex Racing Team with their train. There they are, glued together. They should be sponsored by Prickstick, I think. They are that close together. But Team BMW Bank have moved up into third and have dropped the Williams car, which is now down to 6th. And Patrick Heinrich in the Biela Racing car and the RHE Audi have got by, so something's afoot at the wheel of the Daniel Lafuente Mercedes-AMG Team Williams car, DJ.
Yeah, not sure what happened there to them. I'll have to go back and take a look at it, but they have certainly fallen back here, and that Team BMW Bank machine starting to pull away, as you said, 0.8 of a second. Now, you're going to be looking at about 1 to 1.2 of a second to really where that is going to be the situation where you're going to be able to pull away fully and stay yourself out of the draft. I think the Biela Racing Team Euronics 450 Lamborghini, they're going to be relatively content to just hold behind here in about that 0.7 of a second gap. They don't want to tuck completely up behind the BMW, but if I'm right behind the wheel of either of those cars, that's something to keep an eye on. Talvar behind the wheel of the Team BMW Bank machine, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got the order from pit lane to get on the loud pedal and to really try to push here, maybe try to break that draft and give themselves a little bit of breathing room over that number 450 Lamborghini. That'll be a huge thing if they are able to complete that over the course of this stint.
Yeah, the Biela Racing Lamborghini of Patrick Heinrich, he looks up for it. He was a 1/10 of a second quicker last time by than Reynard Talvar, and only sits about 7/10 of a second behind, and close enough to get a bit of a draft on the banking as well. So the Lamborghini getting close to that Team BMW Bank car. So it is, if you take the two Apex Racing cars out the picture, the GTD is just changing all the time. I think DJ Jamie Fluke in second position in GTD is slacking off. He was, the leader, Luke McEwen, is slacking off. He was 0.02 of a second slower than his teammate last time by.
You know, that is utterly just unacceptable from Apex Racing
laziness.
Team. They need to get their act together. No, 0.02 of a second, the two of them running that close. I mean, if you ever wondered just how well of an oiled machine Apex Racing Team is, there is your example to be able to prove it. And that is a result, I guarantee you, of a lot of very, very meticulous practice. This was part of their plan. They knew what they wanted to execute. They're executing it here today, and now it is just a matter of keeping everything together so that you don't have any problems when something changes on the track state. If you get a little bit of an aggressive LMP2 or an aggressive GTP that comes on through, that's how you've got to respond, and that's what we need to be keeping an eye on in terms of Apex Racing Team.
Well, this is just incredible. They were 1:43.500, both of them, last time by, to the thousandth of a second, exactly the same lap time. Quite remarkable. And the thing is theoretically it makes sense, but to actually deliver it, can you? For poor old Luke McEwen, you've got literally okay, it's a teammate that you know and trust, but you've literally got another car glued to your back bumper throughout, stint after stint. I couldn't concentrate with that. I would be so scared of making a mistake, or there's a big slide there for Talvar. Big slide for Talvar in the turbocharged BMW. And here comes the Biela Lamborghini. Patrick Heinrich in the draft. Now, is Heinrich going to try and make a move here, or is he going to go for his own bump drafting strategy? He's going to wedge that nose of the Lamborghini Huracan right into the diffuser of the BMW M4, into the Le Mans chicane they go. And Heinrich quite happy to sit behind Talvar's big BMW. And I tell you what, that Lamborghini, it fairly fits nicely under the big wing of that BM.
Yeah, it really does. It's kind of like they're almost made to be nice little drafting partners there. But I think that is a little bit of a show of the hand here for the Lamborghini and for Heinrich. I think that shows one of two things potentially. Number one, didn't necessarily feel the confidence coming down into Le Mans to make that move. That is a little bit of a high aggression move to try to make that pass down into there. If we had seen that slide out of BMW Bank coming out of Le Mans, for example, I think he maybe would have been a little bit more eager to make it. But I think the other thing is that we're seeing a little bit more of calmness, of control here for that Biela Racing team. They know where they are, they're happy where they are, and they don't feel the need to be able to slice and dice and push their way up forward. They're content where they are at this point. So that tells me a lot about what that team is, that they're still holding their cards pretty close to the chest.
Yeah, they could be they're right there in the fight for the podium, that's for sure. Although they have got a little bit split up, though. Just a couple of LMP2 cars coming through, and that's enough just to break the draft again. From the Team BMW Bank car to Patrick Heinrich in the Biela Racing team. That's 9/10 of a second now, just like that, for that gap between Team BMW Bank and the Biela Lamborghini. As you see, the third place in LMP2 Calfa team, the Spanish LMP2 car, Marcos Nunez there. There it is. No prizes for guessing where they're from. One of the best countries in the world. Some of the best wine, best food, best weather. Perfect.
It's on my to-do list. I have not been able to make it over there, but it is certainly on my to-do list to be able to head to Spain. But yeah, definitely a pretty obviously liveried car, repping the national colors there. You kind of love to see it. And I've got to say, great field of liveries out here today. It is not the era of times past where it is all gunmetal and red. We're seeing a lot of different colors and a lot of different representation, and it certainly makes our jobs as commentators a little bit easier to be able to distinguish these cars from one another.
Yes, always happy with bright liveries, that's for sure. That number 19 car running very, very nicely, holding up national honour very well. And yeah, you think about this, top Spanish drivers, you'd be here all day naming them all. Would Alonso be the most highest profile? Possibly. Carlos Sainz, Jr. and Senior. Very important. And then in the two-wheeled world, well, they make up, I would say, about 60 or 70% of the world motorcycle racing paddocks. Spanish riders. It's that good weather, they get to practice all the time.
Yeah, indeed they do, and I think I would flip a coin whether Carlos Sainz Sr. or Alonso would be the most famous on four wheels. Obviously, very happy to see that Carlos is good after a pretty nasty wreck that he suffered in Dakar this year. So very, very happy that he is doing okay, and love seeing him continue on to be able to just keep on racing in the same tenacity that he has always shown. It's always a treat to be able to watch him.
He's the man, isn't he, Carlos Sainz Sr.? Yeah, defies his age, that's for sure. yeah, when I grow up, I want to be just like him. But I love the fact that Carlos Sainz Jr. Made the conscious decision not to go rallying. He wanted to really forge his... He has done, you know, some sort of tests and stuff in rally cars, but he could have taken the rallying path. He decided to go the circuit racing route because he wanted to really create his own path and didn't want to be constantly referred to as Carlos Sainz's son, which I think is an incredibly wise decision for Carlos Sainz Jr. Also wish it had half his haircut. That would be nice.
Oh, it's just the perfect amount of
pure,
swoop. It's beautiful. It just has that sort of, you imagine a man from Spain, and it's amazing what it is. Because that's exactly what you think of when you think of Carlos Sainz. It is perfect Spanish hair.
He does. If you're just like kids, I want you to draw us a cartoon of a Spanish person. Here he is, Carlos Sainz. A question coming from Peterson. Is this the top split? Yes, it is. This is the very top split of the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. There is live timing. If you have a look in the YouTube chat, our colleague Arjuna Kankapati has pinned it in there as well. timing71.org/RaceSpot. You can follow along with how all of your drivers going. And just while we've been talking about Spanish haircuts, all of a sudden it's dark at Daytona.
Yeah, kind of amazing how that turns around. And I heard you talking about it a little bit earlier there, David, that one of the things that is unique to Daytona is the amount of floodlights that are around here, that when the nighttime does come, you really don't have that much change. When we talk about Le Mans, when we talk about other major endurance races across the world or across the states, Sebring, Road Atlanta, you do have portions of the track where you're going to run off into the darkness. But because of the floodlighting here at Daytona, you don't really have that problem. And what that means is that you don't really have to adjust your braking references. And that's massive for a driver. When you talk about running into the night at those other circuits, you've got to kind of figure out, okay, this is where I can sight during the day, and then when my visibility goes away, this is where I've got to sight that braking marker now a little bit further on into the night. At Daytona, it's all the same, courtesy of the floodlighting, and that's massively helpful for these drivers because it's just one less thing that they have to worry about, and it allows them to keep their eyes on the road and keep themselves focused in the driver's seat as much as possible.
Well, the Apex Racing duo at the front of the field still really turning the screw on the competition. Luke McEwen, 2 laps ago, set the fastest lap of the race in GTD, a 1:43.235. That's remarkably quick, and that's with no draft as well. Luke McEwen is the leading driver in this incredible formation we're seeing, this flying formation from Apex Racing team. Now, DJ, the great thing we about the iRacing special events, especially here at Daytona, is the sheer level of participation. We have here the best virtual racers in the world, and what a show they're putting on. But the sheer level of participation, if you have an iRacing account, you get a group of friends together, you can go racing, and you will be put in a race with people of similar ability. I've got the numbers that have just come in here. 16,651 declared drivers, 4,191 teams. There are been 85 different races all going on at the same time. That is remarkable figures. Those are remarkable figures.
Newsflash, everybody, sim racing is alive and kicking here in 2023. That is absolutely spectacular, and you love to see it here. The amount of participation for iRacing as their numbers just continue to grow, and as we've said before, one of the reasons why this sim is so spectacular is they do not rest on their laurels. It was just a month or two ago that we saw the GTP make its debut here on the sim, adding that other layer into this new era for sports car racing and being able to recreate it here on the iRacing service. It's absolutely remarkable, and it's one of the reasons why I keep coming back to it. It is the best. There is no question about it.
great comment come in from Nicholas Maz. Go Team Eurythmics. That's very good. Yes, of course, talking about Team Euronics, the Bila racing team, Eurythmics. Now, what was their... That was Final Countdown, wasn't it? Eurythmics?
No, that was Sweet Dreams Are Made of This.
Ah, yes. Great tune.
Fantastic. I actually sang that back once in the day as in my choir. So there you go.
A choir doing Eurythmics. That's very cool.
Yeah, it was some fun stuff.
I do like to do a bit of singing, a bit of K-pop karaoke rooms. It's great because I'm full of enthusiasm, absolutely zero talent. It's like my enthusiasm is entirely in reverse to the talent level.
Come out to LA at some point. I will take you to my favorite karaoke bar where everyone is the same way. It's absolutely fantastic. So many times in Los Angeles, you get people that get up to do karaoke, and you think, "Oh, I'm going to get an agent while I'm here." And I love this bar. You go to it, everyone's just like, "No, I'm just going to have a good time."
No, I'm going to blast it. It's all about volume and enthusiasm and stage presence. My favorite karaoke song is "Pour Some Sugar on Me." Def Leppard, because really it's not about the quality of singing, it's about stage presence. And this is a bit of a look there of the level of trust, and I'm sure the level of practice that's had to be done to get this strategy to work, DJ. I know we're labouring the point, but we do, because we just don't see this ever.
No, we don't. Not this level of teamwork with one another. I mean, we are nearly 5 hours into this race here, David, and we continue to see them working together. This is the kind of strategy that I would expect to see out of a 40-minute sprint race or in the first hour or two of a longer endurance race. The fact that they've been able to keep this up for 4 hours and 41 minutes is nothing short of remarkable. And let's consider all of the things that are begging these drivers to split up. We just saw an LMP2 streak on by them. Faster traffic coming on through. They've still remained together. Pit stops. They've still remained together. This is an absolutely mistake-proof drive here from both of the Apex Racing Team drivers. And I am awestruck at it, is here we see another nice little bump draft. Now, they've got to be a little bit careful with that. I think that was a little bit too much more momentum there from Jamie with that bump, and that was let's call it more of a shove than a bump. Got to be careful that they don't pick up any rear diffuser damage. The front end of that Audi probably not going to be in dire straits there, but the rear end of the number 98, something to keep an eye on, is there. Nice and slow, nice build up to the back of it, again giving that bump, and that's going to help them move their way forward as here they come down into pit lane in perfect synchronicity.
That's remarkable. It's just remarkable. In they go, new tyres on, and time for a quick drink there for Jamie Flick. Nothing more exotic than water, but that does the job. And nobody in the mirror there, Jamie. No. Very smooth and clean. Cars come down at exactly the same time off the jacks. Last bit of fuel going in. Any driver changes? Not that I can see as such. Apex, nope. Luke McEwen and Jamie Flick. They have just completed their first stints there behind the wheel, and it's going remarkably well. In fact, they've set some great pace as the track temperatures begin to drop a little bit. It's now at just 26.1 degrees, and as darkness descends over Daytona International Speedway, that track temperature will begin to drop away, and so the conditions are pretty much perfect right now as well. And car 99, Jamie Flick was out ahead of McEwen. Now, so will we see Jamie Flick take his turn at the front of that Apex Racing train, or will we see, we saw it a few stints ago where the former leading car actually made sure the other car actually moved out the way to get the leading car in there. Will we see the same thing here? At the moment it's Jamie Flick who's going to take a spot at the front, and there's a yawning chasm between them now, DJ.
Yeah, I mean, that gap is up to a staggering 1.2 seconds here at this point. But I would have to imagine if I'm on the pit box here for Apex Racing Team, I think what I would command them to do is to have Jamie here be the lead car. Swap back and forth on those strategies of who's going to be in front, who's going to be behind, because what that's going to allow to do is now that Jamie's in the lead, he's going to be the one breaking the air, and behind him, that is where you're going to be able to do the fuel saving for Luke McEwen. And so now Luke is going to be in that position to lift off a little bit more, save a little bit of fuel, and if you're able to balance that back and forth over the course of the race, you should even out when it comes to fuel consumption. And so that would be the strategy, I would think. But rest assured, whatever Apex does, it is something that they have calculated out, and they may know better than we do.
So pit stop for our race leader. Daniel Alves Lorenco is in from the lead of GTP. We did see Obsidian, I think, pitting a little bit earlier than we might have expected and putting Adai Coba Lopez in the car. It's a driver change for Urano as well. Dominic Hoffman gets back into the car, and what a stint that was from Lorenco. A real race, you know, landing the kind of hardest punch on the opposition so far in 4 hours and 45 minutes of racing. Kai Kashube comes down the pit road. Good stint for him as well in the beautiful BMW Team BS competition car with the zebra pattern. Off goes Dominic Hoffman already in the Urano car. He had opened up the gap really significantly in that stint, had the Urano machine. Kashube appears to be staying on board that car, so a bit of a mammoth stint for Kai Kashube. Eduardo Leo in with SRC Movano Corsa, he switches back to Sasha Gorley. So a little bit of shuffling around in GTP, a little bit of musical chairs going on there. Nothing changing in LMP2, the gap continuing to just grow and grow and grow. Atte Kauppinen up to 28 seconds ahead in the lead of LMP2. And, well, just like that, Luke McEwen back into basically the net lead of GTD. Alexei Nezov leads for now, but he will be due us a pit stop any moment now. So this is interesting. This is what Apex Racing have been doing all race long, DJ. The same car or the same driver has always been the one doing the leading, so they're not taking turns as such.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that, but clearly that just plays into the strategy, and it may be a situation here where Jamie just feels a little bit more comfortable being the pusher, that he just has a little bit more of, let's call it what it is, that NASCAR mentality of how to hook up on the rear end and give that bump draft, and so they're just playing to their strengths here at this point rather than having to worry about any back and forth.
Well, it's certainly an effective strategy. It's really, really working for them right now. Now, at the front of the field, Obsidian Racing are back into second position, but now 27 seconds back. I do think they pitted a couple of laps early there, you know. I wonder if that was maybe to get a driver change done, or maybe just try and get a little bit of repair, just a little slithers of repair, whatever they can do. And Adai Coba Lopez on board, 132.2 on the last flying lap for him. So how will that compare to Dominic Hoffman? Dominic was very quick earlier on, so we'll see how that one plays out as well. Obsidian now only have 7 seconds back to Team BS competition. So, and Kai Kashube has been at the wheel of that car for a while. That could work one of two ways. It could be that he's in the groove, he's in the rhythm, and he puts in a hot pace, or could potentially start to fade with a little bit of fatigue given how long he's been in that car. We'll find out over the next half an hour or so between all of that. So you're watching the 2023 iRacing 24 hour here on RaceSpotTV. Brilliant to see so many of you joining in to watch this great motor race, and it's all the action really at the front of the field, DJ, in the top class.
Yeah, really and truly is, and a lot of intrigue there as to exactly what's happening with Obsidian. Now, I just took a look back at the pit stop times, thinking about maybe, Peter, if they had made a little bit of damage repair. They were in the box about a second longer than Urano Esports up ahead of them, but it's a 32.5 second pit stop. That's going to be roughly in line with everybody else. They were a little bit longer in the box cone to cone by about 2 seconds, so I don't think there was any damage repair that was done on that car, as it would have taken a little bit longer to go around. So if they do have damage that we kind of suspect that they might here at this point, it's nothing that has been repaired, so we'll just have to keep an eye on it. Now, the other part of it is that with Jacobo Lopez back in the car, that driver may be able to cope with the damage a little bit better. It may have been just a driver rhythm problem. We talked about that. It can certainly come back to bite you and maybe costing you the time that we saw. So still a lot of unknowns there in that number 6 machine, but we'll stay on top of this and try to figure it out a little bit more as the race develops.
Yeah, I think I think it could more be a driver rhythm problem, because at the first flying lap, or full load of fuel, remember, okay, fresh tires, but full load of fuel, Adai Koba Lopez 131.7. So that's pretty quick. I think the track is definitely going to get a bit quicker over the next hour or so, but Dominic Hoffman, his first flying lap, 131.6. So Urano really are, they've pulled the pin. They saved fuel for the first maybe 3 hours of the race, and then it's like they said, DJ, I'm a bit bored of doing this now, let's see what this baby can do, and they've really opened up the taps, lapping consistently in that 131 bracket, even through traffic.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. No fuel saving at all out of this Urano Esports number 190 up at the front of the field. They are absolutely going for broke here. And it's a strategy that appears to be working. I mean, if they continue to build this kind of gap, we could be looking at a situation by the time your and my commentary stint is done where they could almost have an entire pit stop in hand here. And if that's the case, that is just going to open up the strategy decisions that they are able to make. Now, granted, there's a long way between now and then, so they've still got to keep things together, keep it connected, but we're not seeing erratic driving out of this 190. That's the other thing. It's not like they are pushing to the absolute limit. They just appear to be in that rhythm. Dominic Hoffman, as he's now gotten back into the car, just appears to be in that that pace that they're able to go, and he's able to keep this car pointed the right way and getting very quick lap times as he does it.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. Interesting there, 133 flat for Lopez, and that's not on the pace that he would want, so maybe just a little bit of difficulty in traffic, perhaps. So one thing that's standing out to me massively here, DJ, is that normally by this point in a multi-class endurance race we'll have seen prototypes coming through, nerfing GT cars into the wall, GT cars spinning and taking out prototypes, and there's been absolutely none of that. Quite remarkable, the coexistence between these cars, and again it's a different mix. We haven't seen, you know, the GTP cars are new, the LMP having that, the LMP2 car, which used to be the top car in this race, and then no GTE cars either. It's just GTD cars. So it's really a different coexistence, but it's worked really, really well.
Yeah, it really has, and it's a testament to the simulation of that iRacing has been able to recreate here, obviously basing on what we are expected to see in a week's time, that these cars all just kind of work together in this beautiful sort of ballet that they're all doing around the track, and we're seeing the times being set down here by the LMP2s, by the GTPs, and seeing that separate out. I know there was a lot of concern when this BMW was first announced that it could be a little bit of a problem for the LMP2s in terms of speed comparison, but iRacing has got it right. I've been able to go out and test it many a time. I've got to say that my skill level is not enough that I'm really able to drive the GTP quite well, but driving in the LMP2s, it feels correct. The speed that you're able to get behind in front of the GT3s, as well as being behind the GTPs, it's really a good run for them as we watch the Race Clutch White working their way by one of those LMP2s.
Well, it's absolutely. I think you're absolutely right, DJ. I mean, just looking at the real life lap record in the race for LMP2 is 135.5. Paul-Louis Chatin, who set that last year. The fastest lap of this race is 7/10 quicker than that, 134.8. So the fact that it's as close as that is remarkable. The GTP's 131 flat is the fastest lap of the race, set by Obsidian Racing. That's 2.7 seconds quicker than the DPI lap record. Now, I think the GTP cars are going to be quicker than the DPIs eventually. I do. Well, we don't know yet exactly what it will be. And looking at the Roar lap times, you might as well look at our lap times, because the Roar lap times are going to be, I would think, quite different to what we'll see in the actual race.
Yeah, very much so. There's always quite a little bit of, what's the term? Sandbagging that is done to try to prevent any BOP things that come on in for a lot of these teams. And so for them, I think you definitely see a little bit of that. And I have to agree with you, as we continue to really settle into these GTPs a little bit more, we will see those lap times come down, because development will continue on in these cars, whether it's through the engine, tweaks here and there. Obviously, you still have to be working within the aerodynamic coefficients that is the new way of developing these cars in terms of areas that you are able to build on and add on downforce, but they certainly will continue to drop. I have no doubt of that at all.
Hello to Daniel Civi Sabo, saying that 190 Urano car is saving a lot more fuel. Yeah, it certainly was. It certainly was earlier on, and it really stretched out those stint lengths, but the last couple of stints has sort of changed that strategy around. They really pushed on a lot more, and as you rightly said, DJ, watching on board with that car, definitely pushing on a lot more, and lap by lap is pulling time almost every lap consistently from the Obsidian Racing car. Just 2/10 last time, but 3 or 4 laps ago pulled a full second out. That gap is up to half a minute, so this race has really flipped when Urano decided to, you know, put the foot down and put the afterburners on. It really has changed the picture.
Yeah, it certainly has. And to your point, looking at those stint lengths over the last stint, Urano did a 26-lap stint. Obsidian did do a 25, but we're seeing scatterings of 25s and 26s. That is the range to be able to do throughout the field. So yes, Urano is able to eke out just a little bit more, but it's not like they're in conservation mode. They are doing that within the bounds of still running very, very quickly. And so I would not be calling this a fuel-saving run for them. They are definitely in a hurry up and run.
Yeah, definitely, and that has been a switch in the last couple of stints for sure. Well, we're nearly at the top of the 5th hour here in the iRacing Daytona 24 hour, and well, this is just going to rumble on through the night, I think. It's Jesse Jones, number 912, RHG Esports, in their Audi R8. I would have thought R8G might have gone for the Lamborghini, given Romain Grosjean's new status as a Lamborghini factory driver. He's going to make his Lamborghini debut next week in the Rolex 24. Got a Lamborghini up front, though, the Biela Racing car, the Biela Eurythmics car, it's been coined as in our RaceSpotTV chat. But Jesse Jones just dropping the throttle a little bit there and just settling in behind that Biela Racing car of Patrick Heinrich, who's been on the wheel for quite a while. Boom, big bump draft. We're seeing a lot of bump drafting here in this race on the high banks of Daytona. Now, is Jesse Jones going to try and make a move, or lift and coast?
Looks like it's going to be a little bit of the latter. Yeah, going to back out of it there. Probably a good call there for Jesse. You know, may have had the overspeed if they won it, but this early on in the race here, Peter, you really don't want to be pushing too hard. You can be okay to just hold up behind another driver, and that's really what separates the top split drivers here, is they recognize the fact that they don't have to make the move. They can just hold back in and behind. They know how much time is left in this race, and that it is plenty enough for them to be able to make their move when they want to make that move.
Yeah, certainly plotting how to look ahead. Lap times quite inconsistent for Obsidian Racing. They had got dropped back into the mid 1 minute 31s there for Adai Lopez, and then all of a sudden next lap 1:33.0. So Dominic Hoffman able to just get that little bit better lap time and maintain that really good stint length as well. It's quite a performance here by Urano. And this would be if Urano could pull off this result, they would be a huge boon for that team and really put them to the very top table of virtual motorsport and set a stall out for the rest of the VCO Grand Slam season, of course, including Sebring 12-hour, Watkins Glen 6-hour, and Petit Le Mans. And I always find, DJ, whenever I'm doing preparation for races, in the outdoor world, I always look at if a driver's won any of those races, because they are the blue ribbon events in not just American endurance racing, but global endurance racing.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they are hallmark events at some of the most historic and fantastic tracks in North America and throughout the world, that if those drivers have a win or even a podium, I would argue, at any of those 4 venues, it is something that you need to keep an eye on. It shows that they've got tenacity. It shows that they know how to drive. They know how to handle themselves. And obviously the length of each race is different, which makes things a little bit dynamic when you come into the race. Sebring, obviously, a much more physical track. It's a much harder track to sort of master in terms of all of the bumpiness. Watkins Glen, the definition of old school, fast, flowing. You've really got to be as quick as you can be all around that 6 hour. And then, of course, heading to Road Atlanta, which it has a little bit of everything to be able to throw in there for Petit. So, yeah, if you have wins in any of those races, they certainly are able to be able to do that.
I think you've got to be special to win any of those. I think as well. My favourite, well, one of my favourite Petit Le Mans stories was 2008 when, if you remember, Helio Castroneves was driving an IndyCar for Team Penske, but he'd never raced at Road Atlanta. He'd driven there before, but he'd never raced at Road Atlanta. He'd never raced at night, and he certainly not at Road Atlanta. And he had his first court date for his tax charge hearing on the Friday. Brian Briscoe put the car on pole. Helio Castroneves gets on the Team Penske jet, arrives at the circuit late Friday night, and they win the race on the Saturday. Quite remarkable. In the Team Penske RS Spider, and of course he was later acquitted of those charges. But I don't know how you would do that, DJ, if you're staring 30 years in jail in the face and still manage to get the concentration to be able to win a motor race like that, especially with zero experience of the circuit at night.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show the caliber of a driver that is Helio Castroneves. I mean, there is a reason why he has received the accolades that he has throughout the years. I can't imagine it as well, but, I mean, look at the last couple of years that he's had. I mean, being able to win the 24 Hours of Daytona as well as winning the other events over the course of the year, the 500 as well. The man knows how to respond to pressure, and let's just say that lightly. Yeah,
very, very, very true. I remember when I asked him about that, I said, "How did you concentrate?" He says, "Do you know?" He says, "It was what I understood." He says, "I understand racing better than anything, and that's just that I'm in my comfort zone in a race car." Quite remarkable. Can he do 5? Do you reckon, DJ? Do you think he can get that 5th Indy 500?
I didn't think he was going to get 4.
True.
I'll be very honest. I think this year at the 500 we're going to see competition like we've never seen, and the truth of the matter is I think he's got the ability. It's just a matter of if the cards play right for him. He's got the tenacity to do it, but at the same token, there's a reason why we've never seen a driver take up 5 victories at the Brickyard.
Yeah, and those who have got 4, they did so over enormously long careers. Nobody goes on a tear with them. That's for sure. Quite remarkable. And it's just so much that can go right or wrong through those 500 miles as well. It's quite a remarkable spectacle, as well as just an insight there of the GTD drivers, how there's always prototypes coming through. You've got to have eyes forward, eyes back all the time. Well, Dominic Hoffman continues to grow the gap. He's just done a 1:31.4. That's only 0.2 of a second off the best lap for that car. Gap is now up to 33 seconds. I see he's referred to by his teammates as the Hoff. I love that. So the Hoff is doing the job. Nobody is hassling the Hoff right now.
No, certainly not. And he's probably got if his nickname's the Hoff, he's probably got a good amount of time to talk to his car there and just be able to work it around.
Go Kit.
Go Kit, go. That's what we're going to have to start referring to the number 190 as here at this point. But yeah, I mean, it's an impressive run. And you know, what has particularly surprised me about it is we often talk about traffic given and traffic taken away, but his lap times have been so utterly consistent working his way through traffic. He's had to deal with it on every single lap as he actually puts down one of the GTP cars. That's the TC Corsa Esports machine, the number 24, putting them a lap down. Just absolutely ruthlessly efficient and ruthlessly consistent here at this point as they drive around. No problems, no blips, even as he works through traffic. It's a real testament to the speed underneath that number 190.
Yeah, so this is a real mega effort there from Esports, from their whole driver lineup. Chit Chat Racing and their car 69. Oh, look at a GTP, the SRC Mavano car just poking up the inside there. Chit Chat Racing with their stars and stripes on the shark fin. It's strange when you see when you look at a prototype that didn't have the shark fin. You look at like the open top LMP2 cars, particularly from the American Le Mans series late 2000s, and then when they did start to put the fins on them, it did just look strange to begin with. But now you know, it would look weird without them. If they're definitely part of the prototype racing framework, and obviously they're very good for safety as well, to stop car having a rollover. Now in GTD, third place, Team BMW Bank is starting to take a stronger hold on third place. They're 4.5 seconds ahead of Daniel Affuente for Mercedes AMG Team Williams. Rainer Talvar on board that Team BMW Bank car, so they are in a little bit of no man's land. But if they can be the next car on from Apex Racing Team, they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they're in the catbird seat from that, and we talked earlier about the fact that they may be hoping for a little bit of misfortune. You never truly hope for misfortune of your competitors, but that could be the way that they get themselves forward. But I think crucially here for Team BMW Bank, now that they find themselves getting that gap over Team Williams Esports, the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, they're going to be able to focus on the road ahead. They're not going to be having to drive in the rearview mirror, worried about what's going on behind them, and they're just going to be able to focus on putting in the fastest laps possible. Now, I don't know if that's going to be enough to be able to take down that gap to the two Apex Racing Team drivers in front of them, but it will at least be a card in their hand that they are able to play as they hope to try to be able to get their way up forward.
So, very good question coming in from C. Walsh, asking, why is it dark? It's lunchtime in Florida at the moment. You are correct, in the outdoor world it is lunchtime in Florida. In the sim, it's 5 to 7 in the evening, so the sim can be set up any time, you know, really to be any time to start you like. So we started this race, now you're going to make me do maths now, 5 hours and 8 minutes ago. So we started just in the early afternoon here in sim, so that is why we were under the cover of darkness, and we will be for the next 12 hours really before the sun starts to come up again over a virtual Daytona International Speedway. And I have to say, DJ, the sunrises you get at Daytona at around 6:45, 7 in the morning at the Rolex 24 are really special.
Oh, they're absolutely stunning. I mean, they are very, very pretty, very, very gorgeous to be able to behold and to keep an eye on. You get the sun peeking over the bleachers here, starting to illuminate this track. Obviously, with the landing strip just off the way, you get that beautiful view down the backstretch. It is a very, very special time, and one that is, once again, on my bucket list. It's one that I've got to be able to cross off, because I have heard riding the rides here at sunrise, nothing short of spectacular.
You need to bring your thermals to go up on that going up on the Ferris wheel at Daytona. There wasn't many takers last year, that's for sure. I think it actually, if I remember, it actually stopped in the cold of the night because it just was too cold to be out there. Many people watching from the comfort of their motorhomes or from the comfort of some of the catering facilities because it was hovering around freezing. I mean, I can't believe that it shows you how good the Michelin tyre is, that it's not designed to be run at 0 degrees ambient, but it worked.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it's one of the things that really isn't talked about all that much when we talk about Daytona. We're so used to endurance racing obviously taking place over the peak of the summer where everything is nice and hot, but Michelin being able to provide these tires that can work down to the cold temperatures that they do get out on track, it's really a testament there to the tire supplier to be able to do it. And once again, modeled here very well on the sim. Now, we don't get nearly as cold of temperatures as we did last time out. I believe the lowest the sim can technically go is about 60 degrees Fahrenheit ambient temperature. And Peter, you'll forgive me, I don't know the conversion off the top of my head of that in Celsius.
Well, it was, I remember it was, I think 30, it was around sort of 30, 31, 32 at Daytona last year, which was 0 Celsius.
Yeah, I mean, it
thereabouts.
Just absolutely frigid out on track. And I remember speaking to a couple of drivers that I knew, and them all just saying that they said, this is a ski trip, this isn't a motor race, what's going on? We work in a fair weather sport, come on.
Yeah, they weren't ready for it, that's for sure. Some of the drivers sitting on the pit perches, they've got their helmets on 30 minutes before going in the car just to keep themselves warm. Normally they get their helmet on at the last minute, but it was very, very funny to watch. Just prototype traffic. The LMP2, there's a lot of LMP2s battling quite close with one another, and when they come through, they do shuffle out the GTD traffic a little bit. Rainer Talvar in third in GTD continues to open up this gap a little bit more to Daniel Lafuente in the Mercedes AMG Williams car. There it is, with Vila Euronics Lamborghini right behind, and indeed the RHG Audi not too far behind either. And this stint from Dominic Hoffman is just continuing to build the gap. It's now up to 34 seconds back to Kai Kishube, who's just gone past the Obsidian Racing car. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, just in that last lap, he was able to make that move. I'm beginning to think more and more here. Now that we've seen a Jacobo Lopez in that Obsidian Racing car, I think they're dealing with damage. I think that is what is going on with that car, because now it's been two drivers, and I think we can take out of the equation a potential driver rhythm problem, that we are seeing a consistently slower speed out of that number 6. I think they've got damage on the under tray.
It could be. It could be. I mean, Kai Kishube already has put 0.6 of a second into a Jacobo Lopez in the Obsidian Racing car. So Team BS competition, they're now up into second place, and it'll be interesting to see if Kishube's pace is on par with Hoffman, or indeed if he can pull some time out of that Urano car. Kishube's been in the car for quite a while, whereas Hoffman is pretty fresh. So there's your new second place car, Kai Kishube in the split liveried Team BMW BS competition car. The Obsidian machine's right in there, and I tell you what, DJ, if Obsidian can sit there behind BS competition, this could actually be a workout in their favour and kind of get dragged along a little bit. If they've got that damage, having a tow from a car in front could be really, really useful.
That actually is a very, very good point there. If they're able to keep up behind and just take advantage of the draft here at this point, that could be enough to keep them into the game and maybe find themselves a little bit of time to try to get some of that under tray damage repaired slowly but surely over the course of the next couple of pit stops. We'll have to see, though. 0.6 of a second already. That's not the biggest gap in the world, but it is certainly one that they're going to want to keep their eye on. They're not going to want to let that drift over about 12 seconds here at this point, because if If it does, then we're going to run into some problems, or over 1.2 seconds rather, because if they do, then they're going to run into some problems of losing the draft. And they're indeed slowed up coming through Le Mans. That point is now negated. Obsidian find themselves about 1.8, 1.9 seconds behind BMW M Team BS Competition.
Yeah, they matched each other on the timesheets last time by 131.6 for both cars, but this is going to be quite a bit off, I think. 132 flat for Koshube. Oh dear, 133.4 for Adai Koba Lopez, and yeah, just had no option there but to lift off, let the 2 GT car go through the Le Mans chicane and then get back on the power. But still, Hoffman increasing his gap at the front of the field, and I say Obsidian have got to look behind the second Urano car, which we haven't mentioned much. The number 191 is only 1.8 seconds behind Obsidian, so Obsidian could all of a sudden find themselves off the podium here. And you got to think that the Urano Esports Data Group car 191, Vlad Kamichev, is not going to make their life very easy when he arrives on the scene.
No, I don't think they will, and look at the run from behind them as well there. I mean, we've got quite a few cars coming up. Race Clutch White is only about 5 total seconds off of the back of Obsidian, so they could really find themselves in a world of trouble here as we take a look on board that number 11 Race Clutch White machine. Talman driving right now. They could find themselves up into 4th before, I think, the end of not this upcoming pit cycle, but potentially the next one.
Yeah, very interesting. It's all just starting to shuffle around, and that battle for the podium is going to get very spicy indeed, I think, in GTP. And Obsidian, they had such strong pace. And yeah, as we see, Race Clutch actually going into the pit lane, so we are going to see some GTP pit stops over the next few laps, and then, well, we might see the order shuffle around even more at that point. Now, changing GTD, 4th place now goes to Patrick Heinrich for Bila Euronics. The Lamborghini has gone past the Mercedes Williams car of Daniel Lafuente, who drops back to 5th, and just a little bit further up the road, around 4.3 seconds away up the road, is Reinhard Alvar for Team BMW Bank. The gap from Reinhard Alvar in 3rd in GTD to the leading pair, Apex Racing Team, 32 seconds. So the gap is pretty significant there in GTD. Our leader in LMP2 is in the pits. Ati Kaupinen, William Esports Mala has just come into pit lane right now from a commanding lead in LMP2. And will he change driver? Kaupinen not too long. I think that's his first stint just complete after Moreno Sirica had a real mammoth stint at the wheel. So yep, indeed, Ati Kaupinen staying on board in LMP2.
Yeah, and I think that's a good call from them there. Keep them in the car. Keep everything as consistent as possible. If you continue to set in those good times, you've got a big gap up at the front of the field. You might as well keep it going. Is it indeed just a testament to how big of a gap that they have? They're going to come out in 2nd place here at this point. Granted, quite a few drivers around them. Apex Racing Academy 198 and Calsa Team also coming into pit lane. It looks like the Apex Racing Team 199 is the ones that are going to stay out here at this point.
So Lafuente loses another position. The R8G Audi of Jesse Jones goes past Lafuente, so Lafuente and the Williams Mercedes there back to 6th place in GTD. And Adai Copa Lopez for Obsidian in GTP is in the pit lane. So the first of the top running GTP cars to pit. No driver change. Adai Copa Lopez got on board not that long ago, and well, hopefully the race could come back to them, because they were charging so hard earlier on. It just seems to be fading through their fingertips at the moment, DJ.
Yeah, it just seems like it's starting to slip by the wayside here at this point. Them coming in early, It does look like, from what I can see there, that that was a full stop for them. 26 laps on that stint. That's about the longest that we've seen anybody be able to stretch. They're obviously just a little bit off cycle here. We expect the next couple of drivers within the next 5 laps or so. That's when they should all be coming down into pit lane. Yeah, Obsidian just finding themselves the wrong way. That's not the way that you want to be here. You do not want to be losing time over the course of this race. You do not want to find yourself slipping down through the order. If anything, as the race continues to go along and your drivers build up more and more rhythm, you want to just continue to get faster and faster and faster.
So we got 18 hours and 41 minutes to go in this race. In about 40 minutes time, we'll be making a driver change of our own in the RaceSpotTV commentary box. And I must be honest, DJ, I have forgotten who's replacing me as well. It's Conroy Maddock and Terry Radford, who will be taking over the next couple of hours, and we'll both be stepping out. So it's a double driver change coming up in about 40 minutes time here on RaceSpotTV.
Yeah, it's going to be very quick. It's going to be a very technical thing for us to do, to swap out those drivers up here in the booth. So keep an eye for that. And I know both you and I are going to be back a little bit later on in this race. I think we'll miss each other, unfortunately, Peter. We're going to kind of split the difference on when we'll be there. But we will both be back here in the latter stages of the race to cover everything as this race continues to develop. Want to give credit here, though, to the drivers. We haven't seen any sort of negligence. We haven't seen any sort of plays or passes that have really resulted in an incident from what we've seen. Everybody's been pretty collected here. Nobody's been sending any of the big dive bombs, even the drivers that are really trying to hustle these cars around. There's a lot of respect out on track right now, and it's making for a very entertaining race and keeping everything together in a way that is pretty fascinating.
It is, yeah. The driving standards, I think, have been excellent. Really good coexistence between all of the classes. Really, really good to follow. Really, really good to watch. The gap continues to grow at the top of GTP. It's now up to 36 seconds between Dominic the Hoffman and Kai Koshube for Team BMW BS competition. And the Urano Esports Data Group car, the second Urano car, is now up into third. We have seen, however, the Obsidian racing car take a pit stop. They're quite a bit off strategy to everybody else there, DJ. They've not quite been able to run the same fuel numbers.
No, they really haven't, and I mean, they've been able to hit their numbers. Their last 2 stints were 25 and 26 laps, which is normally what it is, but a short stint earlier on, I think, is what threw them off, and that's what sent them off cycle. Now, I don't know if they're counting back from the race and they're seeing something that everybody else isn't, but it's not like we're seeing them doing something that is, I think, going to benefit them here at this point. I think the way that they're running, they're just off cycle, and they're going to have to figure out how to do that, whether that's through a splash and dash or through some mega fuel saving later on in the race. They're going to have to figure this out if they want to get back onto the same cycle as the rest of the leaders, because there are about 5 teams or so, Race Clutch White, Pearson's, Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing, that are all on similar cycles there to Obsidian. So we're really seeing kind of a divergence in strategy there between 2 groups, but it looks like up in those GTPs that the higher placed drivers, the higher placed teams, they're all on the later pitting strategy. So your battle for 4th place in GTD, these are your 3 cars battling for 4th. The Bila Euronics Lamborghini Patrick Heinrich with the RAG Audi of Jesse Jones. That car's really moved back and really moved up in this stint as well, and now into the thick of the battle. Daniel Lafuente giving up track position, but certainly not giving up much time. Has been able to run the pace of the 2 mid-engine V10 machines ahead of him. Of course, the Audi and the Lamborghini share the same V10 motor.
5.2 litre. It's an engine that, I'll tell you what, if you were to add up all the race wins for that engine across the world, DJ, it would be some number.
Yeah, it certainly would. It is one of the heaviest of heavy hitters when it comes to engine builds in so many different cars that has been put in really across the spectrum, and obviously being showcased here in a couple of them here in iRacing right now. So very, very heads up. Little bit of close running there, though, as they come out of Le Mans. This is that same battle that we've been watching here, but 3 cars now involved in it, trying to work their way ahead. You've got to be careful about this. It's the old adage in NASCAR, never push the pusher. That Audi, the R8G Esports team, pushing the racing team Euronics, but the Williams team, the Mercedes-AMG team Williams Esports, doing the right thing, not trying to bump draft that Audi. Thought about a little bit of a look there, but it looks like they're going to stay in line as they come down into the infield.
Yeah, I think Lafuente has definitely reverted to a different strategy. Oh, Jesse Jones goes wide. Jesse Jones goes wide. Now, is Lafuente going to take that position? Going to try. Yeah. Leaves the door open for Jones, but that's given the Velo Euronics Lamborghini a really good break there. Patrick Heinrich. And now Heinrich not having to give any draft at all to either car. So is that going to give Heinrich an opportunity to maybe break away and chase after Rainer Talvar? It's 5.5 seconds up the road in third in GTD. I mean, at the front of GTD, well, the Apex Racing team domination continues. They've just set, and I say they, you'll see why I say they in a second. And you think, how can 2 cars set the fastest lap of the race at the same time? Well, that's exactly what they've just done. A 1:43.168 fastest lap in GTD. Absolutely identical between Luke McEwen and Jamie Fluke. And Jamie Fluke has just improved that lap time by 0.06 of a second again. So 1:43.612. That gap between Luke McEwen and Jamie Fluke, your leaders in GTD, 35 seconds back to Rainer Talvar in third. Absolutely dominant so far in the opening, coming up to the opening quarter of this 2023 iRacing Daytona 24-hour. Vlad Kamichev is into the pit lane for Urano Esports, and as is his teammate from the lead of the motor race in GTP, Dominic de Hoffman. Urano Esports Heineken Media into pit lane with a significant lead, well over half a minute, and it's going pretty well, DJ, right now for that Urano squad.
It's going very, very well indeed, as the Data Group car, the 191, able to get themselves back out into what will be 5th place position. That may shuffle around a little bit. We've also got a pit stop here coming in from Kai Kashube in that BMW M Team BS competition machine, so they're going to be in the pits here as well. It looks like this is about the end of that cycle. Yes, indeed. I'm seeing 26 laps ticking over for both the 190 and the 89, so they're hitting the fuel numbers, and they're able to extend that stint a little bit longer. And again, made all the more impressive by the fact that Urano Esports team, the 190, absolutely flying up at the front of the field with a truly massive gap, and they're still able to find just a little bit in these GTPs to just get the merest amount of fuel saving to stretch to that 26 lap mark.
Well, driver change, Kai Kashube finally is prized out of the BMW M Team BS competition car number 89. Nathan Lewis now on board that machine. Off he goes into the race. Onto the pit limiter, 50 miles an hour here. You can just hear him switching between first and second gear. That's a little trick of the trade here in iRacing, where it just gives you that extra half a mile an hour or so as you make your way down pit road. So, at the front of the field is Dominic Hoffman. Alexander Spetz has gone up into second, but will be due a pit stop soon. That Williams Esports chill glass car very much off strategy to everybody else. So the gap then back to your kind of net leader, net second place, Nathan Lewis for Team BMW BS competition, 34 seconds. So the gap stayed pretty steady there between our top 2 cars. The Rano Data Group are up as well, ahead of Obsidian, and yeah, Obsidian just with every pit stop are just falling further and further back.
Yeah, they just find themselves losing more and more ground here at this point. And looking up ahead to that Williams Esports Chill Blast team, I'm not sure where they're going to come out in regards to everything. So Obsidian may find themselves in fourth place, but for the moment, because as you said, Race Clutch White certainly starting to close in behind them. That's looking like it's going to be a little bit of a battle here in probably just a couple of laps time, as they are already within the draft range. We take a look here on board the number 199 Apex Racing Team LMP2 entry. They're currently fourth in class, working their way down through Le Mans right now. Ooh, scary little bit of oversteer that they had to correct mid-corner.
Yeah, it can bite you if you're not on top of it. That LMP2 machine, powered by that Gibson naturally aspirated V8. And well, time for a little bit of relaxing on the straight here at Daytona. It's Stanley Deslandis right up to the wall there. It just shows you how hard these guys are pushing. As far up to the wall as you can go, hard on those carbon brakes and tuck it in as well. It's quite remarkable how much corner speed these top guys carry. I just don't know how they do it.
Well, I've said multiple times that there are about 17 different lines you can take down into turn one, and I am yet to find a single one of them when I'm driving myself. So massive amount of credit goes to these drivers that they are able to nail that turn one, as it is such a difficult corner coming off of the banking down onto the flat part of the track. It's a late apex into the corner. Very difficult to get right, but they are able to carry so much speed through there. It's really what separates out these drivers, is, as you said, that corner speed, just so impressive. We watched that LMP2 work their way around. Got a little bit of a battle, though, starting to form up here in the GTPs.
Yeah, that's pure Sims. They're in 8th position in class. Matt Emery at the wheel at the moment. He's got Jaden Munoz for Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing right behind. So right on board with Jaden. No fuel saving going on there, going into the Le Mans chicane, and full commitment there as well. Let's get a look then, see how much the draft can make a difference, if it does here for Jaden. Just beginning to pick up a little bit of it now. That car in front of Pure Sims BMW GTP just breaking a little bit of the wind ahead. And yeah, here you go, you're now really starting to pick up a proper toe now as well. And Munoz, absolutely no hint of fuel saving there, late on the brakes as he possibly can. He's wanting that 8th place, JJ.
Yeah, he certainly does. He is trying to push ahead here. Now, they've got about 9.5 seconds up the road to SRC Movano Corsa, the GTP 369, to be able to go. So I think here for Munoz, the faster he's able to get this position and move himself up ahead, the better he's going to be able to focus on that. But he's got to try to get by this Pearson's esports machine. Now they're going to come up against a little bit of LMP2 traffic off the apex there. Nice little pickup for Munoz. That was a good heads-up move.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a free kick there for Munoz, but he took full advantage of it. And Matt Emery doesn't fight it hard at all, just decides to settle in behind. Now, their difference in their pace, 132.4 for Emery, 132.5 last time by for Munoz, interestingly, even with that toe. So maybe Emery might be able to hang on to Munoz here as well, maybe wanting to try and save a bit of fuel, use Munoz as a little bit of a front gunner. And Alexander Spetz lapping very well as the fuel load comes down on his Williams Esports Chill Blast machine, a 131.5 for Alexander in second at the moment, but again it is due a pit stop, a little bit off cycle to everybody else. But actually, you have to say, DJ, they've had their earlier difficulties, they really are pulling themselves back up into at least into the conversation at the front of the field.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's not a foregone conclusion here at this point. And obviously, Alexander Spetz, one of the quicker drivers here on the sim, a name that is known to a lot of us here that cover a lot of sim racing. getting that gap down and putting in faster lap times than the Hoff up in front of him. Now, that's going to be something that Urano will be keeping an eye on. They still have 30 seconds and change to be able to hold on to it. But if Spets is able to keep up these times and keep up this pressure, that could be a little bit of a concern here for Urano. And I certainly think that sort of unlike what we've seen back in the GT3 field where Apex is just sort of running away with this and there's not too much of a question, I think there's definitely some question marks that now exist over the lead for this GTP field.
Yeah, it's fascinating, this GTP battle. Dominic Hoffman, excuse me, for Urano Esports doing a top job. 36 seconds ahead of his teammate. So actually, once Spets comes to the pit lane, which shouldn't be too long now, it will be an Urano Esports 1-2. However, Nathan Lewis might have something to say about that in the BMW M Team BS competition car. He's just 0.8 of a second behind. So that battle for, at the moment, third place, about to be second place, is tight between Urano Esports Data Group, car 191 and car 89, Nathan Lewis. And just like that, Nathan Lewis, we get a ride with him in the number 89. Just about close enough to pick up a little slither of slipstream from the car ahead.
Yeah, just enough there to be able to get at the 89 here. Going to be pretty happy, I think, to be able to pick up a little bit of that as now they come down into Le Mans. Let's see how he's able to handle it. Nice and keeping it together there. That looked pretty clean. Probably going to be pretty happy with that as they continue to go. Now, the car up ahead of them, that is Vlad Kimchev that they are going to be picking up that draft from. That is a Battle 4 position. That's the Urano Esports Data Group car as they run. And so still plenty of time to be able to reel them in. Got to get a little bit of the draft there from the dual Mercedes in front of them as they now dive down into turn 1. And look at that, the gap coming down just a little bit more.
Yeah, actually, Kamichev got a little bit of a stroke of luck there where he actually got a bit of draft, ironically, from his teammates in the GT class. And just getting a little bit of draft in the GT cars just protected that run from the 89 of Nathan Lewis. So this is going to be real nip and tuck between Kamichev and Lewis over the next few laps. They're on very similar fuel strategies, so very similar tyre strategies therefore as well. So truly a battle on pure pace between these two. Kamichev last time by a 1:31.1. That's really red hot pace. That's right, very close to the fastest lap of the race, and just 19 thousandths of a second from that car's personal best. So as the track begins to just gently lose temperature, the conditions just get that little bit better. 25.6 degrees Celsius on the track at the moment, as we see Aurélien Talmon for Race Clutch. Race Clutch white, but a red and black car, don't ask. They come through the Le Mans chicane, and that's really close with the Obsidian Racing car. So Obsidian Racing in 5th now, and could be about to lose that 5th position. So Obsidian, they really are fighting on. They did a 1:31.5 last time by, so they do have some pace. Whatever damage it is they have, if they have it, it's relatively minor, DJ, but you don't need to give away much at this level.
No, you really don't, and I think they recognize they've got something wrong with the car there. You saw them drift up the track. I thought they were going to be a little bit more aggressive with the blocking, the way that they were kind of flirting up and down with that apron line coming through NASCAR 3 and 4, but by the time they got to the tri-oval, looked like the writing was on the wall, and they let Race Clutch White on by. Now, hopefully what they're going to be able to do here at this point is they try to steal a little bit of a draft there from the Mercedes in front of them, is keep tucked up behind Race Clutch White, hold onto the back of them and not let them slip away, but that's going to be easier said than done here at this point.
Yeah, it is. It does seem that when they have had a car past them, they have struggled to keep with that car. Why that is, hard to say. Let's take a run then and see. Right in the draft here is Adai Koba Lopez. Only 0.4 of a second between them, and not really pulling much of a gap to the car in front. Okay, it is getting a little bit of a draft as you go past one of the sole Ferraris in the race. Through the bus stop as well. And actually, Might get a bit of a run here. There's maybe a slight hold up there, maybe, for the race clutch car, but Jacobo Lopez just not really getting as much benefit from the draft as you would expect. I wonder if they've maybe just got a little, maybe a damaged wing element or something like that, and it seems to be their top end speed that just isn't there.
Yeah, I wonder if I think you're right that they probably just picked up a little bit of drag, and that's what's holding them back here at this point, that it's just on that top end speed. It looks like they struggle a little bit, and they're going to have it a very hard way here, even with the benefit of the draft, losing some time as they ran. So that's not going to be a good run there for them whatsoever as they continue to try to go.
So, and even, there's not really any traffic to shuffle it around. A little bit of a good bit of fortune here for Jacobo Lopez as the race clutch car gets a little bit held up from GTD traffic, but does he get by in time? Yes, just gets it in time there as well to just keep that race clutch car in view. However, it seems to me, DJ, that Jacobo Lopez is having to drive, qualifying laps almost, qualifying braking points and turning to try and keep this race clutch car even just in view.
Yeah, it really is. He's having to push the car as much as possible, and that's a testament there to just something being wrong with the car potentially, as we've been talking about. They worked their way through Le Mans. The gap has expanded about a tenth and a half here at this point. It's up to 6.5 tenths of a second as they work their way through NASCAR 3 and 4, hugging down on the white line, or the yellow line there. That is the fastest way through the corner, and you can see them, just those little movements there on the wheel, trying to keep as close behind as they can, keep the perfect draft up to race clutch white. So now they dive down into the corner again, late on the binders. They're really chucking the car in. Is Jacobo Lopez trying to see what they're able to get?
I think they've got a top speed issue. I really do, because he's not pulling anything in the draft there. Is Jacobo Lopez. So, of course, when the tyre goes on, they can just make tiny bits of repair at each and every stop. So it might get better through the night, and they've just got to try and survive it as best as possible. But ironically, those two trips through the grass where they found the door closed by a GT car has really seemed to have hurt them. I mean, the car looks perfect. They cannot spot anything, but there is obviously something. It's just not going their way, and of course that won't be helping their fuel mileage either.
No, it certainly won't, and I'm taking a look on board with them here. I don't see any steering damage, so that would be the first indicator that something is terribly wrong with the car. And it was a big check up there coming down behind that's the Williams Esports Male. That's the leader in the LMP2. That's going to cost them a fair bit of time. It doesn't seem like they're having a whole lot of problem here with top-line speed necessarily based off of the rev limiters on the car, as they are able to flick up through the gears relatively well, but I think it is just at the very, very tip-top that they may be losing 1-2 miles an hour under high speed.
Something going on in the front of GTD here. The two Apex Racing cars have done their pit stop. They've done driver change, so Sanchez and Talons are back on board, but look who's in there. Alexei Nezov is classified as second, is due a pit stop any moment now. There is also another Urano car in there as well. That is, that one is Luka Kita, who is a lap down, or multiple laps down, but this is by far the biggest gap we've seen between those Apex cars. So is there tactics going on here? Is this, look at this big push here from Mercedes Urano AMG right all over the Apex car. Goes to have a look down the inside. No, can't quite do it. A little bit of mind games going on here in GTD, DJ. This is interesting as well. So we've seen those two Apex Audis glued together throughout the race. Now they've got two honking AMG Mercedes from Urano right in there as well. Now both of these red Mercedes will need to pit soon, but this is, if you've got that opportunity to try and ruffle the feathers, that's the only thing they can do to try and stop this Apex onslaught.
Yeah, I think you're right about that this is definitely a little bit of mind games. I don't think it's really going to amount to too much, as it does look like that fourth back Apex Racing 99 machine in line here certainly will be able to do it. Let's watch them coming into pit lane. see any real problems there for either of them. Oh, no, there was. 99 missed the pit stall.
Oh, dear. So that's in order to pull that strategy off, you've got to be perfect. And they've been perfect for nearly 6 hours. Let's have a look then again. So it's the second car. Yeah, just the time. Oh, yeah, misses the pit box. Well, now this is going to be the question, DJ. Do they call to say to the leading car, back off? Because once the Urano cars are away, back off and let him catch you up. Or is it game on now? Do they get on with it? It's because he's going to have to drop a couple of seconds to pick up his teammate.
Yeah, and crucially with that 99 machine out of the draft, it's not going to work well. As here we see Urano actually working together. They're going to push ahead. Not seeing a lift here out of the Apex Racing 98. There it is. They're going to let them on by. There you can see the 99 machine just kind of streaking by in the back corner of your screen. That's going to be the question here, Peter. I'm not sure what they're going to do. I'm not sure what their strategy is going to be. It's all worked out beautifully according to plan here, but this is the first real wrench in the works that we've seen for them, and how they're going to respond is going to be very, very telling.
It is, yeah, you're right. Because at the moment there's 2 seconds between Alejandro Sanchez in the leading 98 Apex Racing car and a couple of seconds back to Salva Talens in the 99, and these two Urano Mercedes, they are due in very soon, so that will change. So at the moment, your leader in GTD is Alexei Nezov in car number 91 for Urano Esports. So it's really the first time we've seen any kind of change, but that will flip around shortly because Nezov will have to come to pit road. But really, really interesting stuff at the front of GTD here as well. And it is just far too busy in traffic for the leading Apex Racing car to really do anything about this. And now there's a little bit of time now. There's now clear air between them. Does Sanchez actually, slow down here to bring his teammate back into that kind of bump drafting formation that they've made work so well, it must be said, up to this point in the race? Let's keep an eye on the lap times. Jamie Fluke and Luke McEwen were lapping all the time in the low 143s and the high 142s. 145.0 for Sanchez last time by, 144.9 for Talens.
All right, so those gaps starting to play themselves out here a little bit as we take a look at it right now. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the times are going to be a little bit thrown off, I think, as a result of dealing with some of that traffic. Only a tenth of a second difference in between the two. I think at this point, if I'm on the box for Apex Racing at this point, I would probably say just run your race. If you catch back up to one another, great. If not, we're still in a very, very good position. The other question is going to be is if that number 98 machine is going to have the outright pace to be able to keep themselves up ahead without the pusher behind them. To see if they just have the pace as a solo car, that'll be another real question that we've got to have answered.
It is. It is. Well, top of the shop, GTP. Dominic Hoffman holds a fairly consistent gap to his teammate. 32 seconds is the gap in an Urano Esports 1-2 here in the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours. And they hold a 4-second lead back to Nathan Lewis, so that the Urano Data Group car of Vlad Kamichev has dropped Nathan Lewis significantly. 4 seconds the gap now back to the third place car, Nathan Lewis, for Team BS competition. Race Clutch White, they said, in fourth, and Obsidian not able to hold on to Race Clutch, just not able to stay in that draft. So they're back to fifth now, but they do have 14 seconds back to Sasha Gorel for SRC Movano course. So see how that gap moves over the next little while. In LMP2, it's still domination from Williams Esports Mala. They're 36 seconds ahead of Harold Cretin in INET Motorsport, with Calfa Team there in third. Pit stop for the Mercedes AMG Urano cars. Alexander Teeb gets on board of the 91 now. So this means then we've got 2.6 seconds between the Apex Racing cars. 144.0 last time by for Sanchez, 144.7 for Talon. So if anything, the gap increased last time.
Yeah, it certainly did, and so I think that goes to show here that there's not team orders, at least at this point, for the number 98 to slow themselves down, and they're just going to be trying to keep on racing here as best as they can be. But that is a huge development here, and that 144, by the way, for them is a very, very good lap time here at this point. Indeed, looking over the last laps for the GT3 field, it is going to be the fastest lap, I think, on that last lap, although very close to it was Thebe with that Urano Esports machine as they came in. So yeah, clearly that number 98 starting to push here at this point, and no team orders being displayed for them to slow down.
No, not yet. Not yet. So a change in strategy then for, well, maybe a forced change in strategy for Apex Racing Team. And their pace is still pretty strong. It's faster. The only other car that's able to do a 144 flat before was Jakub Kwiatkowski. But that was curiously 145.0 for Sanchez there. So all of a sudden a second of pace drops away. Problem is that Salva Talon's was a 144.9, so the gap still remains around 2 seconds. So will Sanchez maybe just get a big chunk of fuel saving done and let his teammate catch up? It's not something we really talk about in motor racing very often, TJ. A driver slowing down to let their teammate catch up. It's a bizarre situation.
Yeah, it's a very bizarre situation, but it's really been predicated by this brilliant tandem strategy that we've seen Apex Racing Team deploy over the course of the day. And so this is one that I'm a little bit frustrated that we've got to step away from the booth here in a couple of minutes here, Peter, because I want to see how this plays out. I want to see how these guys are going to do this to see if there is going to be a little bit of order to slow down or not.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting as well. I mean, it's a pretty luxurious position to be in, and Apex Racing Team have deserved it. I mean, one tiny error in 6 hours is you can almost let them away with it, because the concentration, how they haven't drilled each other off every single time at turn one, I'll never know. But it's obviously a strategy. Don't try this at home, folks. Leave it to the pros.
Yeah, very much so. And let's remember that Apex does have a full crew on the box for them on the virtual pit wall to be able to call that strategy. And so those drivers, or those race engineers right now, are probably furiously taking notes, trying to figure out exactly where they need to figure out their time. As we take a look crossing over the line last time around, I think we are seeing a little bit of a definitive mark here for slowing down. Sanchez was at 45.7. Talons was at 44.8. So there is, I think, a little bit of the answer that we've been waiting for, is that I think that number 98 team has been given the order to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. And but the thing is, the great thing, you can do that while doing some big lifting codes to allow that to happen. So it's not all bad. And yeah, they're already down to the gap is under a second, and that's enough for Talons to start getting a draft from his teammate. So the tandem continues, much to the displeasure of the rivals. But I wonder, DJ, if we'll see some of the other teams maybe playing some different strategies to try and ruffle the feathers. You know, maybe do a little bit of a short fill back time to the end of the race and actually try and put cars in the middle of this Apex Racing duo, just to try and do something to close it down.
Yeah, I mean, I rest assured that if Urano was able to think out that strategy and kind of get themselves into that position, I think that is going to be something else that a lot of other teams are going to be looking to do, specifically those that have multiple affiliates in the field, if they're able to bring their way up forward. As I think trying to get yourself in between the 98 and the 99, whether you're on the lead lap or a lap down, that's probably going to be the only way that you're able to fight against these Apex Racing Team drivers here and really attempt to do anything with them to try to bring the gap down a little bit.
Well, a 146.0 from Sanchez, which is 2 seconds slower than his best since he came out the pits last time by. 144.5 from Talons. So 1.5 seconds between the two Apex cars, and they are back together almost, as Pure Sim's GTP car comes squeezing through. So Sanchez is probably thinking, come on, get a move on if we're going to get this tandem back going again. Fascinating stuff. It really is in GTD. Now that everyone's had their pit stops, Team BMW Bank are back into third in GTD, but they're 36 seconds back from this pair of Apex Racing machines.
Well, and I think there that 36-second gap is probably what allowed for Apex Racing Team to be able to give the order here to Sanchez to be able to slow down. They know that they've got the time to be able to bleed, and they know that they're going to be able to gain it back up much more and then more before everything plays out.
Yeah, interesting stuff at the front of GTD here as well. Salvatalon's number 99 whoosh. That gives you an impression of just how fast those GTP cars are coming through. Talon's trying to just get back onto pace with his teammate there of Alejandro Sanchez. And he's going as hard as he possibly can into that braking zone, trying to catch his teammate there. 144.612 for Sanchez last time by, 144.639 for Talon. So it's going in the wrong direction, DJ.
Yeah, they're starting to separate themselves out a little bit more now, and it's starting to move around just a little bit, but they are getting close together again. Would not be surprised if now the order is given to Sanchez to just go for broke and to drive his lines normally, and Talons, now that he is in the draft, should be able to pull up behind and make everything work for him. So certainly they're the way that we think they are going to be playing themselves out as we continue to watch here. Taking a look at Salvatalon's coming down into the corner. And David, I've got to give him credit there. I can't drive without gloves on, and I'm always impressed by those that are able to do it. I'm just not used to the feel on my raw hands there. So credit to Talons for being able to drive gloveless, as there is that patented bump draft coming back into play.
I have to say, I'm a gloveless as well, mainly because I'm too tight to buy a pair of gloves, I think. Yeah, but yeah, I do go gloveless, and just like that, the Apex Audi R8s are back together again, doing their tandem speed. I mean, it was an incredible speed from Luke McEwen and Jamie Fluke. They were just hitting personal best after personal best. And here we go, ready, thump. Faster all the time. I wonder if they've actually tried different cars to see which car bump drafts the best, DJ.
I wonder that as well. I mean, the Audi's got a relatively flat front end as you think about it. It's not nearly the point that you have to deal with on the Lamborghini. So I wonder if that actually played into their calculus for choosing this car. Because the Audi's not necessarily one that I would have thought would have been the preferred car here today, but clearly Apex making it work there. We've got a little bit of faster traffic coming out and around as we wait for that LMP to get up to speed and be able to take off down the road. But yeah, I certainly think that it would be something that they have factored into their equations. As we've said, they are one of the most meticulous sim racing teams in the world, Peter.
They are, yeah. They've done a super job today, and just a little tiny error there as well, and it's been recovered already within a handful of laps. Here we go again, boink. There we go. It's a remarkable strategy, but it is really working for the Apex Racing team. The gap at the front in GTP is growing, although it's an Urano 1-2. Dominic the Hoffman is really stretching the gap now. He's just consistently lapping in those mid 131s. Pulled out 0.6 of a second on his teammate last time by, Vlad Kamichev. Nevertheless, Kamichev is pulling away from Nathan Lewis. That gap's now up to 6.5 seconds from second to third. So Urano are looking in a really strong position, and not only are they setting a great pace, DJ, they appear to be doing it with real fuel efficiency as well.
Yeah, doing a great job of it. We've seen those 26-lap stints be able to be turned in there and finding that perfect balance between speed and fuel saving. Always the key when you are talking about a long endurance race such as this. My question is going to be is hopefully for the rest of that Urano team, if Hoffman is going to be able to do if the rest of the teammates that are able to get in the car, if they're able to keep up this pace, keep up that fuel save, because that is one of the things here about endurance racing is that you've got multiple drives coming into the car, and those multiple drivers are going to be different in the way that they do everything, and they are going to have different characteristics about how the car is going to run.
So just coming up to the top of the hour here as well, we are at a quarter distance of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24-hour. Your leader in GTP is Dominic the Hoffman for Urano Esports by 34 seconds from his teammate Vlad Kamichev, with Nathan Lewis rounding out the podium positions in GTP. Your leader now in the LMP2 category is Stanley Deslandes. I think, yes, he owes us a pit stop, so that would then put Moreno Sirica for Williams Esports Mala back into the lead. The Williams Esports Mala LMP2 car has been really dominant today. It's opened up a gap of just over half a minute, so I think once the Apex racing car comes into the pits, that will be situation normal with Williams Esports Mala going past. And in fact, there it goes, push straight by into the lead of the race, and with Apex Racing Team requiring a pit stop as well. So looking very good at the moment for Williams Esports Mala in LMP2. In GTD, well, we've just been watching closely the Apex Racing Team car 98 leading from car 99. That has been the case all race long for 6 whole hours. These two cars have barely been separated. The only thing that separated them before was a slight miss of the pit box, that leading pair have come back together again, and they are into this tandem strategy once again. They hold an advantage of 37 seconds back to Ryan Barneveld for Team BMW Bank. Daniel Pastor for Mercedes-AMG Team Williams is a further 7 seconds back in fourth. Patrick Heinrich rounds out the top 5 in GTD in his Bila Racing Team Euronics Lamborghini, with Ollie Steinbraten for RHG Esports right there in 6th place as well. We'll have all the action for you here on RaceSpotTV, flag to flag coverage, completely uninterrupted. We also we've broadcasted the first 6 hours of the second split of this incredible Daytona 24-hour special event. 85 splits, 85 races going on today. We're broadcasting flag-to-flag coverage of the very top split with the pro drivers, but also the first 6 hours and the last 6 hours of split number 2 as well. So we're going to take a driver change here in the RaceSpotTV commentary box. On behalf of myself, Peter Mackay, and DJ Clark, thank you very much for listening to now. And we hand over to Conroy Maddock and Terry Radford to take you through the next few hours.
Well, thank you very much there, as we all get ourselves all worked in. We are getting ourselves into the second lot of 6 hours here for the RaceSpot on this RaceSpotTV broadcast. And of course, we are going to be joining you very, very shortly, as we're going to be heading on to fan immersion. And well, we're going to pick a car to be able to do it with, and why not? Let's pick the number 1 car. So that is going to be the Williams Esports Chill Blast. They're currently running in 5th place in the LMDH class. Let's ride on board with Alexander Spett for a couple of moments.
Moments.